Hey, everyone! If you enjoy my quantum audiobooks, you can support me by becoming a Patreon member. Your support helps me keep creating, and you'll get exclusive perks. You can also access my audiobooks directly through Google Drive. Check out the link in the description. Now, let's get started.
As soon as he entered the backyard of Professor Oak's laboratory, Ash couldn't wait to use Psychic to expand his perception range to the maximum. The remaining 3 Squirtless of the Squirtle Corps who returned to Pallet Town to serve as firefighters have now evolved into Wartortle. It seems that they are very comfortable in Pallet Town and quickly adapt to the identity of firefighters and integrate into Pallet Town. At this time, they are practicing the accuracy of the water gun trick next to a small artificial lake. And the one who is training them is a turtle Pokemon, Blastoise, which is much larger than them. Although the form changes greatly and the level increases rapidly, the Pokemon's aura is still recognized by Ash's Psychic. It is the Squirtle leader that Ash captured. After leaving Landpulky City, it successfully evolved into Wartortle and was sent back to Professor Oak's laboratory by Ash. Unexpectedly, it has now evolved into Blastoise. It is quite a surprise for Ash, who hasn't seen it for a long time. Following the direction of Psychic Sense, Ash walked slowly towards the artificial lake and saw the tall and strong figure of Blastoise from afar, with 2 thick cannon barrels growing on his back armor, which made him look even more majestic. Cammy, Blastoise, who was directing his brothers to practice the water gun trick, saw Ash and Pikachu on his shoulder. His face was full of disbelief and surprise, and he immediately took heavy steps after finding that it was not an illusion. He ran straight towards Ash. Pokemon, Blastoise, the level has been upgraded from the original IV.34 to IV.41. When Ash exchanged it back to Professor Oak's laboratory, it was only IV.34. Now it has not only successfully evolved into Blastoise, but also has a huge level increase, which shows that Blastoise has always maintained high-intensity combat training in Professor Oak's laboratory. Blastoise is like this. What about his other Pokemon? Ash's eyes were full of expectations. Mook, the level has been raised from IV.38 to 4.44. Its level has also been raised significantly. Mook's efforts have indeed exceeded Ash's imagination. Because of the Grimer block, a special item, it is difficult for it to find a suitable rival to fight and accumulate experience in Professor Oak's laboratory. Many Pokemon can't stand its strong smell. The reason for such a big improvement is largely due to the training policy that Ash asked Professor Oak to help formulate when he sent it back. With Mook's current level, coupled with special items, it will definitely be a headache for the other Pokemon and even the trainer. Ash can't wait to see it show its ability at the Indigo Plateau Conference. After experiencing the surprise of Blastoise and Mook, Ash has a basic understanding of the progress of Pokemon. Then, I met all the Pokemon fostered in the backyard of Professor Oak's laboratory. The 3 Ghastly brothers, who are not keen on training, set up a comedy troupe and have gained many fans in Pallet Town. Now the daily comedy performances have become a must-have program for many Pokemon in the backyard of Professor Oak's laboratory. According to their own ideas, they want to try to perform in the surrounding cities of Pallet Town in a while. Dragonair, which was teleported back a while ago, is also living a very comfortable life. As an old house girl, it can stay in one place for more than 10 years without moving. After cooperating with Professor Oak's short research, it was arranged a quiet environment where it would not be disturbed. After hearing that its child had evolved into Dragonair not long after following Ash, it decided to live here for a long time. As for Tommy and his wild wilderness area, sorry, I'm not familiar with it at all. Those ancient Pokemon captured by Ash in Dasha Valley. Ash counted them carefully, and there was not a single one missing. Their spirit and contest condition are now several times better than when they just woke up from their deep sleep in the Big Silly Valley. Obviously, they have been well taken care of in Professor Oak's laboratory. Professor Oak is not only a Pokemon researcher, but also a top Pokemon breeder, who is better at taking care of Pokemon than Xiaojiang. Then there is Tauros, who Ash captured from the wild wilderness area, and his level has reached 45. He has fully exerted his spirit of hard work and has become a Pokemon that can stand on his own in Ash's team. Butterfree, the first Pokemon that Ash captured after his journey, is living a very comfortable life. He and his lovely wife Pink Butterfree are inseparable all day long, and they have laid a Pokemon egg, which is currently being placed in the incubator of Professor Oak's laboratory. As one of the places designated by the Alliance to distribute the 3 Pokemon of the starter family to Rookie, Professor Oak's laboratory is also equipped with top-level Pokemon incubation equipment and related professionals. The conditions are so good and the equipment is so advanced that Ash can't wait to put the top-quality psychic Pokemon egg he just got in Professor Oak's incubator for cultivation. After all, when he completed Misty's couple mission, the Phantom Beast Manaphy was hatched from that egg. Ash is still full of expectations for this top-quality psychic Pokemon egg. Intimacy is intimacy, of course. Butterfree has not forgotten the daily training plan that Ash has assigned to it. It was only level IV.30 when it was teleported back, but now it has been upgraded to level IV.38, which is a very good level increase. It is very good to be able to achieve such an improvement on the basis of devoting part of its energy to dating and having children. Of course, this is also mainly due to the fact that Ash has upgraded its qualifications twice, helping it to change its fate. Otherwise, if it was just the blue qualification in the original plot, it would be impossible to have such a fast improvement speed. As for the remaining Pokemon, because the time it was teleported back was relatively short, there was basically no obvious level increase. As for Krabby, who has the lowest potential in Ash's team and has been basically in free-range contest condition since being captured, and has not been taken care of much, the level has unexpectedly increased slightly. The level has increased from IV.25 to IV.29, and the growth rate is very low. Well, how should I put it? There is an improvement, but it is lower than Ash expected. The value of these levels, combined with the long time it has lived in Professor Oak's laboratory, the improvement is far less than that of other Pokemon. However, considering that it has the lowest potential, has it had too much interaction with Ash, the trainer, and has not received formal training? It is already very good that the level can be naturally improved to a certain extent. Next, Ash will also list it as a key training target, just to let it shine at the next Indigo Plateau Conference. Professor Oak's laboratory played with many Pokemons that he had never seen before for a long time. Checking the time, Mom was almost ready to prepare lunch. Ash took the suction cup puppet he captured on the way back to Pallet Town and left Professor Oak's laboratory. Back home, Mom Delia was still busy in the kitchen, and Nazi and Misty were helping out. It was hard to imagine that Sabrina, who had always been naive, was also learning housework at this moment. The 3 of them got along very well, and Mom Delia couldn't help but sigh that her son was really capable of making Misty and Sabrina get along harmoniously. "Ash, you're back. What's the Poke Ball in your hand?" Seeing Ash coming back, Delia put the last dish in her hand on the table. Then she pointed at Ash, who was holding the suction cup puppet Poke Ball in his right hand, with some doubt. "Mom, this is the sucker, a Pokemon I captured on the way back to Pallet Town. This is a present for you. This guy likes to do housework very much. You can let it help with housework in the future, so that you can also be more relaxed." As he said, Ash released the sucker from the Pokeball and handed the Pokeball used to capture the sucker to his mother Delia. The sucker greeted Delia with a smile. "So that's how it is. Thank you for your present, Ash." "Present. Mom likes it very much." "Hello, sucker. Welcome to join our family. I'll trouble you to worry about the family affairs in the future." After hearing Ash's explanation, Delia happily took the Pokeball of the sucker and greeted it. Her face was filled with a happy smile. I have to say that since embarking on the journey, the son of the Bai family has become more and more sensible. Not only has he never asked for travel expenses from home, but he also sent money home from time to time. The situation at home is much better than before Ash went on a trip. Not only did she not have the pressure to make money, she even received large transfers from Ash from time to time. She never forgot to visit her family when she was away, and she would call from time to time and occasionally send some presents, such as the perfume from Rainbow City, which she found very good. Now she has even captured a Pokemon that specializes in housework, which obviously took a lot of effort. Compared with the parents of other rookie trainers who have been a mess recently, Delia feels that she is undoubtedly the happiest one. Next, the family of 4, plus Pikachu and the 2 Pokemons, the Sucker Golem, sat down to eat together. Several people sat together and chatted about the interesting things during the trip. The dining atmosphere was quite relaxed and happy. After the meal, the Sucker Golem immediately began to show its strong ability to do housework. It didn't give Delia a chance to take over at all, and cleaned up the messy dining table and kitchen like a whirlwind. Won the unanimous praise of Delia and Ash. After dinner, Delia, Misty, and Sabrina chatted and laughed. Sabrina also seemed to open up her chatterbox suddenly, as if she wanted to finish talking about everything she had said in recent years. Ash was obviously a person who could not sit still. In order to challenge the Tokiwa gym, he, Misty, and Sabrina wandered around Tokiwa City for several days. If he continued to be idle like this, Ash felt that he might get moldy. Besides, he was about to start preparing for the Indigo Plateau Conference, so he simply went out to level up and kill time. Ash originally planned to call Misty or Sabrina, but they didn't seem to want to be alone with Ash. Maybe it was because they were shy in front of their mother Delia. Ash shook his head and didn't force it. It's not bad for him to spend time with his mother Delia all year round. Let Misty and Sabrina, the 2 future daughters-in-law, accompany her. It's also good for her to be happy. Pidgeot, I'll trouble you next. When he came to the open space outside the house, Ash took out Pidgeot's Pokeball. The mighty and handsome Pidgeot appeared in the open space, and its wide wings were fully spread out, even covering a house. E.T. Becoming Ash's riding Pokemon again, Pidgeot was very happy at this moment. When flapping its wings, it accidentally raised gusts of wind, and sand and rocks flew everywhere. Fortunately, Ash was quick-witted and quickly used Psychic to suppress the wind. Otherwise, the flowers and plants that his mother Delia took care of carefully would be in trouble. Pidgeot, reacting and realizing his mistake, Pidgeot lowered his head with apology, looking at Ash with a flattering look in his eyes. Okay, Pidgeot, I don't blame you. Be a little more careful next time. Ash shook his head and chuckled. Then he turned over and jumped onto Pidgeot's back. Accompanied by Pidgeot's high-pitched cry growl, it took off at high speed and flew more than 10 miles in an instant. Pidgeot, stop at the beach ahead. Sitting on Pidgeot's back, expand Psychic to the limit. After flying for a long time, Ash finally found a coastal area with many wild Pokemon of high level. This coastal beach is surrounded by cliffs on 3 sides and the sea on 1 side. The total area is not too large, about 10 square kilometers. The sand on the beach is neat and tidy, obviously because of its unique terrain, so few human trainers approach it. Ash guessed that this is also the main reason why the coastal area near this beach can sense a large number of high-level wild Pokemon. Pidgeot let out a loud cry in the air, as if to announce his arrival to the surrounding Pokemon, and then adjusted the angle and dived down at high speed. A normal Pidgeot riding a Pokemon trainer would definitely not dare to make such a rapid dive landing action. After determining the landing point, they will fully decelerate in the air and land vertically. Not only the terrifying wind pressure during the dive, but also the vibration during the fall is not something that a trainer with a much weaker constitution than Pokemon can withstand. However, Ash is not an ordinary trainer. As a person with Psychic, he had used Psychic to build a barrier to isolate the wind pressure the moment Pidgeot took off. No matter how bad the outside environment is, it will not affect him under the protection of the Psychic barrier. This is also done to allow Pidgeot to fully display the powerful ability of his flying field. Pidgeot's dive looked thrilling, but it successfully landed on the beach in an instant. The powerful aura spread, scaring the low-level Pokemon basking in the sun on the beach to flee in all directions. Come back, Pidgeot! After removing the Psychic barrier and jumping off Pidgeot's back, Ash took out the Pokeball and took Pidgeot back. Feeling that the dangerous aura had dissipated, many wild Pokemon that had long been frightened by Pidgeot's momentum were still trying to escape. Ash decisively released Dragonair from the Pokeball. A twister of astonishing size defeated them all. When they were thrown out of the twister, their eyes became rippled and they all lost their ability to fight. Okay, Dragonair, go find wild Pokemon around and fight them. Ash saw Dragonair defeat all the wild Pokemon near the beach. He activated Psychic to move all the Pokemon on the beach that had lost their ability to fight to the shade of the trees on the shore. He put them in neat rows. He still gave them super potions, some Pokemon food, and sent Dragonair to find rival around. Compared to the beach, there are more Pokemon in the sea, and their levels are much higher. The main purpose of starting the free-range mode is to train Dragonair's fighting will and independent judgment ability. After all, it has grown up with its otaku mother and has no experience in this area. This is also Ash's usual way of training Pokemon. Even without the command of a trainer, his Pokemon can still play a very good combat role. It has its own tactics and system. It is completely different from the good Pokemon trained by ordinary trainers who are completely dumbfounded when no one commands them. Ash always felt that the proportion of command by trainer in Pokemon battles was indeed very large. But in some emergencies, when Trainer 337 did not have time to react, Pokemon needed to make their own judgments on the spot. Letting Dragonair out to level up at this moment was to train it, and he had already explored the surroundings through Psychic in advance. So far, no strong aura has been found, so Dragonair will definitely be able to run away even if it encounters an opponent it cannot defeat. Of course, another reason is that Ash has trained too many high-quality Pokemon. If he needs to accompany each one to level up and train, he will be exhausted to death. Similar to the classic hosting mode in turn-based games. Under the condition of ensuring victory in most cases, hosting is undoubtedly the most worry-free mode. During this period, game players can also do more other things. Bulbasaur, Milotic, you guys go too. Then Ash released the two of them again, and they set off in different directions from Dragonair. Pikachu, next is your special training. I don't expect you to level up. Today's goal is to make you master the surf skill. Ash took out two surfboards that he had prepared long ago. He used the big one for himself and the small one for Pikachu. He planned to try to make Pikachu learn the surf skill. With Pikachu's talent and intelligence, although it is certainly difficult, it is not impossible. If Pikachu can master the surf skill, his attribute attack methods will also increase. What Ash is looking forward to more is the combination of surf and volt tackle that he has been thinking about for a long time in his mind. Every time he went to the beach in the past, Ash would try to make Pikachu learn surf. This time he also hoped that Pikachu could learn it thoroughly. About an hour passed. Since all the Pokemon on the shore were defeated, Bulbasaur returned to Ash with a dejected look. Because of the accumulated combat experience, the level has risen from 4.42 to 4.43. However, seeing Milotic fighting in the sea, it could only watch from the shore, which made it feel frustrated. Bulbasaur, don't worry. We will go to the forest to train later. That is your home field. Ash smiled and comforted Bulbasaur, as if he had detected Bulbasaur's thoughts. Come on, Pikachu, try the surf trick again. Then, Ash turned his attention to Pikachu again. After a long time of riding the surfboard and using the waves to surf, Pikachu has gradually adapted to this contest condition, and his body balance is very good. Pika. On the sea, Pikachu was riding a small surfboard and gliding on the sea, accompanied by Pikachu's determined eyes, countless attempts. Finally, this time, waves and ripples were stirred around its body and the surfboard, pushing the surfboard under Ash's feet to speed up. Is this the surf trick? Although it looks weak and has normal thrust, it must be the surf trick. A touch of joy flashed across Ash's eyes. Pikachu really lived up to his trust and was able to learn the surf skill without the help of the skill machine. Ash thought and checked Pikachu's panel. In the column of the skill bar, the surf skill was there. Although the power was weak and the waves were not obvious, it was definitely surf that Pikachu performed just now. Now we just need to improve the skill proficiency, and the power will naturally increase significantly. Pikachu, great job. Pika. Ash and Pikachu clapped their hands together, and the joy of success was on their faces. Everything is difficult at the beginning. as long as you successfully learn Surf. Next, you just need to remember the feeling at that time, and you can use it again naturally. Accompanied by Ash, Pikachu used the Surf skill again and again. Although it was not a skill of his type, with Pikachu's outstanding talent and unremitting efforts, the proficiency of the Surf skill was rapidly improving. Another half an hour passed. Pikachu Surf, Pikachu Pika, on the calm sea, with Ash's command. There was no need for the assist surfboard, and a wave of 4 or 5 meters high was raised, and Pikachu walked on the wave. The huge waves that had begun to take shape roared past, pounding the sea surface fiercely. It was already stronger than the surf performed by many water-type Pokemon. In actual combat, the effect would definitely be very good, considering that most of the battles were not fought in the water field. Ash brought Pikachu to the shore and tried the surf skill again. Compared to the water, the waves summoned were only slightly reduced. The effect was still very good. Pikachu has officially mastered the surf skill. Good job, Pikachu. You've worked hard today, so I'll reward you with a special Pokemon food. Ash touched Pikachu's little head and smiled. Pika. Although Pikachu was exhausted, his eyes were full of joy of success. Now that Surf is learned, the next step is to try to combine it with Volt Tackle into a combination move. Boom! A loud explosion sounded from the sea. Pika. Is this the direction of Dragonair? Ash and Pikachu were attracted by the sudden movement. Dragonair rushed out of the water with a water spout covering his body, and only Tentacruel was swept up by it. The accumulated combat experience was enough, and Dragonair successfully upgraded from 4.32 to 4.33. It turned out that they had a fight with the Tentacruel tribe. You performed very well this time, Dragonair, and I will reward you with my favorite energy cube later. Ash rubbed the little head of Dragonair, who flew in front of him, and said with a smile, Meow. Dragonair was very happy, and his eyes were narrowed into a slit when he smiled. After calling home, Ash planned to spend the night near this beach today. In the evening, after using the food-making machine to solve the dinner problem, Ash took the Pokemon to start the second round of special training. Pikachu, after using Surf, try to integrate Volt Tackle into it. Just think of yourself running at high speed on the waves. Once you learn this combination of moves, it will definitely be your trump card. Pika. After listening to Ash's description, Pikachu was excited and wanted to try the combination of moves immediately. However, Ash still advised it to try to stimulate the current first. The difficulty of combination moves has always been extremely high, not to mention the high-powered skills such as Surf and Volt Tackle, which are difficult in themselves. At this stage, the training is mainly based on Surf, and the Electric-type power is enhanced on the basis of Surf skills. Let Pikachu start to explore and train on his own. After the night fell completely, Ash expanded the Psychic Perception to the maximum range and took Krabby with him to start a special training trip. At night, Krabby's contest condition was excellent, and his desire to fight was much stronger than during the day. It is worth mentioning that the beach at night is full of big and even giant claw crabs that crawled from the sea to the shore to rest. There is no better training rival than them. Krabby, use Sword Dance. Block its attack and use Alloy Claws. Under Ash's exquisite command, the petite Krabby can run rampant on the beach full of Krabby and continuously defeat Pokemon of the same family. In this process, the claws absorb battle energy crazily and improve combat awareness with the help of Ash. Defeating Pokemon of the same family in succession also greatly improves its originally fragile psychological quality and gradually becomes confident. This is also due to Ash, an excellent trainer. All Krabby of the same family are selected as rival for it. The battle is exciting until late at night. Krabby's level jumps from IV.29 to IV.31, and the proficiency of corresponding offensive skills has also made great progress. Come back, you've worked hard today. Tomorrow's challenge target should be Kingler. After taking back Krabby, Ash chuckled and said to himself, the reason for selectively choosing a lower-level Krabby as rival is to help Krabby build confidence through one battle after another. It is small and petite, and has been bullied by Pokemon of the same species when living in the wild and laughed at by passers-by trainers who meet it. It is inevitable that it will become inferior and sensitive. Since we plan to train Krabby seriously, the first thing we need to solve is this problem. From the results of the first day, Ash's targeted training method is quite effective. Compared to when he just picked up Krabby from Professor Oak's laboratory, it has obviously become more cheerful and confident. After the first day of special training, because Misty and Sabrina were not around, Ash also went to bed early for once. Of course, when resting on this strange coast, Ash did not forget to release Pidgeot. Its raptor breath could scare away wild Pokemon that approached Ash's buds. The peaceful night passed in a flash. Pika. Well, you did a great job, Pikachu. I didn't expect your combination moves to be effective so soon. On the shore, Ash looked at Pikachu walking on the waves on the sea with dazzling sparks all over his body in surprise. After breakfast, the Pokemon began a new round of special training. Other Pokemon were leveling up, but only Pikachu was practicing new combination moves. Please give me flowers. I can only say that Pikachu is worthy of being the protagonist with the aura of the protagonist. The amazing talent enabled it to integrate the electric-type power into the surf skill the next day. Of course, it was only a preliminary fusion. When Pikachu can bring out the amazing speed advantage of Volt Tackle with the blessing of Surf, the combination move will be completed. However, considering that other Pokemon have also gained certain levels here, it is not easy to continue to improve. In addition, Pikachu's combination moves have begun to show results, and what it needs next is more actual combat to verify this move. Water-type Pokemon is not very useful as a reference for rival. After all, it is restrained by Pikachu attribute. Oh, just when Ash was thinking about the new special training location. Ding! Triggered the capture task. Go to Miachan Mountain and capture the giant Onix before fighting Elite Bruno. Task reward, top quality metal coat. Increases the power of steel skills by 50%. Onix can evolve after carrying it and upgrading it. Rare candy. IV.1 to IV.50. X10. Not bad, not bad. For this sudden capture task, Ash gave a thumbs up. His team just needed a strong Steel-type Pokemon. Looking at the entire Kanto region, the only Steel-type Pokemon that suits his taste is Myakusin's giant Onix that can evolve into Steelix. I didn't expect that the corresponding capture mission would be triggered, and there would be such a generous reward. Apart from the best items, there are also a lot of rare candy. This can greatly reduce the time Ash needs to spend to train Pokemon. From the beginning of the journey, it was okay in the early stage, and Ash didn't get many rare candy that could directly increase the level later. But each time it provided convenience for his trainer journey. The 4 consecutive gym tasks made some of his Pokemon's strength leap forward. The more similar items, the better. It's a bit regrettable that there is no point reward, and the store refresh time is not far away. The difficulty of Ash to redeem the remaining gyms is undoubtedly becoming more and more difficult. Miachan Mountain is not far from Pallet Town, and it can even be said to be near Pallet Town. Riding on Pidgeot, Ash soon arrived at the bottom of Miachan Mountain. Thank you for your hard work. Pidgeot, come back. After landing at the foot of the mountain, Ash took Pidgeot back. Why not fly directly to the mountain? Because he found traces of the giant Onix. Following the many messy ditches on the ground, the soft soil, and other traces left by the Onix, Ash couldn't help but sigh. It's so deep and big enough for people to walk in it. It's worthy of the giant Onix. It can only be said that it is worthy of Miachan Mountain, a place where giant Onix is abundant, and many Pokemon trainers who specialize in ground and rock type like the 917 training place. The purpose of the trainers who come here is mostly to capture a giant Onix that suits their wishes. Even Bruno, one of the Elite Four, has practiced in Miachan Mountain for a long time in order to capture the giant Onix, and he is still wandering around until now. As for why fighting Elite Bruno is so obsessed with the giant Onix of rock and ground type, I can only say that our Kanto Dragon Elite Dodo is the best example. Right, Flying Elite, Lance, Bruno Elite. Let's see who can find and capture the giant Onix faster. Ash's eyes lit up with psychic blue light. whispering. The rule of the Pokemon world is whoever encounters it first will capture it first. Maybe Bruno has already met the giant Onyx several times in Miacha Mountain. But if Song meets Chun Mumu's snake before him next time, he will capture it without hesitation. Who cares if you have already set your eyes on the giant Onyx? If Bruno is not satisfied, then the Pokemon battle will decide. As Ash deployed the almighty Psychic to explore the way, he soon found the habitat of the giant Onyx. After all, the giant Onyx is different from ordinary Pokemon. Its size is a big target even in Xiaoshan. Continuing to extend Psychic, Ash also found the fighting elite Bruno, one of the Elite Four. Without any hesitation, Ash went straight to Bruno's position. Bruno was obviously going for the giant Onyx. He must intercept him before he finds the giant Onyx. As long as Bruno's problem is solved, Ash can safely capture the giant Onyx. While harvesting the powerful Pokemon Giant Onyx, you can also complete the system task with rich rewards. When Ash found Bruno, he was already close to the giant Onyx. The habitat of Onyx is very close. Bruno is wearing loose training pants, and his upper body is naked. His well-defined muscles are exposed, and he looks very powerful. Ash walked over to him. Bruno Elite, you came to Miaha Mountain to practice, right? You must be here to subdue that giant Onyx. Bruno was slightly surprised when he saw Ash suddenly appear and reveal his training goal, but he quickly reacted and nodded. Yes, young man. Do you have any questions? Actually, I also came here to subdue the giant Onyx. Ash spread his hands and got straight to the point. The atmosphere was a little tense for a while, because this sturdy boy was one of the inner masters of the Kanto region after all. He represented the peak combat power of the Kanto region Pokemon Alliance. However, in addition to nervousness, Ash was more excited and expectant at this moment. Unlike Blaine of the Cinnabar Gym, the man in front of him was one of the current Elite Four in Kanto, an Elite Four in his prime. Wearing a red cap with a Pikachu. Boy, you should be the Ash who summoned the huge Dragonite to solve the Tentacruel incident in Rampolky a while ago, right? Bruno, who looks carefree and muscular, is surprisingly sharp-minded and guessed Ash's identity at a glance. It can only be said that none of those who can become Elite Four have simple minds. When Pokemon fight, everyone has full tactics and strategies. There must be very few hot-blooded idiots like Ash at the beginning. It is normal for Bruno to have a delicate mind that is different from his tough appearance. Ash nodded. Yes, it's me. After confirming Ash's identity, Bruno subconsciously reached out and touched his chin. Since it was the real Ash, things would be a little difficult to deal with. The live battle video of the huge Dragonite and Tentacruel incident in Rampolky City was circulated on major forums, and the Alliance executives naturally saw it. The giant Tentacruel is only big, but its level is still a bit low. Although it has the power to stir up raging waves and destroy cities, it is not too difficult to deal with. Its real strength is just the level of the main Pokemon held by the Elite Four. The giant Dragonite summoned by Ash is completely different. After careful research, they all agree that the strength of this giant Dragonite is comparable to those legendary Pokemon. Their champion-level trump card Pokemon can only compete with the giant Dragonite at most. Of course, this is also the case when the Kanto Elites have no hidden cards. As we all know, there is still no champion in the Kanto region. Not because no one has reached the champion level, Song, is because there are too many champions who have reached the champion level. As strong as the dodo bird, it still cannot suppress other elites. In the original plot, it can only hang the title of the champion of the Johto region. The Elite Four have not fought each other for a long time, and no one can guarantee whether the other's strength has improved over the years. This is a bit off topic. Anyway, the giant Dragonite is very likely to be stronger than the trump card Pokemon of the Kanto Elite Four. If the person standing in front of him is an ordinary trainer and wants to compete with him for the right to capture the giant Onyx, it's nothing. He can even play with the young man. But if it's Ash, he must also treat it with caution. If a conflict really occurs, he may not be sure to take down the giant Dragonite that is suspected to be a legendary Pokemon. Even he had to be cautious. He could summon a giant Dragonite that could rival legendary Pokemon. The Pokemon Alliance in the Kanto region would also consider him as a target that must be won over. However, considering that Ash was just a rookie who had just set out this year, and that he was from Pallet Town, Earl Dervish Pokemon were all obtained from Professor Oak. He and Professor Oak's grandson were friends since childhood, and their travel partners were gym leaders from Cerulean and Saffron City. With the layers of buffs stacked up, Ash naturally belonged to the Alliance group. Therefore, the Alliance was not in a hurry to contact Ash, but would open the door for Ash in many ways. Now, even if he did not rely on Professor Oak's face, he could solve many problems through Officer Jenny. Since both of us are determined to get the giant Onyx, why don't you come up with a suitable proposal to capture it? Bruno, who had been struggling for a long time and still could not come up with a better solution, decided to throw this problem back to Ash. He couldn't solve the problem, let alone the one who asked the question, so he simply threw the problem back. Let Ash, who asked the question, be embarrassed. Bruno spread his hands and started to talk. Once he said this, if Ash couldn't come up with a suitable solution, he would definitely not accept it. Ash smiled slightly and replied, "It's very simple. Pokemon issues can naturally be solved by Pokemon battles. In a one-on-one duel, the losing party voluntarily withdraws from the competition for the giant Onyx. How about it?" Bruno frowned slightly and asked back, "Will you send the giant Dragonite of Land Polki?" If the giant Dragonite has become Ash's Pokemon, he will naturally not agree to the one-on-one Pokemon battle rules. Ash has only been traveling for a few months, and the main thing that deserves his attention is the giant Dragonite. If Ash admits that the giant Dragonite is his Pokemon, then Bruno will have to consider changing the rules. At least change it to a 3v3 Pokemon battle. Ash's other Pokemon should not pose a threat to him, and he can rely on the round-robin battle to try to defeat the giant Dragonite. No, the giant Tentacruel won't either. Is Bruno Elite satisfied with this? Ash raised his eyebrows and replied with a smile. Giant Tentacruel? That Pokemon was also captured by Ash? Bruno was subconsciously stunned for a moment, and after reacting, he found Ash in front of him unexpectedly interesting. Are all rookie trainers so brave now? They have the confidence to challenge the Elite Four in less than a few months of traveling. In fact, even if Ash answered that he would use the giant Dragonite, Nebo would not refuse this Pokemon battle. And listen to what Ash said. He can call the giant Dragonite, and even the giant Tentacruel, but he doesn't bother to assist their power in the Pokemon battle. After thinking for a moment, Bruno accepted Ash's challenge. Ash, I like this giant human rock snake very much, so I won't hold back in this battle. Get ready for battle, Machamp. Bruno threw the Pokeball in his hand. A flash of white light. A sturdy Machamp with 4 arms appeared in front of him. Pokemon, Machamp level. IV.58, qualification gold. Although it was confirmed that Ash would not send out a giant Dragonite, Bruno still did not underestimate the enemy and decisively sent out Machamp, who was close to the peak strength of the elite level. After all, he was determined to get the giant Onyx. I'll leave it to you, Ghastly. Ash sent out Ghastly to fight. Ghastly, you have a lot of ideas, but just like that, you still can't target my Machamp. Use Fire Punch. Machamp clenched his fist, flashing with blazing fire, and smashed it directly at Ghastly floating in the air. Fighting skills are indeed ineffective against Ghost-type Ghastly, but Fire Punch is a Fire-type move. Shadow Ball. Ghastly raised his hand and threw a pitch-black energy ball at the attacking Machamp, interrupting its attack. Bang! Machamp screamed in pain and staggered backwards. What a powerful force! Bruno's pupils shrank slightly, and his expression was full of surprise. No wonder he felt extraordinary pressure when Ash released this Ghastly. Originally thought it was just his own illusion, but he didn't expect this Ghastly to be so powerful. Even so, it hasn't evolved into the final form of Gengar yet. Machamp Encore, Freeze Punch. Ghastly, dodge, and use Hypnosis. The two Pokemons fought back and forth, and Bruno's command level was extremely high, and Ash was no less. But the difference in strength between the two Pokemons does exist. Although Bruno had a hidden foresight and planned to use the fighting skill to give Ghastly a fatal blow at the critical moment, he was still detected by the experienced Ash. Macamp used foresight to make the fighting skill hit Ghastly, and he used 870 break to detect Bruno's tactical intention. It can only be said that Bruno acted with him at the beginning and still regarded him as an inexperienced rookie trainer. You are a fighting elite, the strongest fighting Pokemon trainer in the entire Kanto region. How can you not learn the skill of defending against ghost Pokemon? Macamp, the main Pokemon. In the end, Macamp lost and Ghastly won. Come back, Macamp. Ash, you won. The giant Onix belongs to you. After taking back Macamp, Bruno looked a little dazed. I actually lost to a teenager, a rookie trainer who has been traveling for less than a year. Although Macamp is not his trump card Pokemon, its strength is enough to be included in his main Pokemon lineup. Is Alliance Rookie so powerful now? No wonder the giant Dragonite listened to him. Thank you, Bruno Elite, for letting me go. I will let the giant Onix shine in the future. Ash nodded and smiled. Losing to Ash, yes, Bruno was hit hard, and he turned around and left without saying anything. Fortunately, no one witnessed the fight, and it was not spread out. Otherwise, it would be a big blow to Bruno's reputation. Let's go, Pikachu. Next, it's time to capture the giant Onix. Ash used Psychic to determine the location of the giant Onix, patted Pikachu's head, and walked over there. Pika. Soon, the man and the pet arrived at the place where the giant Onix lived. This is a huge pit basin surrounded by cliffs. Large caves drilled by the giant Onix can be seen everywhere on the cliffs around the basin. This is where it usually rests. When Ash and Pikachu arrived here, the giant Onix was frantically tackling the surrounding rock walls because of the pain caused by the sand slash stuck in his body. You can feel the shaking here from a long distance. The hyper voice of rock tackle each other resounded through the world. It's so big, this trip is really worth it. Arriving at the cliff above the basin, looking at the giant Onix below madly tackle the stone wall and twisting nonstop. Ash's eyes were full of light, and he whispered softly. In person, the size of this giant Onix is really amazing. Brock's Onix is well trained by Brock, who is no less than a professional Pokemon breeder. Its size is already very good among the Onix of the same family. But in front of the giant Onix of Miacha Mountain, it is not much different from a slightly larger Loach. Even the Flash Milotic and Pidgeot in Ash's hands, which are much larger than the Pokemon of the same family and have repeatedly shocked others, are not worth mentioning in front of the giant Onix. Ash estimated that this giant Onix must be at least more than 20 meters long, several times longer than Milotic, and it must be nearly 10 stories high when standing upright. With this size, its weight is naturally needless to say. Pokemon, Onix, heavy size, level, 4.52. Apart from the size factor, the level of the giant Onix is also very high. It has reached level IV.52, a proper elite Pokemon. Wild Pokemon of this level are basically totem level in the wild, and they dominate the area. And judging from the scars on its face, this giant Onix must have been through many battles and has rich practical experience. In the distance top, Bruno, who was hiding on the side, was also paying attention to Ash. He had been staring at this giant Onix for a long time. It has a very bad temper. At this size, it is very dangerous for Ash, as a trainer, to get close to it. In order to capture it, the trainer must have excellent skills while having powerful Pokemon. Otherwise, it is very likely to be dangerous if you approach the giant Onix rashly. He wanted to see how Ash would capture the giant Onix. At this time, Ash reached out to the Pokeball hanging on his waist. It's decided to be you, Milotic! Accompanied by a high and ethereal sound. Milotic, with a graceful and elegant figure, appeared opposite the giant Onix. This Pokemon, Bruno, who was hiding in the dark, narrowed his eyes slightly. It turned out to be a flash-colored Milotic, a very rare water-type Pokemon in the Kanto region. At this time, the Milotic standing in the basin was several circles smaller than the giant Onix, and the level difference was not small. Roar! The giant Onix had already been tortured by the sand slash in its body and was in agony. Its mind was full of thoughts of venting its pain by crazy destruction. The Milotic that appeared in front of it naturally became a more suitable target for attack than the surrounding rock walls. The giant onyx swung its tail several stories high and lashed at the flash Milotic fiercely. Protect, then use Rain Dance and Waterfall. Ash directly commanded Milotic to perform a set of silky little combos. With a soft hum, Milotic held up the blue energy barrier and struggled to block the attack of the giant onyx. Then he fired a blue light bullet into the air, and then the originally clear soaring in the sky was immediately covered with dark clouds, and heavy rain poured down. The basin that was originally the home ground of rock and ground Pokemon immediately became a water field that fits Milotic perfectly. While increasing the power of Flash Milotic skills, Milotic's mobility has also been greatly improved. Milotic on the ground and in the water are completely two different concepts. After the Rain Dance skill, Flash Milotic was surrounded by a torrent and quickly took down from behind the giant onyx. Boom! The giant onyx, standing in the center, has forgotten the pain at this moment and even ignored his aversion to water. He turned around to record the tackle and collided fiercely with Milotic. Flash Milotic and the giant onyx collided with each other, making a loud vibration. It made Ash's eardrum hurt in the distance. After this tackle, Flash Milotic was directly knocked dozens of meters away and hit the cliff heavily. It caused waves of gravel to fall into the water in the basin. Although it looks extremely miserable, Flash Milotic's resistance to be beaten is surprisingly high, and the damage he suffered is not too high. Sliding from the cliff into the water, he quickly opened the aqua ring to recover from the scars on his body, and the overall contest condition was maintained quite well. On the other hand, the giant onyx was miserable. Although he had the upper hand in this tackle due to his size and weight advantages, he was not directly knocked out like Flash Milotic, but the damage he suffered was real. As a ground and rock type, it is 4 times weak to water. In addition, Sandslash, who is also extremely afraid of water and has noticed the change in the environment, is now trying even harder to escape from its body. The giant onyx is already at the end of its strength. After being hit by Milotic's waterfall, it can still stand it. It can only be said that the giant onyx is indeed gifted and has much better physical strength than ordinary onyx. However, even if it has not lost its combat ability at this time, it is not much worse. The giant onyx panted and stared at Flash Milotic wandering in the basin pool, ready to give Flash Milotic a taste of its desperate blow. The battle-hardened giant onyx, who can dominate the mountain full of large individual onyx on Miacha, has an extremely tenacious fighting will. Although his physical strength is endangered, he is still full of fighting spirit. Unfortunately, its rival is Ash, who has already thoroughly studied Pokemon battles. Although he is sure of victory, he did not take the initiative to command. Milotic used Water Pulse. Avoid its attack, use Hydro Pump. Although he admired the fighting spirit of the giant onyx, it was a Pokemon capture battle after all. Knew Oz. In order to get the sincere recognition of the giant onyx, Ash naturally had to go all out. Bang! Accompanied by Milotic's ethereal growl and the hit of a thick water column. The giant onyx finally couldn't bear it and couldn't cope with Milotic's high-speed battle. And then the huge and heavy body fell down. Go Pokeball. In order to prevent the giant onyx from falling into the basin full of water, Ash, who was quick-eyed and quick-handed, threw the super heavy ball at it. The giant onyx was already seriously injured at this moment, and it would be dangerous if it fell into the water again. The super heavy ball hit the giant onyx accurately and took it in. At the moment when the giant onyx turned into red light and was taken away by the super heavy ball, Sandslash, who was also suffering endless pain in its body, was finally freed. He was held up by Ash with Psychic and carried to his side. Then he sprayed potion on it, signaling it to leave. Sandslash looked at Ash with gratitude, then left without looking back. Ding! Complete the capture mission. Go to Miacha Mountain and capture the giant onyx before fighting Elite Bruno. Get rewards, top quality metal coat, increases the power of steel skills by 50%, Onyx can evolve after carrying it and upgrading. Rare candy. IV.1 to IV.50, x 10 pieces. The item rewards have been stored in the system space and can be withdrawn at any time. After completing the mission to capture the giant onyx, Ash, who received the reward, looked relaxed. Because of Sandslash, Milotic won this battle very easily, and it was another battle where the weak defeated the strong. After defeating the giant onyx, Milotic received a huge experience value reward, and his level climbed from IV.40 to 4.42. The reason why he was able to jump 2 levels in a row was not only because of the generous experience value rewards given by the cross-level challenge, but also because Milotic had accumulated a lot of experience before this. You did well in this battle. I will give you a snack later. After praising Milotic, Ash took it back to the Pokeball and then released the giant onyx he had just captured. Take out the Mega Potion to help it recover from its injuries while checking its data panel. Pokemon, Onyx, Heavy Size. Level, 4.52. Attribute, Rock Ground. Qualification Gold. Skills, Rock Throw, Rock Polish, Quicksand Abyss, Curse, Rock Slide, 7 Stealth Rock, etc. Ability, Strong. Carrying props, none. Ability Strong, will not be killed by the enemy in one hit. For the top physical defense Pokemon, the Giant Onyx, even after evolving into Steelix, the special defense species strength is still not high. When facing a high burst special attacker, it is also very important to be able to withstand the first wave of fierce attacks. In terms of potential, it is undoubtedly a top-notch Pokemon, although most of the Pokemon Ash has captured recently have excellent potential. But the size of the Giant Onyx also adds a lot of extra points to it, especially after evolving into Steelix. It is hard to imagine how domineering it was at that time. It is worth mentioning that Ash also checked it out. The favorability between him and Giant Onyx is also very high, reaching nearly 220 points. This should be related to Ash helping it solve the Sandslash that kept tormenting it. In the original plot, Bruno directly gained the recognition of Giant Onyx because he helped it take out Sandslash. It can be captured directly without Pokemon battle. At present, Ash did the same thing as Bruno, and it is normal to get such a high favorability of Earl Dervish. After checking the attribute panel of Giant Onyx, Ash couldn't wait to take out the top-quality metal coat he had just obtained from the system space. In the incredible eyes of Giant Onyx, he carried metal coat for it. Giant Onyx's favorability rose slightly by 5% again. After carrying the top-quality metal coat, the power of Giant Onyx's Steel-type moves will be increased by 50%. However, this effect will not be of much help to Giant Onyx in the short term. After all, Giant Onyx does not know many Steel-type moves. The key is that Giant Onyx does not need the so-called Connection Exchange evolution, but can evolve directly through upgrading. As the sky gradually darkened, Ash put the huge Onyx, which could not hide his excitement, back into the Pokeball, leaving Miacham Mountain, returning to Pallet Town. At home, Mother Delia and Sabrina and Misty got along very happily. At first, Delia was puzzled by the fact that Misty and Sabrina could get along harmoniously. She thought that the two children were just being polite. But after 2 days of getting along, she found that the two girls actually regarded each other as friends sincerely. Delia was a little excited for a while after coming to this conclusion. Could it be that her son could take both of these excellent Stephanie daughters? She would definitely agree with letting Misty and Sabrina be her daughter-in-law. It would be best if she could give her more grandchildren. The next morning, Ash woke up slowly. He had long been accustomed to living with Misty, but he was a little uncomfortable not seeing the familiar pillow next to him at this moment. After getting up and washing up BHBJ, he picked up a bread. Ash walked and chatted as he went straight to Professor Oak's laboratory. "Professor Oak, it's me. I'm here again." Pushing open the door of Professor Oak's laboratory in a familiar manner, Ash walked in. "It's Ash. What's wrong? Is there anything? I heard that you went out for special training these 2 days. Did you catch any rare Pokemon? I'll borrow the open space in the backyard of your laboratory." Ash thought for a while and added, "I did catch an Onyx. It's not rare, but it has good potential. It can only be said that Professor Oak's expectations of Ash have been raised very high a while ago. Now, basically every time he meets him, he has to ask him once, "Is that so? Okay, take the door card on the table. You came a little early, and the staff haven't come yet. Go open the door yourself." I heard that Ash only caught an onyx. Professor Oak immediately lost interest. His eyelids drooped, and he continued to work busy in his hands. Onyx is so common in Kanto region that you can find them anywhere on a rocky mountain. There is basically no research value for him. "Oh, okay, I'll go over there." Ash nodded, picked up the access card, and went straight to the backyard. "Come out, giant onyx." As soon as the giant onyx was released, it immediately occupied a large area of the backyard, and even the ground moved slightly. Ash took out a rare candy, IV.50 LV.60. This is his long-standing inventory of last resort, and there are not many high-level rare candies left in the system space. Originally, he planned to keep it to help his main Pokemon hit the champion level threshold, but now he can't wait to let the giant onyx evolve, so he used one first. Swallow, a rare candy, and the level of the giant onyx increased from 4.52 to 4.53. Its body surface flashed with dazzling white evolution light. After evolution, the giant Steelix, whose body size increased again, has reached a length of nearly 25 meters. The sturdy and strong body is enough to easily crush a building into powder. Normal Steelix is no different from a small loach in front of it. Unlike the restrained iron gray of ordinary Steelix, it seems that the original onyx body is only temporarily coated with a layer of iron. Ash's huge Steelix uses the top-grade metal coat evolution, and its body looks particularly metallic and textured. It shines brightly under the sunlight, and it gives people a sense of heaviness that is more than Koen. Compared with the normal Steelix, it is completely the difference between pure steel casting and plastic-plated steel. Professor Oak, you're distracted." Ash put the giant Steelix back into the Pokeball, and then stretched out his hand to wave it in front of Professor Oak, who was staring blankly. This Steelix?" Professor Oak's mouth twitched slightly, with a look of disbelief. It turned out that not long after, Ash had captured another unusually rare Pokemon. When the kid just told him that it was an onyx, he never thought that it would be such a terrifying size. "I caught it yesterday at Miacha Mountain near Pallet Town. At that time, it was still in onyx form." Ash looked at Professor Oak, who had not yet recovered from the terrifying size of the giant Steelix, and smiled. "Miacha Mountain, Fighting Elite Bruno, seems to be training there. Have you met him? He is a very good Pokemon trainer. If he can give you some pointers in the field of fighting Pokemon, you will definitely benefit a lot." At this time, in Professor Oak's mind, Ash can only be regarded as a lucky rookie trainer. With good luck and outstanding ability to abduct Pokemon, he has captured a large number of rare and high-level Pokemon. In the field of Pokemon battles, both his actual combat experience and his own command level should be at the rookie stage. If he can get the guidance of Fighting Elite Bruno, his trainer journey will definitely take fewer detours. Of course, I have seen him. He gave me the opportunity to capture this giant Steelix. Hearing this, King Inbo's face suddenly became a little strange. Bruno is a very easygoing person, but when it comes to Pokemon, especially the right to capture Pokemon, he will never give it up. And this giant Steelix is very abnormal in size, although the attributes are somewhat inconsistent with his title of Fighting Elite. But among the Kanto Elite Four, there are many main Pokemon whose attributes do not match their titles, so there is nothing to be surprised about. This giant Steelix can definitely be cultivated as a trump card Pokemon. Could it be that Bruno was also fed some kind of magic potion by this kid? Otherwise, there is no reason to give up the right to capture Pokemon. Professor Oak was full of doubts at this time, and finally couldn't help his curiosity and asked Ash. "This question is very simple. Master Bruno and I agreed to have a Pokemon battle. If I win and he loses, the right to capture the giant onyx will belong to me." After this, Professor Oak was completely confused. Ash versus Fighting Elite Bruno, and he won and got the right to capture the giant rock snake. What kind of international joke is this? It's impossible. The gold content of the Kanto Region Elite Four is very high. Even Ash's Ghastly and Charizard can't be Bruno's rival. Could it be that Bruno deliberately wanted him to? Or did he underestimate Ash when facing him? Professor Oak quickly thought about what happened and came up with the most acceptable reason. So, what kind of competition do you play? 1v1, 3v3, or all-member battle? One-on-one, one Pokemon decides the outcome. Hearing this, Professor Oak breathed a sigh of relief. I see, if it was just a one-on-one duel, it is not ruled out that Bruno was careless and lost. After all, in his opinion, as long as Bruno sent out his trump card Pokemon in the battle, he would never lose to Ash. But even so, Ash's fighting power is still somewhat terrifying. In just less than half a year, he is transformed from a traveling rookie trainer to a powerful trainer capable of fighting against the Kanto Elite Four. What a terrifying potential. Looking at the entire Pokemon world, even those champion-level trainers who stand at the top of the Pokemon world's combat power pyramid have to go through a long rookie stage. Ash's talent is obviously more amazing than theirs. He was very happy that such a great genius appeared in Pallet Town. At the same time, he was a little worried when he thought of his grandson Gary, who regarded Ash as a strong rival. Professor Oak, if there's nothing else, I will go back first and come to see you another day. Ash patted Professor Oak with an extremely complicated expression, waved to him, and turned to leave the laboratory. On the way back home, he did not forget to analyze the training ideas of Giant Steelix. Please give flower. In terms of size alone, there is no need to worry about the destructive power of Giant Steelix's skills, and the extremely high physical defense can also make it fearless of any close combat. The speed defect can be compensated by the skill Autotomize learned after evolution. Relatively speaking, the low special defense and life value will be the more obvious defects of Giant Steelix. This defect is more obvious when facing Mega Steelix. Charizard and other highly mobile long-range fire Pokemon will become extremely passive and will definitely be restricted. The defects of the racial attribute are indeed difficult to make up for. Maybe we have to find a solution from a system. Ash thought that he could get the exclusive props suitable for the Giant Steelix from the system store, and a message flashed in his mind. Ding! Trigger the task. Cultivate the strongest Giant Steelix. Side quest. Defeat Crystallonix. Complete the task reward. Top-grade Crystal Membrane. Steelix exclusive prop. Attach a layer of rock film to its body surface. Greatly improve Steelix's special defense attribute. Points, 100W. Oh my, the strongest Giant Steelix cultivation task. The system asked me to capture Crystallonix, and I got the top-grade Crystal Membrane through the capture task. Give a Giant Steelix a layer of Crystal Membrane to improve its defense against special attack skills. In the original plot, the body structure of Crystallonix is different from that of normal Onix, and its attribute weaknesses are also different. It is not afraid of water type, but fire type, which belongs to an outlier in the Onix clan. Even after this Crystal Membrane is applied, fire-type Pokemon are still a great threat to the Giant Steelix. But it can also increase its special defense ability, and the effects of other special attack moves except fire will be greatly reduced. It is still a good way to make up for the shortcomings of the Giant Steelix. At present, it seems that you only need to defeat the Crystallonix and complete the task to get the props. At that time, the Giant Steelix will be covered with a layer of crystal film, which can be said to be both strong and beautiful. The system task is so considerate. Ash silently gave a thumbs up to this task reward. Kanto, Saffron City. In a cafe somewhere. Look here, cousin. These are the 8 gym badges I have collected so far. I have obtained the qualification to challenge the Indigo Plateau Conference by myself. You must come and cheer me up when the time comes. Jiaozi, my cousin has advised you before that the truly powerful trainers are all travel and experienced trainers. The academy trainers will immediately behave incompatible with society after leaving school. The very few who can succeed are those who do not overly believe in the knowledge theory of the academy. After graduation, they start traveling and verify the knowledge they have learned, and finally become excellent trainers. You didn't believe it before and thought I was annoying. Why do you suddenly change your temper now? Tell me, what made you drop out of Pokemon Academy and travel? 530 said with a smile, wearing a black hip skirt, gold-rimmed glasses, and a proud figure with long red hair. Hearing this, the slightly immature face sitting opposite her, wearing a JK uniform, and the lively and beautiful burgundy long-haired girl suddenly showed an angry expression. If Ash were here, he would be extremely surprised. These two people are the eldest lady, Yu Deng Jiaozi, who he defeated at the Pokemon Academy, and Lorelei, one of the Kanto Elite Four. It is not difficult to hear from the conversation between the two girls that they are cousins. Hearing Lorelei's joke, Yu Deng Jiaozi's fair and pretty face was embarrassed. There is a trainer from Pallet Town who has Pikachu as his partner. I once fought him when I was in the academy. Even if I rely on attribute restraint, the Pokemon I train is not his rival at all. Because of that guy, I decided to drop out of school and travel, collect gym badges, and participate in the Indigo Plateau Conference. I hope that the guy named Ash will collect 8 gym badges so that I can avenge my previous shame at the Indigo Plateau Conference. I will teach him a lesson severely, retaliate. At that time, I want him to kneel down in front of me and become my servant. I will use him harshly and make him work like a cow and a horse. Listen. Staring at the strange eyes around her, Lorelei stopped the top student who was getting more and more excited. Ash, the boy with the Pikachu, right? It seems that I have to thank him for waking you up. Staying in the academy, the group really wasted your talent. Lorelei added with a smile on her face. Although my cousin's starting point of becoming stronger is a bit weird, it's good to be able to achieve the goal. It's just that taking him as a servant and letting him work like a cow and a horse for you. Why does it sound so weird to me? As an adult, although Lorelei has not experienced those romantic things, she knows a lot of things by osmosis. For many men, being treated like this by a graceful and lovely lady like Jiaozi is really a punishment. However, according to Jiaozi's description, the boy named Ash is a rookie trainer who just started this year. I don't think he has the frivolous mind of those perverted old guys and perverted gentlemen. If he is really that kind of passionate young man, such treatment might be really humiliating him. Thinking of this, Lorelei's expression is a little worried. Oh, it seems that I really need to pay more attention to the Indigo Plateau Conference this time. If something really happens, she can also help. This rookie at least helped his cousin to promote the important turning point of Pokemon Trainer, which can be regarded as a great help. I can't just watch my cousin humiliate others in the future. To train Pikachu as the main Pokemon, I think his family should be quite normal, with no background, and basically relying on himself. If they really compete, I'm afraid he can't beat the outstanding prodigy from a big family, especially when she decides to travel, the outstanding prodigy with more high-quality resources supported by the family. If the other party can really come to the Indigo Plateau Conference, then he will definitely lose to his cousin. At that time, I can only let my cousin vent her anger first, and when she makes her unreasonable demands, I will come forward to stop her. Lorelei took a sip of coffee and thought secretly in her heart. However, why does the name Ash sound so familiar? I shouldn't have an impression of it. Rubbing his temples, Lorelei frowned slightly. At night, Lorelei, who was summoned to the Alliance headquarters due to an emergency, met fighting elite Bruno, who was also called over after finishing his training in Miacha Mountain. Bruno? Have you been called back too? How about it? What did you gain in Miacha Mountain? Did you subdue the giant onyx? Looking at Lorelei, Bruno sighed. Alas, I was determined to win, but a little devil who came out of nowhere interfered and subdued the giant onyx. Is it possible to snatch the one you like from you? Pokemon. Who is the little devil you're talking about? Staring at Bruno, confirming that his expression was not fake, Lorelei's beautiful eyes flashed with a strange color. It was the protagonist of the Blue Polchi incident a while ago, the rookie trainer named Ash. I lost the right to capture the giant onyx in the battle with his Pokemon. Although I underestimated the enemy, I did lose to him. What? Such shocking news from Bruno. Lorelei reacted immediately. No wonder I felt an inexplicable familiarity when I heard the name Ash during the day. Super ancient dragonite, huge tentacruel. Now he has defeated his elite four colleagues. Jiaozi. Forget it. Let's not discourage her enthusiasm for now. I hope Ash can hold back when they really meet. Lorelei silently mourned for her cousin in her heart. At the same time, I have a strong interest in Ash, the rookie trainer from Pallet Town, who has achieved so many feats in the rookie period. He was able to defeat the Elite Four head-on within less than half a year of his debut. It seems that his recognition by the ancient Dragonite is not just a fluke. Ash, I'm more and more interested in you now. Looking forward to this Indigo Plateau conference. A strange smile appeared on the corner of Lorelei's mouth. Krabby, come out. After returning to Pallet Town, Ash also divided some of his energy after being captured and was directly teleported back to Professor Oak's laboratory, even to Krabby, who had few opportunities to meet. This also made Krabby gradually get close to Ash. A pair of claws rubbed against Ash's trouser legs, and the remaining crab legs used to circle around Ash, looking full of energy. It's just that the size is a bit difficult to grasp, and it is a whole circle smaller than the normal Krabby. In Professor Oak's laboratory, the difference is not too obvious compared to Gary's well-developed large claws. It must be said that such a small Krabby is also quite rare. Even Professor Oak will use it and Gary's Krabby as a control group for various studies. However, even such a mini Krabby with a weak aura overflowing from the screen actually has very good potential and talent. Although it can't compare with the Pokemon in Ash's team, who often start with superb talents. It also has purple qualifications that meet the public standards for measuring excellent Pokemon. If it can be cultivated seriously, it is still enough to be the main Pokemon lineup of Gym 17. Of course, it is mainly those gym owners who are barely recognized by the Alliance and can only rank in small cities. First-tier cities, such as Saffron City, can only be put in the second-team Pokemon lineup at most. Looking at Krabby happily circling around him, Ash squatted down and flicked its crab shell with his fingers, signaling it to be quiet. Then he took out the water item Mystic Water bought from Chompin Department Store on the way from his pocket. It is not a system product, and the power of Water-type moves of Pokemon carrying this item is increased by 20%. It cost him nearly 100,000 Pokemon coins. According to past experience, Ash directly handed the Mystic Water to Krabby. The light blue water droplets quickly merged into Krabby's body. Bang! Then, the aura of Krabby rose rapidly. Ash, who possessed Psychic, could naturally sense the movement. Is it coming? He stared at Krabby with an expectant look on his face. He had been training Krabby very strictly recently, and the speed of his level increase was not slow. Krabby had accumulated a lot of experience points and was only one step away from evolution. This Mystic Water made Krabby, who was about to upgrade, move from level IV.32 to level IV.33. The next moment, a strong evolutionary light shone on its body, and after a moment, the light dissipated. Kingler, whose body size had changed drastically compared to the original, appeared in front of Ash. Compared with the mini-sized Krabby Pokemon, which was far inferior to its peers, the evolved Kingler is estimated to be over 1.6 meters tall, which is a little taller than the normal 1.3 meters of its peers. Although the difference is not too obvious from the visual effect, Kingler seems to be a whole circle taller than the ordinary peers. Ash estimated that Gary's large Krabby would be about the same size as this one after evolution. It is indeed the essence that is concentrated. The humiliation and hardship during the Krabby period is just for the qualitative leap at this moment. After evolution, Ash's Kingler finally got rid of the hat of a mini Pokemon. It is not evolved enough to become a giant in the Pokemon family like Flash Milotic and Shamu Steelix, but is also a very well-developed type. Feeling the leap-forward power increase in the body, Kingler happily waved its giant claws of amazing proportions. Come back, Kingler. After letting Kingler celebrate, Ash took it back into the Pokeball. In the following time, Ash was not idle while waiting for the opening of the Indigo Plateau Conference. He fulfilled his promise to the ancient Dragonite at the Bill Lighthouse. He took it to the forest near Pallet Town and found the items of imprisoned giant Jengar, giant Alakazam, and giant Jigglypuff in ancient Pokemon ruins in the mountains, and summoned them all. These giant Pokemon, like the ancient Dragonite, are all Pokemon from the ancient times. The difference is that they have been imprisoned, while the ancient Dragonite has always existed in the world. This also led to their levels being generally lower than the ancient Dragonite. The gap in strength is even more like the huge gap between the champion level and the main level God Kong. If the ancient Dragonite is willing, it can basically suppress the 3 ancient Pokemon easily. Because these 3 ancient Pokemon have been imprisoned for too long, it is difficult to communicate and has an extremely strong desire for destruction. After satisfying the ancient Dragonites need to meet all the companions who are still alive, Ash took them back into various imprisoned objects. Of course, in order to prevent these imprisoned objects from being left in this ruins and being discovered by Professor White, an archaeologist who came here in the original plot, or others, and accidentally releasing all the ancient Pokemon inside, causing an uncontrollable tragedy, Ash simply took the 3 imprisoned objects back to his home. Assist Sabrina's power to apply a layer of psychic barrier on the 3 imprisoned objects to avoid accidents. Putting aside the dangerous ancient Pokemon in imprison, these 3 imprisoned 000 objects are also real rare antiques. It is also very good to put them at home as a collection. Just when Ash was thinking about how to display them more beautifully, the system prompt sound suddenly sounded in his mind. Ding! Complete the hidden task. Help the ancient Dragonite meet the companions who are still alive in the world. Mission reward: fire-resistant metal coat. When carrying a Pokemon in a battle and facing a fire skill attack, the power of the 3 or less fire skills will be reduced by 90%. Pokemon Kingler level increased from 4.33 to 4.38. The item reward has been stored in the system space and can be withdrawn at any time. Oh my god, the fire-resistant metal coat reduces the opponent's 3 fire skills by nearly 90% of the damage. The number can be reset in each battle. This amazing effect is not far behind the invincible golden body that is completely immune to damage. This thing can be said to be amazing for the improvement of the giant Steelix. It makes up for its biggest and most fatal flaw. Without thinking, Ash summoned a giant Steelix covered with a crystal surface and gave it the fire-resistant metal coat. Under the sunlight, the huge Steelix, which exudes crystal white light, emerges with flames, and the overall look is more domineering and evil. Outside Pallet Town on the grass, Alakazam, Protect. Pikachu, Lightning Surf. Pika, stepping on the huge waves. Pikachu, with golden sparks all over his body, attacked Alakazam at an astonishing speed. Bang! The saffron-colored surf hit the cyan energy barrier hard. Come on, Pikachu. Ash stared at Pikachu with expectation. Misty on the sidelines opened her mouth slightly, with a slightly surprised expression. Surf and Volt Tackle can actually form a combination move. Ash's thinking in Pokemon battles can be described as Kristoff's. He could do anything he can't think of. Crack! After only 2 seconds of contact, the blue energy barrier in front of Alakazam was already covered with cracks under the attack of Lightning Surf. What a strong, penetrating power. It can be said that the power of electric type is used to the extreme. With her beautiful eyes slightly focused, Sabrina once again strengthened her psychic output. The psychic blue light in Alakazam's eyes became stronger, and the cracks on the blue energy barrier began to repair rapidly. As we all know, if you want to break the Protect barrier, unless you have a completely crushing power like a mythical beast, only special skills like Feint can succeed. But the combination of Surf and Volt Tackle developed by Ash fully utilizes the thrust of the waves and the penetrating power of the electric power, and it almost achieves the same effect. Lightning Surf, a combination move that sounds like entertainment, can actually be so powerful in practice. Ash's talent as a trainer is really no less than those champion-level beings. Boom! After a loud noise, Pikachu rolled and fell out. The ripples formed by the energy collision spread out in all directions. Alakazam's Protect barrier was not penetrated. It also consumed a lot of Psychic, and it was panting at the moment. Sabrina's forehead was also covered with sweat. Unfortunately, it seems that we are still a little short of the right temperature. Pikachu, let's keep working hard. Seeing this, Ash shook his head slightly. Combining Surf and Volt Tackle will consume a lot of energy for Pikachu, so this attribute that ignores Protect's penetration and defense breaking is extremely important to him. In fact, the power of this move is already terrifying. If it was just Alakazam alone, he would definitely not be able to block it. Sabrina looked at Ash and said, "Just now, at the critical moment when Protect Barrier was about to be broken, she also used Psychic to help Alakazam. But Psychic is her special ability after all, and other trainers would probably not be able to withstand the move just now. Alas, it's a pity that the increase in Psychic to Pokemon is mainly reflected in Psychic Pokemon. It seems that I have to wait for my Psychic Pokemon egg to hatch as soon as possible." After listening to Sabrina's words, Ash sighed softly. When he completed Sabrina's couple mission, the system rewarded him with a top-quality Psychic Pokemon egg. The egg is currently stored in Professor Oak's laboratory, which has the most advanced egg hatching equipment. The last system hatched the Prince of the Sea from a water-type egg. This psychic egg, Song hopes it won't be too bad. At the same time, not far away in the air, a Dragonite with a small backpack on his back, with dull eyes, was faithfully executing the orders of his special trainer, looking for powerful trainers and inviting them. About 10 minutes passed. Ash prepared the most favorite Pokemon food for the already exhausted Pikachu. Then he was going to release the Forsaken Monkey to practice with the newly evolved Kingler, to see how much Kingler had improved after evolution, and to confirm how the fighting skills of the next world monkey had improved. Just as he reached for the Pokeball on his waist, a Dragonite covering his bag landed in front of Ash. The familiar dress and sensitive timing made Ash immediately realize the other party's identity, Mutwo's messenger Dragonite. After defecting from Team Rocket, Mutwo was troubled by the meaning of his existence in the Pokemon world as a man-made clone Pokemon that replaced Mew. For this reason, he seized the equipment of Team Rocket on the new island and created many Pokemon that were the same as him. Claiming to be the strongest Pokemon, he was also the strongest trainer. At the same time, he sent Nurse Joy and the messenger Dragonite under his control to search for powerful trainers throughout the Kanto region and attract them to the new island. And Ash, as a young trainer who had made a splash in the incident in Lampolky City, was naturally included in Mutwo's list and received an invitation from Dragonite. After handing the invitation to Ash, the messenger Dragonite immediately flapped his wings to the location of the next trainer. After receiving the invitation, Ash was overjoyed. He had waited for so long and finally collected all the Mage Evolution Stones for Mutwo. He wanted to take the initiative to go to the new island. Opening the invitation, Ash saw that the time was 2 days later, and he immediately understood. Looking at Misty, Sabrina, and Pikachu who were looking at him with doubt, he smiled slightly, indicating that they didn't need to worry, and started a new round of special training for Kingler and Forsaken. The 2 days before going to the new island, the good, special training was carried out step by step. Although the levels of the Pokemon did not increase, Kingler's combat ability and Forsaken's fighting skills were significantly improved. As soon as the 2-day deadline arrived, Ash took the two girls straight to the new island and refused Mutwo's invitation. "Mutwo Mew, I look forward to meeting you." Sitting cross-legged on the wide back of Pidgeot, Ash stared ahead, his eyes full of expectation. At the same time, many trainers who received Dragonite invitations were heading to the new island. Of course, there are also Pokemon trainers like Gary, the top-notch kid, who are quite famous but are working hard to defeat Ash at the Indigo Plateau Conference. For them, the Quartz Hall is everything. As for this invitation letter that is full of weirdness and is full of strangeness inside and out, they don't have time to pay attention to it. The ferry to the new island cannot set sail because of the hurricane rain. Officer Jenny is trying her best to dissuade the trainers who have received invitations disguised as the mysterious Pokemon trainer Mutwo from going to the new island. She also told them that in addition to the various dangers they may encounter on the way, Pokemon cannot be treated in time once they are injured, because Nurse Joy of the Pokemon Center has been missing for a long time. However, the trainers who came here are all going for the so-called strongest trainer in the invitation. Seeing that they are about to arrive at the new island, there is no way to escape Officer Jenny's dissuasion. Whether releasing Pidgeot or sending Gyarados, Walrein can be said to be 8 immortals crossing the sea, each showing his magical powers, and chose to force the sea to the new island regardless of Officer Jenny's dissuasion. The title of the strongest trainer is enough to drive them crazy. Misty, Sabrina, let's go too. Pidgeot, the next step is up to you, Ash said to the 2 girls around him, throwing Pidgeot's Pokeball. Officer Jenny's persuasion made Misty's expression somewhat hesitant. She always felt that things might not be that simple. And Ash is a very pragmatic trainer. He will never come all the way to this invitation without a beginning or an end just for a mere reputation. Out of trust in Ash, she quickly suppressed her worries. Nodding slightly, she got on Pidgeot behind Ash. Looking at the misty sea in the distance, a psychic light flashed in her eyes. Seemingly aware of something, but at Ash's urging, she teleported to Pidgeot's back. At this time, more and more trainers made up their minds and prepared to go to the new island by various means. There were more and more water Pokemon in the sea, and streams of light passed through soaring in the sky. Look, what a big Pidgeot! At this time, someone exclaimed. Looking closely, it turned out to be a Pidgeot that was nearly twice as big as its peers. With an amazing wingspan, the wide back was still more than enough to carry several people. In contrast, the other Pidgeot in Sea Sky was a little overwhelmed to carry only one person through the thunderstorm. The gap between the 2 sides was obvious at a glance. Of course, the size was not the most shocking thing for the trainers on the scene, but what surprised them the most was a Pidgeot of this size should be very slow, not to mention that it was carrying 3 trainers. However, in fact, BHBF, the speed of the Pidgeot not only did not decrease, but was much higher than the normal Pidgeot's limit flying speed. The speed difference is really visible to the naked eye. This is absolutely a scene that cannot be explained by common sense. These trainers have already questioned their status as the strongest trainers before they even arrived at the new island. Can I train such a perverted Pidgeot? Ignoring the shocked trainers below, Ash and the other 2 rode Pidgeot to quickly pass through the hurricane rain area and easily arrive at the new island. Landing at the dock of the new island, Sabrina removed the psychic barrier. Sabrina, your psychic is too useful. Flying in this rainstorm is actually not stressful at all. After passing the hurricane rain safely, Xiaolu was relieved. Look, someone is here to pick us up. At Ash's signal, everyone saw a woman covered in a black robe walking towards them, claiming to be the one to greet them, and leading the 3 to the interior of the new island. Ash, why do I feel that this person's back is a little familiar? On the way, Misty approached Ash and whispered, This is Nurse Joy. So familiar. Ash secretly complained in his heart, but did not point it out directly, just shook his head slightly at Misty. Misty, who received the signal, immediately shut up and followed Ash. Ding! Trigger the task. Perfectly solve the new island incident and stop the battle between Mutwo and Mew. Task completion reward. Mew intimacy increased by 20%. Any first level god object, 100 W points. At this moment, the system prompt sounded in Ash's mind, officially triggering the task related to the new island. The task reward is quite generous. Not only can you get the intimacy of the ancient beast Mew, but also a generous point reward. You can even get items related to the first level god. You should know that props that can be related to the first level god can be called mega rare. Maybe it is possible to help him find the first level god who has always been elusive. Of course, the task was not easy to complete. Fortunately, when Ash challenged the Tokiwa gym, he had already obtained half of Mutwo's intimacy. Mew himself does not like fighting, and with the special props that the system space has prepared for a long time to improve Pokemon intimacy, the possibility of completing the task is still very high. Besides, such a generous reward must be won. Of course, it is mainly because Ash has enough confidence in Mutwo's intimacy. Otherwise, if his own safety cannot be guaranteed, no matter how generous the task reward is, Ash will not take the risk. As the saying goes, there is a future only if you are alive. He can't put everything on the illusory protagonist halo. In the original plot, Ash used his body to resist the skills of Mutwo and Mew and survive the disaster. In his opinion, the danger of replicating it is too high. He can't be sure that he can turn into a stone statue instead of turning into ashes directly after being hit this time. The power of the tears of genuine Pokemon is really mysterious, in his opinion, involving idealistic settings. After all, he is a living person now. If the moment of danger really comes, he must first put Mutwo into the top-quality Master Ball, even if he may be attacked in the future. Of course, if possible, he would rather save this precious Master Ball. At the same time, other Pokemon trainers who show their magical powers finally arrived at the new island through the hurricane rain. Without Nurse Joy to lead the way, they can only explore and move forward. Fortunately, the ground research pond of the Castle on Kitchen Island is no longer there. Soon they found where Ash was. The moment they saw Ash, their hearts trembled, and they all regarded him as the biggest rival of this banquet. After all, the shock that Pidgeot brought to them before has not faded. Not caring about what these people think, Ash turned his eyes to the foggy soaring in the sky, as if it could detect layers of fog and obstacles. At the same time, in the sea area outside the new island, Sky, a pink energy barrier was propped up around the body, and Mew, who looked petite and cute, like a hairless pink cat, was flying towards the new island. A group of trainers followed the black-robed Joy to the hall of the new island castle. A humanoid stood high on the stage in the distance, looking down at the Pokemon trainers below. When his eyes fell on Ash, he paused for a moment, and the brilliance in his eyes was quickly hidden. "My name is Mutwo, the strongest Pokemon, and also the strongest Pokemon trainer. Humans are just despicable and tiny bugs, unworthy of being the rulers of this world. Welcome to my Pokemon world. Witness me become the strongest to overthrow human rule." The trainers at the scene were naturally uncomfortable with Mutwo's shocking remarks. Pokemon is Pokemon, and human trainers are trainers. It is the right way for both to perform their duties. Gyarados Hyper Beam. While scolding Mutwo, there were also trainers who couldn't wait to teach Mutwo a lesson. After all, it was too arrogant for a Pokemon to say that. Roar. Accompanied by a roar, Gyarados quickly accumulated a golden energy beam in his mouth and fiercely blasted Mutwo above. Mutwo just stood there quietly, his eyes flashing blue light. A barrier was deployed in front of it. It easily blocked the hyper beam and bounced it back, directly hitting Gyarados, who had just launched the attack. Gyarados endured the full force of his own attack, and his body tilted and almost lost his combat ability. However, this was the result of Mutwo holdback. If it increases its strength a little, this Gyarados will definitely lose its combat ability directly. Although Mutwo is an artificial Pokemon based on Mew, when developing it, the scientists of Team Rocket chose to abandon the special and plastic nature of Mew's gene and extend it to pure destructive power. This also makes Mutwo's destructive power even stronger than Mew, which is a real beast. It's not shameful to be unable to withstand the attack of a beast. What? The trainers present, except Ash and Sabrina, were all shocked by Mutwo's light rebound skill. If they just took the job and dodged it, it would be fine, but this easily bounced back Gyarados' ultimate move, which has touched their blind spots in knowledge. What a powerful Pokemon! It uses Psychic to an incredible degree. Staring at Mutwo, Sabrina frowned. When the cloning project was launched, she had heard about it. But not long after, she chose to return to the Saffron Gym because she couldn't control her own Psychic and might cause a rampage. So she had never seen Mutwo and didn't know about the research related to Mew and Team Rocket. Mutwo made a slight move and shocked all the trainers present. How powerful is this mysterious Pokemon who claims to be the strongest Pokemon and trainer? At this moment, everyone was confused. It is indeed an uneducated bug, just as rude as its trainer. How can such a small and weak human be capable of ruling the whole world? Sure enough, this world still has to be ruled by Pokemon. As Mutwo said this, the psychic blue light in his eyes became stronger. Pikachu. At this time, Pikachu, who disagreed with Mutwo's point of view, jumped out decisively to refute and tried to persuade Mutwo to give up the idea of ruling the world. It felt that the current Pokemon had long been accustomed to a new world where humans trust each other and make progress together. If changes are made rashly, not only humans, but also most Pokemon who have formed partnerships with humans will not get used to it. You're just a Pokemon captured by humans. How can you tell me that you have already sided with humans? Mutwo's tone was neither salty nor bland, with a strong Hideki field that was hard to refuse. At this moment, he learned that he was a replica of Mew in the days of grievances that were distorted by Jean's hands. This made Mutwo begin to question the meaning of his existence and quickly embarked on an ignorant and arrogant extreme path. Dominate the world. Let Pokemon rule humans. Today's Mutwo can be said to have full middle school attributes, which is definitely its Black History moment. Ash knew that it was time for him to stand up. Mutwo, I don't agree with your idea. In my opinion, Pokemon and Trainer have always been interdependent, not one party oppressing the other. Whether Trainer oppresses Pokemon or Pokemon attacks Trainer, it is just individual behavior, and there is no need to rise to the entire tribe. Do you think you are qualified to represent the entire Pokemon tribe and be the enemy of humans? Mutwo, you have to understand that no matter how they are born, their lives are a kind of meaning to the whole world. The meaning of the existence of each person or Pokemon needs to be found by themselves. Even if you question the meaninglessness of your own existence, you can achieve excellence through self-shaping and self-achievement, and thus gain the meaning of existence in the world. Point 0. This method can be to live in a corner or to dominate the Pokemon tribe. You can even choose to follow Trainer, see all kinds of things in the world, or embark on the road of pursuing the title of the strongest Pokemon. With Mutwo's intimacy as high as 50%, Ash decisively began to talk nonsense. He brought all the great truths he had read in the books of his previous life, and it was the most suitable existentialism for Mutwo. Mutwo, who listened patiently, would definitely gain something. Is living in the world the meaning of existence? Is it through self-shaping, self-achievement, and achieving excellence, so as to obtain the meaning of existence in the world? A trace of confusion flashed in Mutwo's eyes. Seeing this, Ash immediately prepared to take out the intimacy props and directly increase the intimacy between Mutwo and himself. However, Mutwo today is not the baby mentality that knew nothing when he was just born. His mind kept flashing back to his experience in Team Rocket, and Giovanni's words that defined Pokemon as tools were still very harsh. Mutwo, quickly smelling salts, came over, and the powerful pressure of the mythical beast was released from his body again. The relationship between human trainers and Pokemon, no matter how you say it, is just a one-sided whitewash. In essence, it is still an alternative slave relationship that binds Pokemon through Pokeballs. Looking at Mutwo, whose eyes gradually became firm, Ash sighed helplessly. Sure enough, there was still a big gap between his ability to talk and that of the villagers. Even with a 50% intimacy bonus, he still couldn't convince Mutwo, who was in the rebellious stage of youth. As for the intimacy-enhancing props, if you want to use them, you have to make Mutwo calm down first. Fortunately, he was just planning to give it a try and didn't put all his hopes on persuasion. If persuasion really worked, there wouldn't be so many disputes in this world. Use the same Pokemon to defeat the three of them, and I will temporarily give up the idea of ruling the world. Of course, if you lose, the Pokemon in your hands will be conquered by me and become our members like this group of replicas 860! As he said, Mewtwo waved his right hand. Charizard, Blastoise, and Venusaur, 3 Pokemon with black lines on their bodies and other features like normal Pokemon, appeared in front of everyone. Immediately afterwards, the entire hall quickly transformed into a battlefield. Since, for example, Mewtwo, let me go first. It's a 3v3 battle, but I have to say that except Charizard, my other 2 Pokemon have not evolved to their final forms. But it doesn't matter. Since you think humans are weak and mean, let me change your mind. I'll let you know what trainer means to Pokemon. Just when other trainers were about to release Pokemon to fight and teach Mewtwo, who was arrogant, ignorant, and even wanted to be the strongest trainer and rule the world, a lesson, Ash stepped forward decisively and proposed loudly. He knew clearly in the original plot that these copies might be stronger than the original copies. This can also be seen in Mewtwo and Mew. If the original Pokemon that was copied fights against it, I believe it will be defeated soon. At that time, Mewtwo will snatch their Pokemon to copy more Pokemon. It is likely to affect his task score. For the rich task rewards, Ash had no choice but to take action. Ding! Triggers the story challenge mission. Defeat Mewtwo's 3 Pokemon of Roleplay Trainer. Mission reward. Level up any Pokemon by 5 points. 50W. You? Challenge 3 Pokemon. Forget it, you can't beat me. Looking at Ash, Mewtwo's eyes were somewhat strange. For some reason, he had a good impression of this human boy who seemed to have just met for the first time, as if he was an old friend Normal who he hadn't seen for many years. However, it was not long since it was born in this world, and most of the time it was working for Giovanni and Team Rocket. I should have never seen Ash. But how to explain this faint sense of closeness to Ash? Mewtwo's mind was somewhat confused. But no matter what, subconsciously he didn't want Ash, who gave him a familiar and friendly feeling, to be hurt. Nothing is impossible. Today I will change your bad impression of humans. In reality, humans and Pokemon play nice cases are numerous. I will use this battle to wake you up. Ash shook his head and continued to challenge Mewtwo. The enhanced replica, if replaced by a trainer, will most likely lose, but his Pokemon is different. They either carry the best props produced by the system, or have used various secret medicines to increase combat power, and their combat power is not weak at all. In short, they are absolutely powerful among the same Pokemon. Is he going to fight alone? Or some Pokemon of the same Pokemon with a lower evolution level? Crazy, isn't this a sure loss? At this time, except for Misty, Sabrina, who knows about the terrifying combat power of Ash's Pokemon. The other trainers at the scene showed surprised expressions when they saw Ash challenge Mewtwo one after another. That's Charizard, Venusaur, and Blastoise, the final form of the 3 major Pokemon in the Kanto region. How can you defeat them with Pokemon that has not yet evolved to the final form? With such a luxurious Pokemon lineup, it is not difficult to enter the top 16 of the Quartz tournament. Wouldn't it be better to accept Mewtwo's suggestion and only choose the same Pokemon to challenge? Seeing Ash's determination to challenge, Mewtwo's eyes flickered and he nodded. Okay, I accept your challenge. Let me see where your confidence comes from. As he said that, he waved his hand and sent out his first Pokemon, Pokemon Blastoise #1 replica. At the same time, I don't know what Mewtwo was communicating with Blastoise through Psychic. Defeat but cannot hurt Ash. After hearing this, the replica Blastoise looked at Mewtwo behind him, his eyes slightly stunned. The relationship between the boy opposite and his master is not normal. It seems that he has to think about how to let go. While Blastoise was thinking about how to let go, Ash also summoned Wartortle directly, relying on amazing speed and Blastoise's water-based tricks that were not inferior to Blastoise's. He caught Blastoise off guard. This Squirtle is so fast, and the water gun skill always targets the joints. It's so accurate. A strong force was applied to its knee joint. Bang! Blastoise fell forward without any defense. Boom! He fell heavily on the ground, looking very embarrassed. 3.7. Next, Ash's eyes lit up with psychic blue light. He kept giving orders to Wartortle through telepathy, not giving Mewtwo any time to judge. Although Mutwo's psychic was terrifying, it was not used very skillfully, mostly some hard and reckless attacks. Underestimating the enemy, coupled with the War Turtle who launched a fierce attack like a tide under Ash's command, Blastoise was defeated before it lasted too long. To be honest, Ash was familiar with almost none of the so-called famous trainers that Mutwo found, and although their Pokémon were relatively rare, they were not of high quality at all. So the copies of Mutwo aren't that powerful. They're basically all purple level talents. Psychic. This boy can also use Psychic. In the distance, Mutwo, whose own copy Blastoise was defeated, was not depressed. On the contrary, he showed a trace of curiosity and thinking. Did Wartortle actually defeat Blastoise? The many trainers watching the battle were also shocked. They didn't expect Ash's Wartortle to win so easily. In fact, by commanding Wartortle, who was at a lower level and had not even evolved to the final form, to defeat Blastoise, Ash had proved to Mutwo, with his actions, the importance of trainers to Pokémon. It further proves that humans are not useless. This also makes the battle between the next copy Charizard, Venusaur, and Ash Pokémon is basically just a formality for Mutwo. He has successfully reversed the stereotype of humans in his mind with his outstanding performance. It can only be said that humans are able to promote the concept of trainer and quickly spread it to become the mainstream of the world, which is not without merit. It's a pity that their behavior is too bad. Mutwo thought so in his heart and calmly watched the battle between Bulbasaur and Venusaur in the field. Ding! Story Challenge Mission. Defeat the 3 Pokémon of Mutwo. The Roleplay Trainer completed. Mission Reward. Any Pokémon level is increased by 5 levels. Points, 50W. The current random Pokémon is Aerodactyl. Pokémon Aerodactyl's level is increased from LV61 to 4.66. After defeating Mutwo's 3 Pokémon copies in succession, Ash successfully completed the 3-ring mission and obtained all mission rewards. The Aerodactyl level was greatly increased, and the points balance reached 214W. This reward is not too generous. Aerodactyl directly increased from 4.61 to 4.66. If it were other elite-level trainers, it would be impossible to do it without 3 to 5 months. What's more, Aerodactyl rarely has the opportunity to exercise. While Ash was very happy about the mission reward, the Pokémon trainers on the sidelines were already stunned. If Wartortle defeated Blastoise at first, there was still a possibility that Blastoise underestimated the enemy. Then Ash Charizard's almost overwhelming victory and Bulbasaur's victory by playing with Venusaur with amazing speed were all solid wins based on combat power. Such outstanding combat power is naturally inseparable from Ash's careful breeding and excellent command in the battle. Great Ash! Misty also cast a fangirl look at him. She might be worried about fighting Mutwo in this battle, because if it was an ordinary Pokémon, it would definitely not be Ash's rival. As for Sabrina, she stared at Mutwo closely. Psychic Pokémon's attacks have always been extremely difficult to guard against, and she was also afraid that Mutwo would suddenly attack Ash. Pa pa pa. At this time, Mutwo was used, and applause came from there. It recovered all 3 Pokémon replicas that had lost their combat capabilities and looked at Ash with admiration in its eyes. I admit that although your human trainers are generally incompetent, there are also some excellent ones. Young man, you have proved the value of trainers to me. Now I really want to hear how you understand the so-called friendship and bond between Pokémon and humans. In my opinion, this is just a spiritual bond imposed by trainers on Pokémon in order to enslave and exploit Pokémon in disguise. To put it bluntly, the so-called friendship and bond are nothing more than a rhetoric formed by you humans to deceive Pokémon. Everything is still something made up by humans to satisfy their own interests. Born in Team Rocket, Mutwo, who had just defected, has been completely polluted by Team Rocket and is extremely extreme. It feels like the world is wrong, and it is the only one who is awake. Although it sounds very strong, Ash still patiently explains to Mutwo, Mutwo, you are wrong. It's just because you have been exposed to too many dark sides of humans. and the things you have encountered have affected your judgment. Everything has two sides. The Pokemon world has never lacked the existence of truth, goodness, and beauty. There are no shortage of trainers willing to sacrifice their lives for their Pokemon, and Pokemon treats humans the same way. Blinded by hatred, you are confused and obviously have no patience to feel and experience the beautiful things in the world. There are too many Pokemon in Ash's team who are willing to sacrifice their lives for him. Pikachu, Charizard, Bulbasaur, Milotic, etc. Ash has devoted countless efforts to them, and Pokemon will also remember the kindness he has shown them in their hearts. When Ash encounters danger, he will definitely stand up. Pokemon sacrifice their lives for humans. I have seen it too. But humans sacrifice for Pokemon. Mutwo did not continue to speak, and the word was enough to show its thoughts and attitude. Mutwo, actually, enough. If you want to prove to me that human trainers are not as bad as I saw before, 987 is cowardly. I have a way. This Pikachu is your Earl Dervish Pokemon partner. I can see that it likes you very much. Next, I will use a skill. As long as it hits, one of you and Pikachu will definitely die. Then let me see your choice. Let your partner Pikachu bear it, or let you, the trainer, bear my fatal attack. After the voice fell, the whole audience fell into a strange silence. Mutwo directly interrupted Ash, who was still trying to talk to it, with a slightly playful look in his eyes. In its view, cunning human trainers usually say nice things, but if they really encounter a life-and-death crisis, they will definitely let their Pokemon take the lead without hesitation. Even if Ash, who gave it a strange sense of intimacy, it did not believe that Ash would make sacrifices when it came to life safety. Only the weak and stupid Pokemon will be deceived by humans' sweet words, and even be willing to sacrifice for humans out of self-indulgent desire. Such Pokemon are also regarded as shame by Mutwo. It must be said that it is extremely dangerous for Mutwo, whose mind is as pure as a blank sheet of paper and has the power to destroy the world, to be born in Team Rocket. Mutwo's words made the scene fall into silence. All the trainers present broke out in cold sweat, including Misty, who was full of confidence in Ash. No one expected Mutwo to be so aggressive. Some people were also thinking about how they would face this dilemma if they were in his place. Mutwo's attitude at this moment was very simple. Well, since you Ash insist that there is true friendship between human trainers and Pokemon, there is still true friendship between Pokemon and trainers in this world. Then prove it to me. It's very simple. Let me see if you are willing to block this fatal blow for Pikachu. If you are willing, you will pay the price of your life. If you're not willing, it proves that what you said just now was a lie. Humans are indeed hypocritical and inferior guys. The relationship between Pokemon and human trainers is indeed due to the appearance of Pokeball. This thing is a shackle for Pokemon and a product of the unequal relationship between the two sides. The essence is still the enslavement of Pokemon by humans. Use your life to prove to me. It's a complete conspiracy. Everyone's face changed drastically. All eyes fell on Ash. Is he curious about how he will deal with such a conspiracy? Choose to save himself, or give up his life and prove to that Pokemon on power trip the noble character of human trainers, and use his own life to save the lives of Pokemon. Misty's lips moved slightly. Her expression was hesitant, and she wanted to persuade Ash to give up proving to Mutwo. However, she also knew that Ash had to make his own statement on this matter, and looked up at Ash, who was confronting Mutwo in the field. Aside, Sabrina's eyes lit up with a psychic blue light, and her expression was solemn as she watched Mutwo's every move. Hope to save Ash the moment Mutwo took action. Ash frowned slightly when he was swept by Mutwo's contemptuous eyes. He kept calculating the chance of defeating Mutwo in his heart. It was a pity that even Zapdos, which he regarded as his trump card, had little resistance. Perhaps even it would be captured by Mutwo and copied. It seems that I can only use the Master Ball. Ash sighed slightly in his heart. He did not want to use the Master Ball unless it was absolutely necessary. Although he could force Mutwo into the ball, the next time he released it Mutwo would definitely counterattack more fiercely. He did not want this top-quality Master Ball to be used only to deal with Mutwo's imprisoned device. But now he has tried his best to dissuade Mutwo. But it is a pity that it has been too deeply poisoned by Team Rocket's spirit and has formed a mental imprint of human evil. Thinking of this, Ash took out the top-quality Master Ball that he had prepared long ago from his pocket, just when I was about to capture it. Ding! The host being tested is in a critical moment. Do you choose to solve the problem through system props? The price: deduct 1 million points, and the probability of encountering rare wild Pokemon is reduced by 20%, limited to 1 month. Yes, I choose to solve the problem through system props. After a pause, Ash decisively replied in his heart. No matter what, he doesn't want to be a one-ball Superman, because that will definitely be regarded as an enemy by Mutwo. The intimacy increased through gym tasks will also decrease sharply. The system's reminder at this moment is timely. The agreement is passed. Deduct 1 million points, and Pokemon encounters debuffs for a limited time. Obtain Psychic Origin Slate, immune to all psychic skill attacks, half an hour experience card. As soon as the system finished speaking, a strong psychic fluctuation suddenly emerged from Ash's body. But this power is not noticeable to anyone except Ash, not even Sabrina or Mutwo. The super-powered slate that belongs to the creator Arceus, the supreme power source item of this world. Have you made up your mind? Mutwo's playful eyes fell on Ash and Pikachu, looking forward to seeing the friendship between these once close partners break down and even turn against each other. However, what it didn't expect was that Pikachu and Ash took a step forward in no particular order. Pika, if you can only choose one, it must be me. Both the man and the pet chose to take the initiative to bear Mutwo's fatal move without hesitation. Pika. Pikachu looked at Ash with a firm gaze, and his tone was full of dissuasion. It wanted to fight for Ash and die for Ash. It didn't want to see Ash die under Mutwo's attack. It is even more unwilling to let Ash stand in front of it to resist the attack. Fighting is its job as a Pokemon. Besides, Ash still has Pokemon friends without it. If it loses Ash, everyone will lose their precious trainer friends. Ash has been silently taking care of them all along, improving their strength at all costs. And now, it is its turn to pay. Pikachu, Pikachu. Recalling the good times it had with Ash, Pikachu stood in front of Ash without hesitation and shouted at Mutwo, forcing Mutwo to attack as soon as possible to end this boring temptation, at the cost of its life. Seeing Pikachu standing in front of him, Ash felt warm in his heart. Sure enough, Pokemon are the cutest creatures in this world. As long as you treat them well, they will also give you everything unconditionally. Such a simple and beautiful two-way relationship. But this time, neither he nor Pikachu will die. Ash's mouth curled up, and he began to communicate the power of the Psychic Origin Slate borrowed from the system. Let the power of the Origin Slate wrap the whole body, which can invalidate Mutwo's strongest psychic attack. The power of the god of creation Arceus is still too much for Mutwo. At this moment, Mutwo can't even detect the power of the Origin Slate on Ash. Resist a fatal attack from Mutwo easily, relying on the Origin Slate as a trump card. Just express your true feelings. He and Pikachu will be fine. You can also truly get Mutwo's recognition and then cooperate with the intimacy props in the system space to make Mutwo your Pokemon partner. For Ash, this test is more of a gamble with all his life. The rewards are staggering, but the risks are equally terrifying. If you're not careful, you'll be doomed. However, it is not scary at all because the situation is under Ash's control. He will win this gamble by paying 1 million points and a month's chance of encountering Pokemon. Thank you, Pikachu. Pika. Pikachu thought Ash had given up blocking the bullet for it, and turned around and called out to him excitedly and reluctantly. It will no longer be Ash's Pokemon in the future, and I just hope Ash can think of it occasionally. Mew. Mew, who had been hiding in the dark and observing, saw this scene and shook his head imperceptibly. Misty was relieved, although she felt sorry for Pikachu. But when Ash made the decision, she admitted that she was indeed relieved. "Please forgive my selfishness, Pikachu." Putting his hands together, Xiaoda's eyes were slightly moist. "Pikachu, Ash." If she had to choose, she would only sacrifice her life for Ash to block Mutwo's attack. Pikachu's fearlessness and firm will made Mutwo feel strongly disgusted with Ash, who he had a very good impression of. Its guess was right. Whenever faced with a real life-or-death decision, Trainer would always choose to save himself and sacrifice his so-called Pokemon partner with whom he had a deep friendship. This is by no means a beautiful partnership 147, but a one-sided enslavement of Pokemon by humans. Looking at Pikachu, who opened his arms and stood firmly in front of Ash with his small body, Mutwo's eyes flashed with pity. It seems to be two different choices, but in fact, Pikachu's death was already destined. This poor guy, in the end, still thought that he died for Ash and died a worthy death. Poor Pokemon must have something hateful. Then, close your eyes and welcome the last moment of life. Poor Pikachu brainwashed by humans. Thinking so in his heart, Mutwo raised his hand and shot out a psychic beam containing terrifying power. Attacked directly at the Pikachu in front of Ash. Sure enough, did Mutwo win this game? They fully understand Ash's choice. It will be difficult for them to sacrifice their lives for Pokemon. Sabrina's psychic blue light in her eyes became stronger, but just when she was about to save Pikachu, Mutwo's cold eyes swept over, and the powerful psychic immediately suppressed her and made her unable to move. Don't act rashly. I've noticed you a long time ago, a human who is much more powerful than Ash's psychic. Mutwo's coercive voice sounded in Sabrina's mind. At this moment, Ash's retreat seemed to have been cut off, and Pikachu would be in a complete dead end. Come back, Pikachu. At this moment, Ash decisively took out the Pikachu Pokeball that had never been used since he left Professor Oak's laboratory and embarked on a journey, and was forgotten by everyone. Without hesitation, he took Pikachu back to the Pokeball and faced the terrifying psychic wave that was pouring down. At this moment, the whole place was deadly silent. Ash! Then Misty's heart-wrenching cry sounded. She subconsciously wanted to rush to Ash. She was extremely regretful for blocking Mutwo's fatal blow for him. She should have thought that Ash, who regarded Pokemon partners as important as his life, would not sit idly by and watch Pikachu sacrifice his life for him. She should have thought that Ash was never a coward who sacrificed Pokemon partners. At this time, Misty had already burst into tears and almost cried. At the same time, many trainers who were invited to the new island by Mutwo and witnessed Ash taking back Pikachu also fell silent, their eyes full of disbelief and surprise. Put yourself in Ash's shoes. Can they do what Ash did? It is obviously impossible. In their hearts, no matter how good Pokemon is, it is just a partner, and it is definitely not enough for them to pay the price of their precious lives. Pikachu, who had closed his eyes and waited for death, felt a strong suction force and returned to the Pokeball space that he once disliked the most. Immediately realized what Ash had done, and his heart ached violently. He tried desperately to break free from the Pokeball and return to the outside world. Block Mutwo's fatal attack for Ash. However, at this time, Ash also arranged a layer of psychic barrier outside the Pokeball. Obviously, he also predicted Pikachu's idea. Swoosh! The psychic beam, with a strong destructive aura, was only a few meters away from Ash. Ash! Both women wanted to block Mutwo's fatal attack for Ash. But one of them couldn't catch up at all, and the other was suppressed by Mutwo's psychic. On the other side, Mutwo's eyes also flashed with shock. It was also deeply shocked by the scene at this moment. Ash actually has the determination to sacrifice his life for Pikachu. Friendship and bond are not one-sided sacrifices of Pokemon. The relationship between Ash and Pikachu has helped both of them overcome their fear of death. If I can have a trainer who can trust his life to me, I might be able to find the meaning of existence. Mutwo's eyes flickered, and he was thinking a lot, and he quickly reconciled with his past self. The despicable scenes he experienced in Team Rocket were now replaced by Ash taking Pikachu back to the Pokeball and facing death. As Ash said, he was deceived because he was in Team Rocket. In fact, there are truly beautiful and kind people in this world. A human like Ash who is willing to sacrifice his life for Pokemon. Thinking in his heart, Mewtwo planned to teleport in front of Ash and block this terrifying psychic beam for him. The disgust caused by Ash's misunderstanding that he chose to let Pikachu die for him just now turned into a stronger goodwill. It couldn't wait to save Ash. Meow. At the same time, a pink cat-like Pokemon suddenly appeared in front of Ash, holding up a barrier to block this terrifying attack for Ash. It was Mew who had been hiding in the dark and watching for a long time. Ash's choice to take Pikachu back to the Pokeball and face death at the critical moment of life and death won its recognition. An excellent trainer who loves Pokemon so much should never die in such an unclear way. So, it stepped forward to block Mewtwo's attack. As for Ash standing behind Mew, he was also confused at this moment. There was no joy of surviving a disaster, but a slightly strange expression. I didn't expect that Mew, a mythical beast with a full fun attribute, would show up to save him. This was really the most unexpected thing for him. Then what about his own psychic origin slate? Hey, system, can the origin slate be recovered? Or save it for me this time? As a prop for dealing with emergencies, no. Ash's expression became visibly heavy. F***K. 1 million points just fell into the water. In the original plot, Mew didn't favor him right away. Just as he was regretting wasting a trump card, Misty, whose eyes were wide open and tears were falling like a pearl, saw this scene in the distance and quickly recovered from the heart-wrenching contest condition before. The beautiful face with tears still on it showed a smile, and although it looked a little embarrassed, it had an extremely warm beauty. Great, Ash is fine. She didn't lose the most important person to her. At the same time, Sabrina also turned her extremely cold eyes away from Mewtwo. Although she was still expressionless, she subconsciously let out a long sigh and betrayed her heart. Both girls have reached the maximum intimacy with Ash. Even Sabrina, who is usually not good at expressing herself, regards Ash as a person who is more important than her life. Pika. After surviving the disaster, Ash lifted the psychic barrier that blocked Pikachu Pokeball. Pikachu, who broke free from the Pokeball, threw himself into Ash's arms and refused to leave. Pika. Pikachu rubbed Ash's arm with its little head and kept complaining about why he had put it back into the Pokeball just now. It should have been it that took the fatal blow from Mewtwo. Pikachu, who originally hated Pokeball, was even more resistant to entering the Pokeball after this incident. After seeing Ash's fearlessness in the face of Mewtwo, the other trainers who were also invited here all admired him very much and felt sorry for him for surviving. Mew. After saving Ash, Mew immediately turned his attention to his replica Mewtwo. Mew already had a certain affection for humans, and had just witnessed the precious friendship between Ash and Pikachu. It did not try to communicate with Mewtwo first as in the original plot, but planned to beat the replica in front of it first and make it obedient. Mew recognized that humans and Pokemon should form a partnership to help each other, and Mewtwo's idea of trying to wipe out all humans and rule the world was naturally extremely dangerous to it. Similarly, although Mewtwo also reached a reconciliation with itself, it did not look happy, whether out of the dignity of a mythical beast or the grudge against the original who created its genes. Seeing that Mew seemed to want to compete with itself, it seemed even more eager to try. Mewtwo, meaning to surpass Mew. Defeating Mew at this moment just proves the value of its name. Stop fighting. Mewtwo Mew, no matter why you were born, you are unique in the Pokemon world. There is no need to argue about who is better, and who makes you think that the other party must be an enemy. Mewtwo, take your name for example. Surpassing Mew is the expectation given to you by the Rocket team you created, and are you sure you want to live your life according to the Rocket team's plan? This is a meaningless battle. If you just want to vent your emotions, why not come at me? As he said, Ash Teleport appeared between the confronting Mewtwo and Mew, and the unexpired origin slate in his body was ready to be fully activated at any time. Although Mutwo and Mew both have a good impression of him, but it's better to be careful. If the two Pokemons decide to avoid him and fight, the aftermath of the two God-level Pokemons fighting each other will be enough to make him suffer. Seeing Ash, who finally saved his life, start to dance on the edge of the knife again, all the trainers' eyelids twitched. Misty and Sabrina also looked worried, since the New Island incident has reached a critical moment. The purpose of stopping Mutwo from copying more Pokemon has been achieved. Next, we only need to stop the two beasts who want to fight. While the Psychic Origin Slate is still effective, we could try to pass the task. It is true that taming Mutwo is a big deal, but he is also very jealous of the reward given by the task. Mew, please give me flowers. Mew shouted at Ash in confusion. That replica just wanted your life. Do you really want to help it? It was communicating with Ash through telepathy. Obviously, it couldn't understand Ash's way of repaying evil with kindness. Ash shook his head. I don't think Mutwo meant to kill me just now. Mutwo is actually at Sundara. He just refused to admit the crime. Ash, who was about to attack and was about to activate the Psychic Origin Slate, clearly noticed Mutwo's intention to save him. The decisive expression at that moment was obviously not fake. Zero. With Mew's simple and flawless mind, he obviously couldn't understand what Ash meant by this. If he hadn't taken action just now, Ash would have died here directly. Confused, Mew looked at Mutwo. He found that it was like a primary school student whose secrets were exposed, and his expression was obviously a little bit tense. Now, Mew's hostility towards Mutwo was also relieved a lot. Could it be that, as Ash said, Mutwo had no intention of killing him from the beginning? It can only be said that Ash, who has a veteran Sunder girlfriend, is very good at handling Mutwo, who has the same Sundara personality. Straight attack. Let's see if it can continue to be stubborn. Ash's eyes are cast on Mutwo again. Is what I said okay, Mutwo? Mutwo's expression seemed a little broken after his secret was exposed and asked in public. If it knew how to learn from humans to ease the awkward situation by drilling through the cracks in the ground, it might have slipped away at this moment. After hesitating for a moment, Mutwo still nodded. After all, the self-esteem of the mythical beast is here. It is not like those hypocritical humans who say what they think in their hearts. When it first met Ash, it felt an indescribable intimacy with him. This goodwill became stronger and stronger after seeing Ash willing to sacrifice his life for Pikachu. Look, Mew, we both have Psychic. I can sense that Mutwo has no hostility towards me. Let's just end this. Besides, no one has suffered any loss. Let's just treat it as a beautiful misunderstanding. So far, the only ones who have been hurt in the New Island incident are the final form of the replica of the Go Pokemon. They were beaten by the Pokemon commanded by Ash. They were very measured in their actions. At most, the injuries can be healed by lying in the Pokemon Center for an hour. It can be said that the incident can end perfectly here. Mutwo looked at Ash first, then looked at Mew. Both nodded at each other. I won't fight you today, for Ash's sake. I will definitely prove that I am stronger than you next time we meet. From today on, I am just 133. Mutwo, not your copy. Mutwo was still very tough. Meow. Pokemon Mew laughed nonchalantly, and then patted Mutwo's butt with a clear taunt meaning. As a genuine Pokemon, it didn't take the challenge of a copy seriously. Even if it lost, it would become another Pokemon and find a trainer to shoot basketball like Mutwo. In the current situation, Huanming subconsciously regarded Ash as Mutwo's trainer. Thinking so in his heart, Mew ignored Mutwo, who had a fierce look in his eyes and wanted to fight with him, and turned into a pink streamer across the sky. After Mew, the street urchin, left, he looked at the Pokemon and human trainers around him, thinking that it would be better to keep this matter secret. Mutwo immediately planned to tell everyone, and Pokemon performed memory erasure. This included Ash, the other two, and Pikachu and other Pokemon. Mutwo, forget about the three of us. Actually, I want to invite you to travel with us. At this time, Ash stopped Mutwo, who was about to take action, and invited him to join a team. At the same time, he took out the Master Ball that had been lying in his system space and had not been used after completing the Superior Delicatessen mission. To obtain the best Master Ball, you must subdue a true first-class god. The Zapdos without a priesthood that he subdued in Black Cloud City was a little bit worse. It was barely a divine beast race, but its strength was only at the champion level. The Special Insulation Ball was enough to subdue it. Humans who cannot gain my recognition in battle are not qualified to form a partnership with me. Mutwo flipped his hand and wiped the memories of all humans and Pokemon except Ash, the other two, and Pikachu, and sent them out of the new island directly. It was tough enough and acted very arrogant, but its body was very honest and did not attack Ash and others. Mutwo watched quietly. Ash seemed to be waiting for the next words. He looked like he was saying, "Come on, find some good excuses to coax me." Mutwo, since you want to find the meaning of your own existence, traveling is undoubtedly the best way. Travel with me, experience the life between partners, and witness more human warmth and coldness. I believe you can get the answer. Ash raised his eyebrows and immediately found a good way for Mutwo. Under the strange eyes of Misty and Sabrina. After hesitating for a moment, Mutwo still reached out and slapped the button of the Master Ball. However, after being put into the top-grade Master Ball, it can still sense things outside through Psychic and can also communicate with Ash through telepathy. You haven't been recognized by me yet. Unless I volunteer or you're facing a desperate situation, I will not help you. No problem, Ash. Sure enough, Mutwo's personality is still the same. Even though he recognized Ash in his heart, his expression was still so stiff. But since it has been captured, it is not a big problem. The props for improving intimacy can also come in handy. Holding the heavy Master Ball, Ash took out the ribbon he had prepared for a long time and hung the shrunken Master Ball on his chest as an ornament. Mutwo, this way you can see more clearly. It seems that there is still a long way to go before we can really conquer Mutwo. But it is normal to think about it. The first-level gods all have terrifying power that could destroy the world. They also have a long lifespan. It is obviously not that easy to make them recognize humans who have a lifespan of only 100 years and are extremely weak. Suppressing his thoughts, Ash checked Mutwo's attributes as usual. Pokemon Mutwo. Level 4.96. Attribute Psychic. Qualification Ability Sense of Oppression. Skills Psychic, Safeguard, Aura Sphere, Recover, Future Sight, Psycho Cut, Psystrike, etc. Ability Oppression. Items None. Luxury Mutwo's attribute panel can only be described as luxurious. Amazing level and familiar. Level potential plus a series of psychic skills all show Mutwo's powerful combat power. Among them, Psystrike is Mutwo's exclusive skill, and it is also a symbol of it as a divine beast. How can you be a divine beast without some unique skills these days? I'm scolding you, three stupid birds. It's a pity that this divine beast is so common that the oppression ability is really too weak. It's meaningless to deal with rookies, and it's useless to deal with Kongdom's masters. It can only be said that the designer of Mutwo has done a bad job, and it's time for him, the trainer, to have a private Marseille. But Ash is not discouraged. Mutwo is strong enough, and he can also exchange props for modifying ability from the system in the future. Maybe Mutwo's combat power can be raised. You know, it involves the first level of God Territory 3.5 domains, and every little improvement is very important, which is equivalent to a big step for ordinary Pokemon. Ding! Perfectly solve the new island incident and stop the battle between Mutwo and Mew. Task reward. Mew intimacy increased by 20%. 1 Yveltal Death Feather. After carrying it, the power of evil skills is increased by 100%. Other functions are unknown, and 1 million points. After reading the reward content, Ash was stunned and then ecstatic. Yveltal, known as Oblivion Wing. It was one of his favorite mythical beasts in the original plot. No matter the appearance or strength, it is worthy of recognition. Not to mention, other functions are unknown. The 100% bonus ratio of evil skills alone is already terrifying. In a hidden office, Giovanni sat in a large boss chair. tapping his fingers on the table rhythmically, looking at his assistant Manori in front of him with a hint of coldness in his calm eyes. Mutwo, no news yet? Not yet, not yet. With its ability, it would be easy for Chunshin to hide from us. Minori's face showed a trace of nervousness, fearing that Giovanni would think she was useless and incompetent. Well, let everyone below increase the search efforts for me, and make sure to bring Mutwo out. Also, how is the boy named Ash? That person's Pokemon is very strong, and his own psychic is not to be underestimated. Sabrina Executive is also with him. Our people dare not approach to observe, and can only ask passers-by about the situation. At present, it seems that he should be training for the Indigo Plateau Conference. Okay, I know, keep watching. Giovanni nodded, then waved Manori to leave. Seeing that he was not reprimanded for his incompetence, Mineo heaved a sigh of relief and bowed respectfully to leave the office. Ash Mutwo. Now, they have become his targets. Mutwo is his hope to push Pokemon Alliance to change the world order. If a mega genius like Ash can be recruited, the future Rocket Team will surely prosper. He is determined to get both of them. Giovanni's eyes flickered slightly, and his fingers tapped the table rhythmically. He was confident that it was only a matter of time before he could take down these two targets. On the other side, the New Island incident ended successfully, and Ash and his party returned to Pallet Town after making a lot of money. Unlike the New Island, which is located in an area where there are often storms, Pallet Town has always been sunny and full of vitality. Delia had just returned from visiting her neighbors and didn't know how thrilling the journey the three had just experienced was in the eyes of outsiders. She thought that the three were just training in the mountains near Pallet Town, as usual, and she also prepared a lot of delicious food for them. It has to be said that since Ash brought Sabrina and Misty, two beautiful and considerate girlfriends, home, the parents in the neighborhood were envious. Delia also accepted the compliments from the neighbors on her future daughters-in-law and smiled from ear to ear every day. The trip to the New Island was closed by all three of them. That night, in order to comfort the two girls who didn't know that Ash had a trump card to rely on, especially Misty, who was scared and tearful. Perhaps the stimulation from this trip to the New Island was too strong. She and Sabrina's emotions fluctuated obviously. When Ash was confronting Mutwo and experiencing the test of life and death, although Sabrina acted very calm, she was actually very nervous at the time, fearing that something would happen to Ash. She just didn't show all her emotions on her face like Misty. The two girls obviously needed time to rest and recover. The next morning, Ash got up refreshed. Misty and Sabrina were still sleeping, so Ash didn't wake them up too early. He was humming a little tune as he prepared to go out. It wasn't long before the Indigo Plateau Conference opened, and Ash was planning to give his Pokemon a special training. And the targets of this special training were mainly those Pokemon that didn't have enough actual combat Pokemon. After all, Pokemon's combat power also had to be considered from multiple aspects, including level, skill proficiency, and Pokemon actual combat experience. But as soon as he arrived in the living room, he ran into Delia, who looked a little strange. Mom Delia stared at Ash for a few times, looking like she wanted to say something but stopped. Mom, what delicious food did you make today? Ash, who didn't notice Delia's strangeness, glanced at Solation from the breakfast table. Soon, Ash's expression changed slightly. Usually breakfast was sandwiches, milk, fried dough sticks, etc., but today the style changed drastically. At first glance, it was basically a feast. Combined with Delia's hesitant expression, Ash quickly reacted and thought it was not good. Forget it, since Mom Delia knows everything, there is nothing to hide. His relationship with Misty and Sabrina has long been an open secret, and Delia, who is as smart as she is, cannot fail to notice it. After all, during this period, even when Ash went out for training alone for a few days, she got along very harmoniously with Misty and Sabrina, and both girls treated her very well. Ash, you have grown up, and you will definitely be exposed to this kind of things. I don't have much to say. I just want to tell you to be nice to these two Stephanies in the future, and don't be partial to one over the other. Stephanie's feelings are usually fragile and sensitive. Since you have chosen this path, you must grasp the degree and don't hurt the hearts of these two good Stephanies. Delia earnestly advised Ash. In the Pokemon world, excellent trainers are always favored by more women, and there are no relevant restrictions in the law. So she still supports Ash's choice. She reminded Ash at this moment, just because after these days of getting along with the two women, she has left a very good impression. She also regards Sabrina and Misty as daughters-in-law. Don't worry, Mom. Ash nodded without thinking. Also, since you have them, you must remember to keep a distance from other Stephanies in the future, understand? After thinking for a while, Delia continued, Mom, I may not be able to agree to this. He hasn't played in the Kanto Region League yet, and there are beauties from past generations waiting for him. His mother Delia's request is obviously a bit difficult for him. He doesn't even need to take the initiative himself. The system will help him take the corresponding tasks. His childhood sweetheart Serena, as well as the future May, Dawn, and even Lily are all his wings. In short, Ash will never fall in love with everyone he meets, but the number of beauties is definitely too many to count on one hand. Besides, he did this for Misty, which is also good for them. After all, after Ash experienced several physical enhancements, they begged for mercy every time afterwards. Delia looked at Ash, and after seeing that Ash had no intention of dodging, she also understood Ash's determination. She sighed helplessly. When the children grow up, mothers should not interfere too much. It's just that I feel that I owe Misty and Sabrina a little bit. It seems that I can only make up for them when I become a mother-in-law in the future. If there are more daughters-in-law in the future, I have to check them carefully to avoid family discord. I remember that little Stephanie Serena, who grew up with Ash, was pretty good. I wonder if Ash still has an impression of her. Since I can't stop it, I'll help Ash check more and don't let those questionable women into the house. A cute little Stephanie like Serena, who knows everything about her and is kind, will definitely get along well with Misty and Sabrina. For such things, I have to check them myself. After all, Ash's energy is limited. Thinking of this, Delia planned to test Ash's attitude and see if he has an impression of little girl Serena. In addition, she had to test Misty and Sabrina's attitude to see how much they opposed Ash's idea. Alas, the son is now going to be a scumbag, and she, as a mother, can only help to play a supporting role. Delia sighed slightly in her heart, with a lot of thoughts in her mind, and glared at Ash unhappily. This son is really a worry for him. He used to be like a piece of wood, but now he has gone to another extreme after leaving. Days passed, and the opening time of Indigo Plateau Conference was getting closer and closer. Ash was still carrying out special training step by step, although the level of Pokemon in the team did not increase significantly. But after his unified training, the combat ability has made a qualitative leap, especially those Pokemon who did not stay with him for too long after being captured and were sent to Professor Oak's laboratory for self-training soon. Many bad habits of wild Pokemon were corrected by him, and his own combat system was tailored for them. And the day before the Indigo Plateau Conference, an expected guest came to Ash's house. Hey, it's Gary. Are you here to play with Ash? Ash is at home. Come in first. Delia opened the door and saw Gary, Ash's friend since Arnold, and immediately greeted him warmly. Gary often came to play at home when he was a child, but for some reason, he hasn't come once since he returned to Pallet Town. She was also wondering if the two had a conflict when they were traveling. No, Aunt Delia, my grandfather prepared dinner in the laboratory, and he asked me to come over to have dinner with Ash. Gary smiled politely at Delia, then declined her invitation to come in and sit down, and directly asked Maynard what he wanted. Ash, Gary is here to see you. Delia nodded without any hesitation, and then shouted loudly into the house. Professor Oak is looking for me? What could it be? Mom, you guys have dinner. I'll go to Professor Oak to see what's going on. Gary's arrival naturally couldn't escape Ash's psychic perception. He said something to the two girls who were playing arcade games. Ash went to Professor Oak's laboratory with Gary. Ash, you are finally here. The Indigo Plateau Conference is about to open. This time, let's treat it as a pre-game celebration for you and Gary. I hope you can show your talents in the competition. Ash was wondering what big thing Professor Oak wanted him to come for. In the end, it was just a simple chat. What was a little surprising was that Professor Oak chartered a special plane for this Indigo Plateau conference. He also wanted to send his family to the main venue of Quartz to watch the game. Since he discovered Ash's hidden, amazing fighting ability, he has a lot of expectations for this Indigo Plateau conference. If a small place like Pallet Town can produce a Quartz Championship champion, it would be really worth celebrating. Grandpa, I will work hard. Professor, thank you for the special plane, but don't expect me to let your grandson go just because of this. Ash raised his eyebrows slightly and started joking. What are you talking about, Ash? You haven't defeated me yet. I want to duel with you. However, Gary lived up to everyone's expectations. Looking at Gary arguing with good Ash, Professor Oak, who was watching, laughed happily. Being absorbed in research, he rarely had time to accompany Gary, so such a warm scene was rare. After a few words of uproar, Gary wanted to challenge Ash. This time, without waiting for Ash's response, Professor Oak decisively mentioned his grandson to Ash to reject the skin. What a joke! Even that old man Blaine is not Ash's rival at all. Plus, the Pokemon that Ash has captured have amazing potential. Gary is definitely not a rival. They are all trainers of Pallet Town, and it doesn't matter who loses in a competition. Of course, it's okay to think so in normal times. But now that the Indigo Plateau Conference is about to open, if his grandson, who regards Ash as a strong rival, is beaten into autism by Ash at this moment, what will happen to the Indigo Plateau Conference? It was late at night when he returned home from Professor Oak's laboratory. In order to prepare for the Quartz contest with better contest condition, after taking a shower, Ash returned to his bedroom with Captivate on. Ding! Reminder, in 1 minute, the system store items will be refreshed. Please set the top products as soon as possible. Ash was stunned when he heard the system prompt. He had not received many system tasks during this period, and his points were not enough, so he did not pay much attention to the system store. He never thought that the time for product refresh was so close. He quickly called up the system interface. System store. Product 3. 1 Ultra Beast Pokemon Egg. A rare Pokemon from Ultra Space. Value. 300 W points. Product 5. Pokemon Carrying Slot Plus 4. Increases the upper limit of Pokemon carrying slots for Pokemon Trainer. Value. For 100 W points. Points balance. 214 W. Is far from the Pokemon eggs required to buy Ultra Beasts. It seems that he can only make a choice between the two products. Since he didn't have enough points, he simply took down the quick method of Bond evolution of Greninja Frog that he had been pointing to. 800,000 points were deducted. System. Replace the pinned item next. I want to pin the Ultra Beast Pokemon Egg. Then he pinned item 3 directly. The Pokemon carrying position is important, but the species strength is higher than that of the 3 mythical birds. It is very common in Ultra Space, but extremely rare in the Pokemon world. The dangerous Ultra Beast is obviously more attractive. Although the distribution of species strength among them tends to be extreme, their strength is really not to be underestimated. The combat power of the Ultra Beast with the best qualifications in its own species is not much inferior to that of the weaker legendary Pokemon. Although 3 million points are expensive, it is worthwhile to be able to exchange for a rare Ultra Beast. Finally, the Pokemon carrying position, I believe that it can be increased by completing the tasks issued by the system in the future. The replacement of the pinned position is successful, and the countdown for the system store refresh is on. 54,321. After hearing the system prompt, Ash couldn't wait to call up the system store and start checking. Product 1. A set of top-quality evolution stones, including all evolution stones that can make Pokemon evolve. Value. 500,000. Product 2. 5 pieces of rare candy. IV.50. IV.60. Value. 500,000. Product 3. Item Tracker. Can locate and track the other party through items such as hair drop from Pokemon. Value. 5 million. Product 4. The Strongest Charizard Training Manual. Purchase can trigger Charizard chain tasks, which can improve Charizard's qualifications to the level of a legendary beast. Value. 3 million. Product 5. Top Quality Master Ball. 100% probability of capturing any Pokemon. Once captured, Pokemon will not be able to force it out of the Pokeball by force. Value: 1.5 million. Compared to the last time, the refreshed products this time can only be said to have regrets and surprises. The props to change the ability of Mutwo were not refreshed. The talent that can make Charizard promoted to the level of a divine beast, the top-grade Master Ball, and even the item tracking device are all top-notch good things. The first two items need no further explanation, as he just happened to have recently obtained a feather belonging to a first-level god. Next, he only needs to exchange this item, and he can use the Feather of Oblivion Wing to locate it in real time. Now that he has Mutwo guarding him, he may also covet the power of the Love of Death. In the morning of the next day, Ash and his family boarded the private plane chartered by Professor Oak and headed for the Indigo Plateau Conference. The venue of the Indigo Plateau Conference is located on the Indigo Plateau in the Kanto region. In the past, there were few people here, but recently it has become lively because of the Indigo Plateau Conference. After Ash and his party got off the plane, they went straight to the Players' Village here. At Nurse Joy in the Pokemon Center, he completed the registration with the 8 gym badges he collected. Seeing the 8 gym badges lying in Ash's badge box, Gary coughed quickly, draw everyone's attention to him. Then he took out his badge box, seemingly unconcealed, but with a proud look on his face. It was packed with 11 gym badges in total. Before the Indigo Plateau Conference started, he had already suppressed Ash in terms of gym battles. Gary has collected 11 gym badges. That's great. Professor Oak also praised him very flatteringly. He was afraid that after the Indigo Plateau Conference, Ash would be beaten to a pulp, so he planned to praise him more now. Of course, it would be best if he didn't run into Ash. Gary, who didn't notice his grandfather's thoughts, couldn't hide his pride. Since the start of the trip, Gary, who couldn't compare to Ash in any way, couldn't help but start to drag him down. Please give me flowers. Although only 8 gym badges are needed to participate in the Indigo Plateau Conference, I think the more badges you have, the more it can prove a trainer's strength. After all, I'm dealing with gym leaders with more attributes, and 8 badges is just the minimum requirement of the Indigo Plateau Conference. Although Gary didn't say it directly, his words were full of sarcasm towards Ash, who only got 8 gym badges. It's a rare opportunity to surpass Ash, so naturally, I have to show off in front of this guy. Who knows how much of a blow it was to him when his grandfather took away his sports car and all his girlfriends left him. What's even more infuriating is that the more unlucky he is, the more good news Ash gets. Every time his grandfather talks to him, he can't help but praise Ash. This makes him feel extremely unbalanced. But Gary has his own pride after all, and he won't do anything like Torment. This time, the face jumping is also based on the premise that he has collected more gym leader badges than Ash. A large number does not mean strong strength. The gyms that Ash challenged are all very strong. Although Gary and Ash grew up together, Misty still couldn't spoil him. She couldn't let anyone down, but she couldn't let her Ash down. She was really annoying. Scanning the badges in the badge box of Ash and Gary, Sabrina also started to finish off the badger with a blank expression. To put it bluntly, the quality of your badges is very low. You have only collected half of the badges of the 8 most famous gyms in Kanto. The rest are small city badges, many of which I have never seen. And if I remember correctly, there is also the badge of the Tokiwa gym that you challenged and failed. It can only be said that Sabrina knows how to finish off the badger. When Gary heard about the Tokiwa gym, he immediately shrank like a deflated ball. He wanted to refute it, but found that there was no angle at all, because what Sabrina said was true. It even reminded him of the time when he was beaten up by Giovanni. Why? Thinking back to the group of girlfriends who dispersed after his sports car was taken away, and looking at the 2 girls who were angry at him for Ash, he felt a little uneasy. In front of Ash, he seemed to have become the villain Joker 9 who set off his protagonist halo. Ash didn't care at all about Gary's behavior of dragging him down. Trainers, in the end, still have to rely on their strength. As long as they beat or rank higher than Gary at the Indigo Plateau Conference, it would be enough to make him convinced. But it would be better to compete on the same stage and eliminate him personally to give him a big enough shock. Otherwise, he is likely to be stubborn. Looking at the crowd of trainers coming and going, Ash stroked the Poke Ball hanging on his waist, feeling very proud. In this Indigo Plateau Conference, he will make the names of Palatown and Ash resound throughout the Kanto region. After completing the registration, you still need to wait for the lengthy opening ceremony to officially start the journey of the Kanto Indigo Plateau Conference. Sitting in the audience, Ash's eyes followed the torch relay 170 and kept moving until the Molter's torch was lit and the flames were reflected in Ash's pupils. In the original plot, he would change his fate of being defeated in the round of 16 of this Indigo Plateau Conference. Misty, Sabrina, you guys take a good rest with Mom. I'll go over and draw the first match myself. Because all four of the family came this time, not to mention Professor Oak, Ash's own name is also very useful in the Kanto Alliance. Therefore, Ash and his friends were assigned a single-family apartment with very good living conditions in the player's village. Only if you rest well can you play a wonderful game. This is also part of the Alliance's preferential treatment for seeded players. The apartment is not too big, but it is undoubtedly several levels higher than the residence of ordinary trainers. Delia nodded. Then let's prepare some lunch and eat together when you come back. Don't bother so much. The food in the player's village is free. Just treat it as a vacation this time. Enjoy it and watch your son win the championship of this Indigo Plateau Conference. Ash said confidently. Delia, who didn't know much about Ash's record and Lucas's travel, thought it was just her son trying to cheer her up, and nodded with a smile. She didn't want to discourage Ash's enthusiasm, but she actually had no expectations for whether Ash could win a championship. After all, it was only the first year of the trip, and it was already amazing to be able to enter the top 16. As for winning the championship, it would not be too late to strive for it slowly in the future. After the draw, Ash's first rival was a boy with a hedgehog head named Aaron. Although the Indigo Plateau Conference has 8 gym badges and restrictions, such as senior students in the Pokemon Academy. In the vast Kanto region, there are still many excellent Pokemon trainers who are qualified to enter. In order to make the schedule go faster, the Indigo Plateau Conference adopts a mode of 4 sub-venues and 1 main venue fighting at the same time. Only after successfully advancing to the top 16, all matches can be fought in the main venue under the attention of the public. Before that, the system contest category will ensure that each trainer can experience the battles in each attribute-themed sub-venue. Only by winning consecutive games can you advance to the top 16. The organizers claim that the rival and the venue were randomly drawn. However, although it was said to be random, there were also hidden tricks by the Alliance organizers. For example, the popular seeded players were not allowed to meet too early, resulting in one of them being eliminated too early before they could show their true strength, which would greatly affect the viewing experience of the next top 16 games. Ash's rival Aaron can only be said to be mediocre among the trainers who came to participate in this competition. His strength is also accumulated through years of travel, and he is considered a senior trainer. With hard work and some luck, it is possible to enter the top 16 of this Indigo Plateau Conference. But this is normal. After all, he met Ash, and the Alliance has a very high evaluation of him. It is difficult for the rival to be very strong in the sub-venue stage. Dear audience friends, the next match is the Battle of the Rock Field, the branch venue of the Indigo Plateau Conference. The rivals for this opening match are Ash from Palatown and Aaron from Rainbow City, who ranked in the top 32 in the last Indigo Plateau Conference. The battle rules are in the form of 3v3. When both sides release Pokemon to fight, if all 3 Pokemon of either side lose their combat ability, they will be considered defeated and will regretfully leave our Indigo Plateau Conference stage. On the first day of the competition, Ash's battle with Pokemon Trainer, whose hairstyle is similar to Gary, became the opening match of the rock field. Ash stood quietly on one side of the battlefield, and Pikachu stood beside him. He took out the Pokeball with Bulbasaur hanging from his waist. For this important opening match, he prepared a Pokemon lineup of Bulbasaur, Giant Steelix, and Milotic. Among them, The giant Steelix that has entered the elite level is undoubtedly the level of the support, avoiding any possibility of accidents. Of course, the main battle is still Bulbasaur. Although its species strength is not high, with a high level of IV.43, many gym owners' main Pokemon are not as good as it. Compared with the original plot, it is many times stronger when participating in the Indigo Plateau Conference, plus the Speed Potion and the top-grade Grass-type move amplification item that Ash fed it greatly improved the power of Grass-type skills. At the same time, it combines Bulbasaur's amazing speed and Venusaur's powerful Grass-type skill power. Come out, Bulbasaur! Ash, who is randomly assigned to the red side by the system, released his Pokemon first. 2.1. Seed. Bulbasaur fell directly to the ground of the rock battlefield, with a strong fighting spirit burning in his eyes. After so much special training in Pallet Town, it is finally time to test the results. It needs to prove the results of hard training through a beautiful victory. It is also necessary to let the world know that even if it does not evolve, Bulbasaur can still become extremely powerful, strong enough to even defeat Venusaur, the final evolution of the same species. Not only Bulbasaur himself, but also Ash, who was commanding behind him, was full of confidence. He was confident that his training plan and tactical training for Bulbasaur were the most reasonable. The one standing opposite was just a test subject to help him test the results of his training. Rock Field. Ash from Pallet Town on the red side sent out Bulbasaur as his first Pokemon. This Bulbasaur looks like it's been trained quite well. I wonder what kind of surprises it can bring to the audience. The passionate voice of the commentator came from the radio. In the audience, pennants were waving and cheers were heard. The annual event in the Kanto region has attracted the hearts of countless people. It is much more well-known and has a higher level of participation than the Olympic Games held every 4 years in Ash's previous life. Many spectators are large fan cheering groups that have spontaneously formed without any official organization. Aaron, who attended the Indigo Plateau Conference last year and had a little bit of a crush on him, has many fans cheering for him. At this time, many people in the audience waved their arms at him and cheered for him. On the other hand, since Ash was attending the Indigo Plateau Conference for the first time, the main people who supported him were his family and friends. Mom Delia, Sabrina, Misty, and Professor Oak were all cheering for him. Bulbasaur, right? 17. Then just send out a Pokemon that can restrain Bulbasaur with attribute. Come out, Arcanine. Hedgehog-headed Aaron shook his head disdainfully and released Arcanine that restrained Bulbasaur with attribute, confident that he could easily defeat Bulbasaur and win his first victory. Pokemon, Arcanine, level 4.37. Aaron is indeed a trainer who has participated in the Indigo Plateau Conference several times and has rich combat experience. With the advantage of being a latecomer, he sent out Arcanine that restrained Bulbasaur with attribute. How will Ash of Pallet Town respond? If he changes Pokemon right away, it will be a big blow to the momentum and the rhythm of the battle. Off the field, the commentator continued to play his own understanding. The shouting of Aaron's fans became louder and louder, and the faces of his family and friends showed the joy of victory. Ha! Brother Along is really awesome. Let's try to get into the top 16 this time. If you ask me, be bold, the top 8 will directly fight in the main venue. What's the big deal about opening champagne at halftime? We'll fill up the champagne right after the game starts. Bulbasaur, Sunny Day. Seed. Bulbasaur, who appeared first, seized the advantage and used Sunny Day directly, making the sun in the venue more dazzling. Haha, you're still a fool. Sunny Day also has a significant increase for Arcanine, a fire-type Pokemon. You're shooting yourself in the foot. Use Flame Wheel Arcanine. After the hedgehog-headed boy finished speaking, Arcanine turned into a high-speed flame wheel and rushed straight towards Bulbasaur. Bulbasaur dodged and used Sunshine Flame. Ash shook his head and ordered calmly. He didn't even bother to explain to this mentally retarded trainer. In the sunlight, Bulbasaur, who triggered the chlorophyll ability, left a series of afterimages while moving, easily avoiding Arcanine's flame wheel attack. Then a brilliant white light lit up behind him, turning into a dazzling beam of light that poured out and hit Arcanine hard. Boom boom. Accompanied by a wail, the speed dog fell heavily to the ground and lost his ability to fight directly. DB, Triple X. Arcanine lost his ability to fight. The winner of this match is Bulbasaur. Please ask Aaron to change Pokemon. From bursting out at an astonishing speed to avoid Arcanine's Flame Wheel attack, to accumulating and launching the Sunlight Flames in an instant, it was over in just a moment. The battle ended so quickly that the commentator didn't react. At this moment, the cheers of Aaron's fans stopped abruptly, and the audience exclaimed more fiercely, discussing Ash and his Bulbasaur enthusiastically. What did they just see? Bulbasaur defeated the Fire-type Arcanine with a reverse attribute. This is very rare in a normal Pokemon battle, and the key is to kill in one hit. This also proves that the strength gap between the two sides may be very large. Of course, there are also high-level Pokemon trainers on the scene. For example, the Elite Four who are sitting in the VIP seats on the high platform at this time. Bruno, did you lose to this kid? Dude, I've said so many times, it's just a moment of carelessness. When he wins this Quartz Conference champion, I will let him challenge me, and then I will prove myself. Wow, in my opinion, if you lose to him again, you may not be able to keep your seat in the Elite Four. Agatha, what do you mean? Do you think I will lose to him in a 3v3 game? Seeing that Bruno was about to turn red, Lorelei, who had been watching for a long time, hurried out to cool him down. Okay, I was just joking. But this guy is really amazing. This Bulbasaur can develop such a powerful move without evolving. Wu nodded and added with a smile, this boy is also very good at commanding as a trainer. He took advantage of the first move and used Sunny Day. The amazing speed may be related to the chlorophyll ability. Then there is the instantaneous Sunshine Flame, which does not give rival a chance to counterattack at all. The Kanto Elite Four also praised Ash. They're all experts and can see the training of Ash's Bulbasaur at a glance. Combined with his identity as a rookie trainer, is really rare. Below, the entire venue also applauded. Many passers-by who like Bulbasaur were attracted by Ash's game. The clean and neat solution to the battle gave them a sense of power. Although I don't understand it very well, this Bulbasaur is really handsome. Aaron's fan club was a little bit difficult to accept for a while. What the hell? It's too embarrassing to be killed by a reverse attribute Bulbasaur in one shot. Did he really train this Arcanine seriously? Although he was full of doubts, the fan club didn't betray so easily. After all, they were all true fans accumulated by Aaron from participating in the Indigo Plateau Conference for several consecutive sessions. The support rate is much higher than that of Ash, who participated in the competition for the first time. And isn't it just Bulbasaur? Aaron's trump card Pokemon is Bulbasaur's final form Venusaur. The final form against Earl Dervish form, easy to win. Of course, the premise is that Ash's Bulbasaur can hold on until Aaron sends out trump card Pokemon Venusaur. Great, Ash won. Delia, who was unconsciously worried, breathed a sigh of relief when she saw Ash's reverse attribute. As for Professor Oak and the others, they were not surprised, but they were surprised at Bulbasaur's high level of actual combat. Misty held up the new camera she had just bought and kept shooting at Ash on the field. This was Ash's first time participating in a regional competition, so he had to take notes seriously. In the future, when there are more sisters, it can be used as a topic of conversation. Although I know that Ash will have many beauties in the future, but Misty is always the first choice. These experiences are not something that other Stephanies can replicate. It has some strength, but that's all. The Arcanine just sent out was just a shallow test. The first Arcanine to appear was defeated, and Aaron's face did not change. This Arcanine was the Pokemon he captured last year, and the training time was not that long, not as good as those Pokemon that have accompanied him in battle for many years. It's just that the strength of his second-team Pokemon is still a little behind his actual tacit understanding with the first-team Pokemon. And the next two Pokemon to be sent out are not something Bulbasaur can easily deal with. Come out, Rapidash! Aaron took back Arcanine calmly and sent out his second Pokemon Rapidash. Pokemon, Rapidash, level, for point 42. Rapidash of level IV.42 is almost the same level as Bulbasaur. In Aaron's team, it is a main Pokemon of the first team and has made great contributions to him. And it is still the attribute Restraint of Fire against Grass. He believes that he just underestimated the enemy just now, and he will definitely be able to take it down next time. It's just a Bulbasaur. Moreover, under the sunny day, the power of Rapidash's fire has also been increased to a certain extent. Thinking this in his heart, Aaron gave the order confidently. Rapidash, use the flame vortex. After receiving the order, a burning breath came out of his mouth and nose, and he aimed at the opposite Bulbasaur and used Fire Spin. The blazing flames attacked Bulbasaur, vowing to trap it. Bulbasaur, jump up, use Sleep Powder. Bulbasaur uses legs to jump high into the air to avoid the attack of the flame vortex, while sprinkling bursts of white powder at Rapidash below. Suddenly, Rapidash felt a strong sense of sleepiness, and his eyelids began to fight frequently. Cheer up, Rapidash. Use Takedown attack in the direction of its fall. Although Aaron's voice was loud, he still couldn't help Rapidash completely dispel the negative effects of Sleep Powder. Rapidash forced himself to cheer up, lock on Bulbasaur, and charged in the direction of landing. But the speed was not as fast as usual. Use the Vine Whip trick. Pa pa pa. Before he could get close to Bulbasaur, he was whipped by the Vine Whip tentacles that the falling Bulbasaur stretched out, making him scream. Encore, Sunlight Flame. The garlic on his back quickly accumulated white light, and another sunlight flame with destructive power hit Rapidash heavily. Boom! After the violent explosion, Rapidash was blown to the ground. Ash's Bulbasaur once again used amazing speed to play tricks on Aaron's Rapidash. Alon's commentary was accompanied by the exclamations of the audience. Bulbasaur is extremely fast, and everyone knows that if Rapidash's attack can hit, it will definitely have extraordinary effects. But in front of Bulbasaur's amazing mobility, if it can't hit, it means no damage. Rapidash, stand up quickly, Flame Charge. Aaron shouted angrily, but Rapidash, who had suffered heavy blows in succession, had already run out of energy. His body immediately tilted, and he lost his ability to fight. Rapidash lost its ability to fight. Bulbasaur won again. It seems that the Bulbasaur of rookie trainer Ash from Pallet Town is really powerful. I wonder if it has a chance to become the first celebrity-level Pokemon of this conference. Rapidash of Aaron lost its ability to fight. Please replace the last Pokemon. If all Pokemon lose their ability to fight, they will regretfully leave our conference stage. The voice of the commentator outside the venue became inspiring and high-pitched. I didn't expect that a game would be so exciting. Bulbasaur counterattacked two Pokemon whose attributes restrained it. The audience in the field burst into unprecedented cheers. It is not an exaggeration to describe it as a tsunami at this moment. Under the attention of the crowd, everyone's love for Bulbasaur became more and more beyond words. Aaron's expression didn't change, but he felt very uncomfortable. He could no longer analyze the battle calmly, and he took back Rapidash in anger and decisively released his trump card Pokemon. Pokemon, Venusaur, level, IV.45. There is no doubt that this Venusaur is Aaron's real trump card Pokemon. The level is as high as 1V.45. If he hadn't met Ash in the first battle, he would have been able to at least enter the top 16. However, after losing 2 consecutive games with the attribute, he just wanted to use his Venusaur to teach Ash's Bulbasaur a lesson. He couldn't let Ash achieve the achievement of pushing the team. Bulbasaur, don't hold back. Use the most powerful Sunshine Flame. Taking advantage of the last bit of sunny day, Ash decisively issued an attack order. Venusaur, we also use Sunshine Flame. Aaron's reaction was not slow, and Venusaur's Flower Bud also began to continue to use the energy needed for Sunshine Flame. Almost without any pre-swing, both sides blasted out a powerful Sunlight Flame, and the 2 beams of light collided fiercely in the field. Boom! The white light was accompanied by a terrifying explosion. A huge pit with a radius of nearly 10 meters appeared in the center of the entire rock field. Near the huge pit, Venusaur, who was covered in wounds, was gasping for breath and looked like he was dying. On the other side, although Bulbasaur was a little tired, there was no obvious injury on his body. This monster. Venusaur didn't even beat Bulbasaur in a fight, right? At this moment, all the audience were stunned. It was completely impossible to understand why the Sunlight Flame attack performed by Ash's Bulbasaur was so strong. You know, Venusaur is its final form. Venusaur lost his ability to fight. The winner of this match is Bulbasaur. Since all 3 Pokemon of Ash from Rainbow City lost their ability to fight, the opening match of this rock field was won by Ash from Pallet Town, and he successfully advanced to the next round. Accompanying the referee's decision, the audience kept shouting Ash's name. After successfully winning 3 in a row, Bulbasaur's level was also raised from IV.43 to a .44. Is Ash this kid so powerful? Delia, the mother, was ready to welcome Ash's failure and even organized words of comfort. She was also extremely shocked when she saw this scene, and she murmured unconsciously. According to the commentator's introduction, the opponent seemed to be a very powerful Pokemon trainer who had participated in several Indigo Plateau conferences. And Ash was just a rookie who had just entered the Indigo Plateau Conference. I didn't expect the result to be so favorable to Ash. Of course, Ash is very strong. Even Bulbasaur can't be considered Ash's main Pokemon. Misty's cute little face was full of pride. In Ash's current Pokemon lineup, Bulbasaur is indeed not at the level of the main force, and it is even very difficult to enter the second team. Mutwo, the level 1 god 870, is far ahead and occupies a tier. Next are Zapdos, Ghastly, and other Pokemon in the tier. Then there are Pikachu, Charizard, and other Pokemon that have reached the elite level. As for Bulbasaur, it is obviously only ranked in the 4th tier, but even so, it still has a sense of dimensionality reduction on the stage of Indigo Plateau Conference. Of course, we can't say too much. After all, this is just the audition stage of the court competition. Her boyfriend is really great. In every sense. I don't know what she thought of, but her pretty face is slightly red. Among the 3, Sabrina is the calmest. In her opinion, it is not a problem for Ash to win the championship with his strength. It is not impossible for him to compete for the Elite Four seat. This is Ash's true strength. This Bulbasaur has been trained too well. In the corner of the audience, Gary, who has no competition for the time being, but does not want Ash to know that he is watching his competition, has a solemn expression. The light has completely lost the confidence he had when he first arrived here. This Bulbasaur is like a greatly enhanced version of Venusaur, and the power of its skills is unscientific. Is Ash having any adventure? This Bulbasaur is his hidden trump card Pokemon? Well, it is very likely. I am afraid that his Pikachu is only as good as this Bulbasaur in terms of combat level. At the same time, Professor Oak in the audience was also surprised. This Bulbasaur has been in his research institute for a long time, but he rarely shows his combat power in front of him. He is usually obsessed with research and does not care much about it. I never thought that this Bulbasaur's actual combat level is so high. After a moment of hesitation, Professor Tion finally reacted. It seems that Blaine did not lose unfairly. Ash still has at least 2 elite-level Pokemon, Charizard, and the elite-level Steelix captured by my Atchison. These 2 are probably Ash's real trump card Pokemon. Amid the cheers and applause of the audience, Ash left the battlefield along the player channel. After today's battle, Ash went to the staff to draw tomorrow's battlefield and rival, and then returned to the player village with his mother Delia and Sabrina and Misty to the apartment prepared for them by the Alliance. The family of 4 happily enjoys life. At night, in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, Ash took out the props that increased the intimacy of Pokemon from the system space, and a bright psychic blue light lit up in his eyes. Mutwo, come out. I have something to talk to you about. Well, what does it tell me? With a flash of light, the expressionless Mutwo floated in the air outside the window and stared at Ash coldly. Let me help you fight tomorrow. fee, then you're making a wrong decision. Hee hee. This level of battle doesn't require you to take action. This bottle of potion is prepared for you. Try it. As he said, Ash threw the potion in his hand into the air. Don't worry, I will definitely not hurt you. Using Psychic to make the potion bottle float in front of him, Mutuo looked at the pale pink unknown liquid in the bottle curiously. He couldn't feel any malice from Ash. Obviously, this thing should be good for it. Without hesitation, Mutuo urged Psychic to open the bottle stopper, and the potion magically floated to its mouth automatically. Gulp gulp. After drinking it, a dark red light flashed in Mutuo's eyes. Ding! Congratulations, Mutuo's intimacy has increased to 100%. The fusion coefficient with X and Y has also reached the extreme. How does Mutuo feel? This feeling is amazing. Mutuo looked at his hands, his face full of disbelief. His thoughts became clearer, and his control over Psychic was raised to a higher level, and his affection for Ash became stronger and stronger. In the past, it would not agree to any request from Ash, but now it felt like it was willing to fight Pokemon for Ash. Then, let's fuse these two items. Ash took out the Mutewalks, Y evolution stone that he had prepared for a long time from the system space. As we all know, Mutuo in its regular form is not too dazzling in the first level God echelon, but it is completely different after adding the two Mega Evolution forms of X and Y. The species' strength increase of up to 100 can make it a leader among the first level gods. When its intimacy with Ash reaches 100%, it can completely fuse the evolution stones of X and Y into its body, and it can switch forms in the future in battle. This is much more convenient than the power of a certain flying first-level god primal reversion form. This is such a familiar breath. Yes, they're your power. Under the communication of Mutuo's Psychic, two shining Mega Evolution stones, one blue and one purple, quickly flew towards it and merged into its body from the forehead. Immediately afterwards, Mutuo made a painful growl, and the whole body was shining with dazzling pink, blue, and purple light. The body shape was also constantly switching between the three forms of normal, X, and Y. About half a minute later, its breath stabilized. Congratulations, Mutuo, you have mastered your own Mega Evolution. Well, thanks to you, Ash. Feeling the surging power of the new form, Mutuo looked at Ash with a complicated expression. The tone became much gentler. The next day, Ash faced his own rival in the water field. An old acquaintance in the original plot, the flamboyant juggler Duwu, was very power trip in the original plot and once clamored to easily eliminate Ash. This time, perhaps after watching the battle between Ash and Aaron in the rock field the day before, he understood his strong strength. Duwu was not as power trip as in the original plot. He was very humble and polite when facing Ash. After carefully analyzing the battle in the rock field, most viewers felt that Ash's Bulbasaur had at least the combat power of the top 8. After easily defeating 3, he even had some strength left. It is one of the most dazzling Pokemon in the Quartz competition so far. If Ash had not known the original plot, he might have been fooled by Duwu's performance at this moment. I have to take good care of you, a guy who is so good at pretending and can bend and stretch to the extreme. The water field is still a 3v3 duel. The first thing that Duwu sent out was Soga's Psychic's Executor. It's time to show off, Mr. Ash. Thank you for giving me victory. Oh, I wonder if you can accept this favor. Leave it to you, Kingler. Ash also threw the Pokeball without hesitation. The light flashed, and Kingler landed on the floating platform. Ah, Ash actually chose Kingler, whose attribute was restrained. Then the situation may be very unfavorable to him. On the high platform, Misty, who was listening to the commentary, was also a little worried. It's not that she doubted Ash's level of training Pokemon, but mainly this Kingler, she has never seen Ash use it in a formal competition. At this moment, the first appearance is the stage of Indigo Plateau Conference. If you get nervous and can't show your true strength, it will be bad. Don't worry. Although this Kingler is not too strong, it is still enough to deal with the guy on the opposite side. Sabrina glanced at the Executor on the field with contempt, and signaled Misty beside her not to worry. Ash is not as good as her in the field of psychic. The executor in front of him is so weak that it is unbearable to look at. I guess this trainer named Wu is not very capable. Executor, use Illusion Wave. Hearing this, Executor immediately aimed at Kingler on the opposite platform and shot a circle of illusion waves. Jump into the water, Kingler, use Sword Dance. Kingler quickly jumped into the pool to avoid the attack, and then immediately used Sword Dance to increase his own strength. It's useless. Accompanied by Dwuwu's cold snort, Executor's eyes flashed green and used Psychic to stir the giant forceps in the pool to appear. Puff, puff, puff. It can't even cover the entire pool. So weak. Since he wants to find you, do as he wishes. Use the alloy claws, Kingler. Ash waved his hand calmly and ordered. Kingler rushed out of the water vortex created by Executor easily, and the silver alloy was heavily entangled on Executor's body. The backlash of mental power and the severe pain were a double torture. Executor fell directly into the pool and lost his ability to fight. Executor lost his ability to fight. Kingler won. Wow, what a beautiful battle. He can win like this. Ash defeated rivals Executor again by reverse attribute. The commentator's slightly excited voice sounded. In that case, let's go for Seadra. After taking back Executor, Dwuwu sent out Seadra. Seadra is a very good water Pokemon, but its level is only IV.32, which is much worse than Kingler. Seadra, Agility. This time, Dwuwu chose to attack first. Seadra kept moving in the pool and rushed towards Kingler at a very fast speed. Bubble Beam, then Crab Punch. Bubble Beam swept across, directly knocking Kingdra flying into the sky, and Kingler followed with a high splash Crab Punch, knocking Kingdra out of the field. What? Kingdra was also killed instantly. Dwuwu's face was full of disbelief. Kingdra, who was confident that he could use agility to trick Kingler, was directly defeated by a Crab Punch. It seems that Dwuwu's cleverness backfired. The commentary sounded at the right time. Another instant kill, the audience's impression of Ash became more and more profound. They all thought that he might become the dark horse of this tournament. At present, it seems that he should be a sure thing to enter the top 16. After another defeat, Dwuwu was completely defeated. He sent Golbat, who had the advantage in the air, out of desperation. At the beginning, Golbat did control the rhythm of the battle with flying, but as Ash ordered Kingler to dive into the pool. In a hurry to gain an advantage, Dwuwu fell into the trap and irrationally signaled Golbat to lower his altitude and launch a fierce attack. After blocking Golbat's takedown with his double pincers Machamp, Kingler extended his right pincer and aimed at Golbat, who had not yet taken off, and fired a powerful Hyper Beam. Oh! The dazzling golden Hyper Beam soared into the sky, easily smacked down Golbat, who was in the rising flying stage, and lost his combat ability. Looking at Golbat falling straight into the pool, Dwuwu knelt on the floating platform with a plop, and looked at Ash on the opposite side, who was ending the cheers of the audience with an extremely pale face. My Indigo Plateau conference journey, is it over? Although Dwuwu was unlucky to meet Ash, it was not unfair for him to be eliminated. In Ash's opinion, even if he looked at all the contestants participating in this Indigo Plateau conference, the one who sold the calendar of the conference was the lowest. Once again, they achieved a 1-on-3 victory, and Kingler was upgraded from 4.38 to 4.39. This Kingler is trained very normally. On the podium, Bruno gave his comments again. After watching Kingler's battle, he was confident again. Sure enough, if it was a 3v3 or a full team battle, he would not lose to the small one. Normal? Can you train a Pokemon of this level that year as a rookie trainer? Bruno, I remember that you seemed to be eliminated during the audition when you first participated in the quartz competition. Looking at Bruno, Dude joked with unexpected honesty. Because of the ancient Dragonite, he had a good impression of Ash, so he mocked Bruno's remarks. This is the second round of the match held at the Rock Field. Sung has only one Pokemon left, and Ash's Tauros is still standing proudly in the field. Is he going to achieve the achievement of 3 consecutive games with 1 win? The commentary's voice resounded throughout the venue through Matt Wind. There are too many players participating in this Indigo Plateau Conference, so the auditions are more lively than in previous years. On the 3rd day, they were reassigned to the rock battlefield. Rival strength is very normal, and Ash gave the opportunity to Tauros, who also made his debut in the Pokemon battlefield. Compared to the previous 2 days, there are more and more spectators cheering for Ash. It can only be said that a capable trainer never lacks fans. Tauros used Double Edge after the scary face. Bang, bang, bang. 0-2, 3-inch. The scary face made Nidorino show a frightened expression, and then he accelerated and knocked it out. Tauros, who is as high as IV.45, taught Nidorino, who is at level IV.31, a hard lesson. It also made its trainer understand what numerical crushing is. Compared with Aaron and even Duo, Rival on the 3rd day was obviously weaker. It can only be said that there are still too many trainers participating in the Indigo Plateau Conference. After the game, Ash and Gary, who finished the game almost at the same time as him in another venue, were both interviewed by the on-site reporter. The questions were also popular with the audience. Outlook for this quartz competition. Ash said without hesitation that only the champion can be considered the winner. Gary's answer was basically the same as his. The battle has been played until today, and Rival is impressive. Ash shook his head and said that there is no difference. Gary mentioned Ash without hesitation and said that as a trainer from Palatown, he will definitely defeat Ash. These words also caused a lot of heated discussion among the audience. As trainers who also won 3 consecutive victories in the auditions, both of them have already had many fans. Does Gary have a grudge against Ash, who wins 3 games in every match? I think it should be a competitive relationship. After watching Gary's interview, I am looking forward to the encounter between the two in the next game. Fans always like to watch the fun. However, the current mainstream trend is that if the two meet, the winner will most likely be Ash. After all, Ash, who won 3 games in the first 3 games, is too super in the eyes of the audience. On the other hand, although Gary won all 3 games, there were still situations in which Pokemon lost their combat ability in the small game. Ash didn't feel much about Gary's open invitation to fight. The Hedgehog head is still in the rookie period and his strength is not strong. There are many trainers who are better than him in this Indigo Plateau Conference. What he really needs to pay attention to are those trainers who have traveled for many years, participated in various regional leagues, and achieved good results. For example, a guy named Xiaoyong also won 3 consecutive games in the auditions. Although he did not achieve an average of 1-on-3, he never lost any Pokemon's ability to fight. The content of the game can also be called a real crush. In addition to him, there is another player he did not expect. That is the top student he had seen in Pokemon School. Ash was very surprised by her appearance. I heard that the top students in Pokemon School can get a quota to enter the Indigo Plateau Conference. At first, Ash thought that she should participate in the competition through the quota. But after watching her battle, he changed his mind. Compared to when she was in Pokemon School, the top students' battles were no longer bound by standards, old-fashioned, and unimaginative, but became freer and more varied. Ash guessed that she probably took his advice and chose to travel and challenge various gyms. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but feel a little emotional. Now his butterfly can cause a lot of changes in the Pokemon world. Ash's mouth curled up. Yuding, Jiaozi, Xiaoyong are completely unfamiliar trainers. I look forward to meeting you in the next battle. On the 4th day, Ash drew the ice battlefield. Rival is called Pete from an unknown island, and his clothing style is a bit similar to Xiaojing. Pete chose to send Cloyster at the beginning. Ash chose to send Forsaken to fight. What Ash's Pokemon is. The commentator's expression was a little stiff, and he couldn't answer for a while. Although Ash's Pokemon looks a bit like Primeape, he knows that Primeape definitely doesn't look like this. As a professional commentator, he certainly can't speak nonsense. Is this Pokemon Primeape? On the high platform, Bruno of Elite Four also showed a puzzled expression. From the appearance, this Pokemon really looks like Primeape. Bruno Elite Primeape doesn't look like this. Granny Agatha chuckled twice and explained to everyone, I have seen a trainer command this kind of Pokemon to fight. Its name is Forsaken, the evolution of Waterbender. Forsaken. Lorelei and Dew also looked a little confused. This Pokemon name sounded a little strange to them. The evolution of Primeape. I don't know how it evolved. I have to ask this kid to find out. The Elite Four was even more confused now. Primeape is not the final form. It can continue to evolve. Forsaken Dark. On the high platform, the Elite Four was lost in thought, and the Forsaken waved his fist with a flashing black light and smashed Cloyster out of the 1.8 battlefield. The Forsaken's fighting power is extremely strong, and his exquisite fighting skills have made the opponent unable to fight back. Soon, even Pete's trump card Pokemon Arcanine also fell under the fierce attack of the Rage Fist of the Forsaken, who had been injured several times and had a full rage value. Arcanine lost his ability to fight, and Ash won. As soon as the referee finished speaking, the commentator's voice filled the broadcast. Wow, 1 against 3 again. Ash is still continuing his 1 against 3 myth. I believe that the audience is also looking forward to it now. In which game will Ash's first Pokemon that loses its ability to fight appear? Ash bowed slightly to the audience who cheered for him and left the battlefield with a smile. Come on, Miss Shuanzi, you will win. On the 4th day, Ash's last battle at the branch venue was about to begin. The opponent is so popular, it seems he is not simple. Listening to the deafening cheers from the enemy cheerleaders, Misty said to Ash, who had not yet entered the venue. Originally, Ash used only 1 Pokemon to carry away all the opponents in 3 consecutive battles. The key is that there are many strong trainers among these 3 trainers. This also made Ash, who was originally unknown at the Indigo Plateau Conference, gain a lot of fans. The audience also formed his cheering group. After the match with Aaron, they often suppressed rival and momentum. Ash even suspected that Aaron's fans came to support him after seeing their idol was eliminated. What surprised Misty was that the cheering on Ash's side in today's Battle of the Grass Field was suppressed by the opponent. This also made her suspect that the opponent might be a master. The information about rival emerged in Ash's mind. Xiaozi from Girls Town has average ability. The only one who impressed him a little was Bellsprout. But she's indeed very beautiful, and her male fans are probably attracted by her looks. It is said that she is a famous celebrity in the local area. Having many fans does not mean strong ability. Ash smiled at Misty. Misty was a little confused at first, but when she saw Shuanzi on the opposite side step onto the podium, she immediately understood. She understood what Ash meant, that the other party could indeed attract fans without relying on ability. The orange kimono, dark purple long hair, the style of a standard neon show of beauty. Shuanzi's first appearance attracted cheers from the audience, and even Ash was in a trance for a short time. What a beautiful lady. The game begins. Get ready, Pidgeot. Go, Beedrill. The trainers on both sides sent out their Pokemon. This Ash's Pidgeot is too big. Hi! Amid the commentator's surprised shout, Pidgeot spread its wings and flew high in the sky. This kid really has a special liking for large Pokemon. On the high platform, Bruno stared at Pidgeot and couldn't help but complain. If compared with Pokemon of the same family, this Pidgeot and the huge Steelix in front of him are both heavyweights. Don't be afraid, Beedrill, use Impact. Shuanzi waved her hand solemnly and ordered. Pidgeot, flash of light. In the air, Pidgeot came from behind but arrived first, turning into a white stream of light and knocking Beedrill out at an appalling speed. Bang! Beedrill fell heavily to the ground in response, showing an extremely painful expression. Pidgeot is so big that the damage caused by full-speed impact is naturally amazing. So fast, Beedrill, are you okay? After reacting, Fumiko looked at Beedrill anxiously. As soon as the voice fell, Beedrill's head tilted and he lost his ability to fight. Well, you were really good. I won't take it lightly next time. After taking back Beedrill, Fumiko, send out Scyther. Come on, Miss Fumiko. Miss Fumiko is the strongest. Seeing Scyther's appearance, her fans also shouted. Among the bug-type Pokemon race, Scyther is also a rare existence with good appearance and strength, and is deeply loved by many trainers. Scyther used Fury Cutter. Fumiko waved her hand and ordered. Scyther flapped her wings as thin as a cicada's wing, waving the sickle blade, and rushed towards the opposite Pidgeot. Use Steel Wing Pidgeot. With Pidgeot's size, it is never afraid of direct attacks. Pidgeot, with a loud cry, Pidgeot Kongi came up with his silver wings. The huge dual wing beat greatly expanded the attack range of Steel Wing. Bang! In the field, two figures collided violently. Scyther, who had just swung a slash, was directly knocked away by the fierce attack of Pidgeot. Scyther has no advantage in speed and size, and the Zodiac dares to let it fight against Pidgeot head-on. It would be strange if it could still not lose the upper hand. Pidgeot, Fierce Hurricane. Pidgeot, Scyther just fell to the ground, and before he could get up, he was whirlwind away by the fierce sandstorm rolled up by Pidgeot. Scyther and the Fierce Hurricane made a painful growl. Not only the audience, but even Shuanzi herself couldn't bear to continue fighting and wanted Scyther to surrender. Plop! The Fierce Hurricane dissipated, and Scyther fell back to the field. Scyther can't fight, Pidgeot wins. The scene was suddenly silent. Compared with the Pokemon he sent out a few days ago, Ash's Pidgeot brought a strong visual impact to the audience. It was simply a completely crushing power. Great, Ash won again. Misty danced with joy in the audience. When he saw Shuanzi appear, he thought Ash would be fascinated by her beauty and let her go a little. Unexpectedly, she was ruthless in the fight. Ash's Pidgeot is really perfect. And this size is really rare. Professor Oak, who was sitting next to him, couldn't help but sigh. Next, Shuzi also sent out her trump card Pokemon Bellsprout. Bellsprout. In the original story, Ash was very impressed by Bellsprout. Ash almost lost in a 3-on-1 situation and finally won by ascending Mook, who was a natural counter to it. However, he is no longer the same as before, and in the original story, Ash, who had a huge advantage at that time, had underestimated his opponent, but he would not reveal any flaws. Bellsprout's fighting skills are very strong and amazing. Then I won't give you a chance to get close to Pidgeot. Relying on the air advantage, Pidgeot also easily solved Bellsprout, who is regarded as trump card by Keru. Bellsprout loses the ability to fight, and Pidgeot wins. Let us, Ash, congratulate the player for successfully advancing to the knockout stage after achieving an average of 1-on-3. As soon as the commentator finished speaking, thunderous applause broke out at the scene. Based on the situation in the auditions alone, Ash is definitely a favorite to win the Indigo Plateau Conference this year. As Keru left the stage sadly, her fans also left. The audience who remained in their seats burst into an extremely heated discussion. It was because Ash still defeated the opponent with a 1-on-3 explosion in this battle, and he used the extremely handsome Pidgeot. In the 4 battles of the audition, he defeated the opponent with a 1-on-3 explosion in every battle, and each time it was a brand new and different Pokemon. The strength is not inferior to the main Pokemon of the gym leader. Such a strong strength makes the discussion of Ash, the trainer, more and more amazing. At the scene, many players also regarded Ash as a strong opponent and came to watch the game just to collect information related to him. All 4 Pokemon were included in Ash's main lineup. After watching the game, many players were a little pessimistic. Each Pokemon is stronger than the other. What should they do? Dark Horse. Ash is undoubtedly the strongest Dark Horse of this Indigo Plateau Conference. He may even win the championship. In previous years, I have never seen such a powerful rookie. Among the crowd of people who came to watch the game, a girl wearing a white short-sleeved top, black stockings, and a JK short skirt had a pretty face that was particularly eye-catching. Many trainers around were attracted by her beautiful face. However, the girl did not realize that she had become the focus of the crowd. She only saw her teeth biting her red lips, and her eyes were full of confusion. How is it possible? The speed at which Ash's strength has improved has far exceeded her imagination. It has only been a few months since she last saw him, and he is so powerful. From the competition in the sea trials, he has at least 4 Pokemon with combat power comparable to the main force of the gym trainer. I won't lose to him again. The girl is none other than the outstanding Pride who was taught a lesson by Ash when she was in the Pokemon school. At this time, she has also successfully advanced to the top 16 after 4 rounds of battles. The main purpose of coming to watch Ash's battle this time was to collect intelligence about Ash's Pokemon team so that they could target him in the subsequent battles, successfully defeat Ash, and then make him confess in front of him that he had reluctantly accepted her as a servant. Make Ash regret what he did to her in Pokemon school. But now it seems that the idea is just an idea. After she set out on the journey, although she focused on cultivating Pokemon, her own strength has improved significantly compared to when she was in school. In addition to the rich resources given by the family, the speed of Pokemon level increase is at least 4 times that of ordinary trainers. However, there are only 3 Pokemon in her hand that can really compete with the main Pokemon of the gym trainer. One of them is a second-tier Pokemon that her grandfather cultivated in recent years because he felt sorry for her. It can only be said that it takes a lot of time and energy to cultivate Pokemon of the strength level of the gym trainer. She thought that Ash had no background, and she would definitely teach Ash a lesson with her 3 lives. Unexpectedly, Ash not only cultivated strong enough Pokemon, but also more Pokemon than her. Even seeing his relaxed and happy appearance when participating in the competition, Jowsy was a little suspicious that Ash might have more than 4 Pokemon of the same level of strength. Or in other words, Ash's strength is completely on par with the average trainer level of the 8 major gyms in Kanto. No, I can't lose to Ash like this. Although I don't understand how Ash can cultivate all Pokemon so powerful in such a short time. But Jowsy knows that it is impossible for her to defeat Ash with her Pokemon lineup now. What to do should I contact my family? When she proposed to travel, her grandfather gave her the main Pokemon Elite level Agron. Originally, it was reserved for her to use for self-defense during the trip. When she decided to participate in the Indigo Plateau Conference, she gave it to her sisters and the family to take care of it. Agron should be able to defeat Ash. After thinking about it, the top student finally went the wrong way. The damn desire to win made her think of using Pokemon that she didn't want to use in the previous league. At the same time, the rock battlefield. Gary's last, Nidorino lost its combat ability and was defeated by the opponent's Graveler. His rival Jimu won the 4th round. I didn't expect that Gary actually lost. In the audience, Delia looked at Gary, who was kneeling on one knee on the battle stage with a painful expression, and her expression was somewhat surprised. I expected that compared to Ash, Gary still has many bad habits of rookie trainer. In this game, his Pokemon was obviously stronger than the opponent's trainer, and he, as a trainer, was also to blame for the defeat. As a former champion-level trainer, Professor Oak hit the nail on the head. Gary at the Indigo Plateau Conference was really a bit disappointing. After losing the game, Gary seemed to be too embarrassed to meet Ash and others. He said hello to his grandfather, Professor Oak, over the phone and left Indigo Plateau directly. Unfortunately, the game with Gary can only wait until the next league. Ash shook his head. As his first-generation rival, he still hoped to play a game with Gary at the main venue of the Indigo Plateau Conference, but Gary was not very competitive at this time. After Gary's game, everyone lost the motivation to continue watching the game. Ash's family of 4 went directly back to the apartment in the player village. Ding! Triggered the couple mission. Ensure no Qianhao in conference defeat the cheating top-notch girl hard, and then take her as your maid. Rewards for completing the task. Potential enhancement potion. Unconditionally upgrade Pokemon's qualifications to gold after use. 1.5 million points and 60% increase in the intimacy of top-notch girl. Just after returning to the apartment, the system's prompt sounded suddenly. Ash was a little confused. What's going on? I didn't do anything. Why did the system give me such a heavyweight task? The key is the couple task with top-notch girl. He didn't have much impression of this name, and he had a brief contact with her when he was in Pokemon school. Top-notch girl, Yin Ting is to his taste, but it's a pity that her temper is still a bit bad. But considering that the system has given such a generous reward, I'll try my best. Hello, Nurse Joy. I'm here to draw the rivals that will advance to the quarterfinals. At the Pokemon Center, Ash looked at Nurse Joy, who was in charge of reception, and said with a smile, Ash, come with me. Everyone in the Kanto Joy family is familiar with Ash. Nurse Joy kindly led Ash and the two girls who followed him to a small artificial pond, where a considerable number of Magikarp were raised. Ash, this fishing rod is for you. Go and fish for the Magikarp in the pond. Each Magikarp has a corresponding number, and the number will naturally determine the rival you will match in the next battle. Nurse Joy handed Ash a fishing rod, and the scene was basically the same as in the original plot. I didn't think it was anything when I watched the animation TV in my previous life, but now I think this way of drawing lots is too sloppy. A blue light flashed across Ash's eyes. If he used Psychic, he could freely control which Magikarp to let take the bait. Taking the fishing rod, with Psychic light flashing in his eyes, Ash skillfully cast the fishing rod down, and a moment later he caught a Magikarp. Magikarp has a very obvious mark on its body, B2. At the same time, the big screen also shows that Ash has matched rival, who also caught a Magikarp with a B2 mark of 253. Rival is still an acquaintance, but an acquaintance in the original plot. Strictly speaking, he doesn't know himself yet. Richie, who became friends with Ash in the original plot and also has Pikachu. In the original plot, Richie defeated the Pokemon that were exhausted by the Rocket Trio and unfortunately lost in the game from the quarterfinals to the semifinals. However, considering that his team is basically composed of Earl Dervish-shaped Pokemon, it is extremely lucky to be able to reach the quarterfinals. With the luck bursting, the strength of rival encountered in the previous 4 battles was very normal. Finally, he met Ash, who should have eliminated him, but the Rockets messed up the game. As a result, all of Ash's Pokemon were exhausted, and Charizard was playing badly, so he rested during the battle, which can be said to have helped Richie win. From the perspective of this Indigo Plateau Conference, Richie has more of a protagonist aura than Ash. It's a pity that his strength is still too disappointing, and his strength to be recommended is not good enough. BHFD. This made the 2 Pikachu trainers become runners-up in this Indigo Plateau Conference. What surprised Ash was that through his Solation Psychic, he was actually matched with Richie. But now he is not the Ash in the original plot, and it is even more impossible for him to lose the game because of the Rockets' mess. By the way, the Rockets haven't appeared for a long time. In the original plot, they were all persistent followers. Could it be because Giovanni was targeting him? They also received instructions from above. Hi, you must be Ash from Pallet Town, right? I'm Richie, your rival in the next game. Pika. Thinking calmly, Ash's attention was attracted by the boy in front of him wearing green clothes and a hat. There was also a Pikachu standing on his shoulder with a bunch of bangs and a sharper growl than Ash's Pikachu. Richie and his Pikachu both reached out and greeted Ash and his Pikachu. As the saying goes, don't hit a smiling person. Except for some people, Ash's attitude has always been very kind. Although Richie's strength is very poor, and he is a typical lucky player. Looking at the whole process of the battle with Ash in the original plot, his 3 views are very positive and his character is very good. I remember that in the original plot, Ash was delayed for a long time because of the Rocket team, and he asked the referee to postpone the game time until Ash came to the appointment to fight. Facing Richie's kindness, Ash smiled and extended his hand with Pikachu. Wow, I actually shook hands with Ash, who is the favorite to win this conference. He really has no airs at all. Richie thought to himself. During his travels, most of the powerful trainers he met were rather aloof and kept strangers away. Ash in front of him was easy to get along with. Ash, I've watched your previous battle videos, and the Pokemon you trained are also very powerful. I still have to learn from you. If possible, I have a small request. I hope you can go all out to fight me tomorrow, Let me see how big the gap is between me and a truly excellent trainer. Of course, if this will affect your planning of the entire Indigo Plateau conference schedule, just ignore what I said. After saying that, Richie clasped his hands together and gave Ash a sincere aligato. No, this kid is really honest. The corners of Ash's mouth twitched slightly, and this standard 90-degree bow reminded him of the neon people in his hometown. OJ, trigger the plot mission. Complete the teaching game against Richie. Use a Pokemon of the same or evolved form as Richie to win the battle. Task reward. The level of a random Pokemon participating in the battle is increased by 3 levels points, 50W. Ash was going to agree to his simple request, and the system also released generous task rewards, which made him no longer have any reason to refuse, and he nodded decisively. Okay, Richie, right? I will take tomorrow's game seriously. Just watch and learn well. Although they are all rookie trainers, no one at the scene felt it was inappropriate for Ash to speak in a senior tone, and Richie looked very happy. After all, Ash is not an unknown rookie now, and he is not even expected to be the next mega group of Palatown. The one ahead of Ash is naturally Professor Oak, with the current 4 1-on-3 games and 4 strong main Pokemon. He is considered to be the best Pokemon trainer of the younger generation in the Kanto region, no one else. This attitude is not only not a mockery in Richie's eyes, but also a great gift to him. Thank you, no. Well, there's nothing to thank. It's a matter of course. Ash, who is not good at being a teacher, waved his hand indifferently. Show your true strength? Then let Richie see the magical mage evolution. But in his heart, he was thinking about how to play this teaching game. After reaching the top 16 of the Indigo Plateau Conference, the players will go to the main venue of courts for Pokemon battles. Although the rules of the battle are still 3v3, it is undoubtedly much more important than the preliminary rounds before the top 16. The huge main venue was packed with audience seats, and it is estimated that there were at least hundreds of thousands of people. As for the audience who could not get tickets, they chose to watch the game on the big screen at the temporary venue outside the venue. It can only be said that it is worthy of being the annual mega event in Kanto, and its influence is really amazing. In the audience, Delia, Misty, Sabrina, and all the staff of Bagong came out to cheer for Ash. There were even many residents of Pallet Town who flew over to watch Ash's game. After all, it was a top 16 match. Since Professor Oak, the champion town of Pallet Town has not had an excellent Pokemon trainer for many years. Although it was a pity that Gary was eliminated early this time, Ash showed amazing potential and was highly favored to win the championship. As a member of Pallet Town, they are also proud, so they want to witness the birth of a new league champion. Of course, the reason why everyone in Pallet Town is so enthusiastic is mainly because Ash's performance in the preliminary round is so outstanding. If he had stumbled all the way like in the original plot, they would have chosen to watch the game broadcast at home quietly. Compared with Ash, who is only slightly luckier than Gary in the original plot, Ash is now the strongest genius in Pallet Town and is the child of other people's families in the eyes of the neighbors. The first game of the 5th round of the Indigo Plateau Conference is about to begin. The two sides are Richie and Ash. The game adopts the 3v3 competition rules. When all 3 Pokemon of one side lose their combat ability, it is considered a defeat. Now the game officially begins. Listening to the announcement in his ears, Richie clenched his fists, feeling extremely excited, and his body trembled unconsciously. It's coming, it's coming. This is a battle with a real top trainer. He's ready. Bobby, you'll take the lead. Richie threw his first Pokeball decisively. Pokemon, Butterfree, level, IV.32, element, purple. The blue qualified Butterfree can be trained to level 32, which shows that Richie is still very good as a trainer. No wonder he was able to defeat Ash's Squirtle in the original plot. Although Squirtle was consumed by Team Rocket and used Water Gun too many times in the original plot, and was in a relatively exhausted contest condition. But now it seems that this Butterfree still has some strength. It's just that Richie is still a little weaker than the players who made it to the top 16 completely by strength. Since it's a teaching game, the same Pokemon must be used. It's your turn, Butterfree. Pokemon, Butterfree, level, IV.38. Butterfree, as the first Pokemon he captured, actually didn't stay with him for too long. It was mainly because it had a pink Butterfree girlfriend. Not long after the two of them lived in Professor Oak's laboratory, the pink Butterfree got pregnant. Ash was very caring and gave it a long maternity leave. After he returned to Pallet Town, he restarted some training for it. The level of Butterfree may be lower than the previous ones, but its momentum is not much weaker. It is obviously much stronger than Richie's Butterfree. However, Ash's unintentional move made some of the audience and trainers with sharp eyes relieved. This Butterfree is obviously weaker than the previous ones. Sure enough, this is in line with the law of novices. After using 4 Pokemon that are not inferior to the main force of gym trainers, Ash finally ran out of energy. Just say, where does Ash get so much energy to cultivate so many main force Pokemon with abnormal strength? Although the current lineup is already very strong, before he sent Butterfree, the audience felt as if they could not see Ash's bottom line at all, which was unacceptable. Sure enough, no matter how talented a Pokemon trainer is, there must be a limit. The appearance of Butterfree finally made the rookie trainers who were overwhelmed by Ash at the scene relax a little. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk 10. This Butterfree, what a strong Butterfree. Ash is indeed a top Pokemon trainer. Unlike the audience who looked relaxed with a god's perspective, Richie was already sweating profusely when facing the Butterfree sent by Ash. Because he was also a Butterfree trainer, he thought he had a deep understanding of Butterfree. His Bobby was already a very strong one that he picked out from several Caterpie tribes, and it could be called the top one. Nearly a month of careful selection and careful training helped him defeat many strong enemies. It evolved from Caterpie to Butterfree form. However, at this moment, it was somewhat dwarfed in front of Ash's Butterfree, not only in terms of level, but also in other aspects. It was obvious to the naked eye. Just like the difference between his Bobby and the Butterfree of the insect-catching boy that could be seen everywhere in the forest. Bobby, use all your strength, don't hold back, and learn the opponent's offensive methods well. Use the sleep powder with the largest range. Knowing that his Butterfree was far inferior to the opponent's in terms of level and strength, Richie waved his hand decisively and gave the order. If it didn't fight for the first move, Butterfree might not have a chance to attack. Butterfree, Gust plus Sleep Powder. Also using a large range of Phosphorus Powder skills to put the opponent in status condition to control the field. Ash's Butterfree can use combination moves, and his combat experience is obviously richer. There's nothing to say, Gust plus Sleep Powder, a silky, smooth, small combo, blew back together with the Sleep Powder used by Richie's Butterfree. During this period, although Richie reacted in time and commanded Bobby to try to dodge, there was no place to hide. Skill proficiency and the development of combination skills have always been the top priority of Ash's training of Pokemon. In addition, the Double Sleep Powder has a very high coverage range and an amazing concentration, so the effect is particularly good. Bobby, who was hit by Sleep Powder, flapped his wings, which are getting heavier and heavier, and in a blink of an eye, like a kite with a broken string, and fell straight to the middle of the field. Wake up, Bobby. On the command platform, Richie shouted anxiously, trying to wake Bobby. It reminded Ash of the original plot, in which Ash anxiously wanted to wake up the hypnotized Squirtle, but it was all in vain. Butterfree has lost its combat ability, and Ash's Butterfree has won the battle. Next, please ask Richie to change Pokemon. The referee's voice broke Richie's fantasy, and he could only attack Butterfree back to Pokeball. Although he felt a little disappointed, he was not very surprised. After all, the gap between him and Ash Butterfree was expected long ago. And the combination of Ash's Gust skill and Sleep Powder for large-scale hypnosis made him bright, and he benefited a lot. In the future, he can also let his Bobby try to learn. If 150 can learn such a delicate operation, its combat effectiveness will definitely be greatly improved. After all, Butterfree has a lot of Phosphorus Powder skills. Richie thought so in his heart. Pokemon Butterfree level increased from 4.38 to 4.39. After defeating a fellow Pokemon with good strength level, Ash's Butterfree accumulated enough experience and finally evolved. Ash, I benefited a lot from fighting with you. Please teach me next time. Get ready for battle, Ryan. Retracting Butterfree, Richie then sent out Pikachu. At this moment, he seemed to have taken the outcome of the battle lightly. Instead, he regarded Ash as his teacher and humbly asked him for battle skills. But this is also Richie's advantage. Ash's current level of Pokemon training and trainer command has actually surpassed the level of gym trainers in the Kanto region. If he really goes all out, Elite Four may not be rival and can even compete with a real champion. He is a real elite-level Pokemon trainer. He asked Ash for advice with an open mind, and he would definitely gain a lot from this battle. Pikachu, I'll leave this battle to you. Since the opponent sent Pikachu, Xiaoli also decisively chose to let Pikachu fight. In a teaching game, it is more meaningful to use the same Pokemon, and it is also convenient for trainers like Richie who have low command level to learn. At the same time, the audience was in an uproar. This was the first time that Ash sent a second Pokemon in a battle. Butterfree obviously still had some strength left and could continue to fight Pikachu. In the end, Ash still chose to take it back and send Pikachu to fight. Both sides have exactly the same Pokemon, and it is hard not to think of off-field factors. It seems that Ash has some friendship with the opponent trainer. Is Ash playing a teaching game? Want to teach the opponent the correct way to fight Pokemon through this game? Oh my god, if that's what they think, then Ash is too abnormal. As players who have reached the top 16, most of them are still studying how to defeat their next rival and find the opponent's weakness by collecting intelligence. I didn't expect Ash to become the teacher of rival directly in the battle. He is planning to play a teaching game with the same Pokemon. This is the Indigo Plateau Conference, the most prestigious event in Kanto. I can only say that Ash is really good at playing. Pikachu, Chulong. Richie's Pikachu loses its combat ability. Ash's Pikachu wins. Please change Pokemon. The gap between Ryan and Ash's Pikachu is much larger than the gap between the two Butterfree just now. Ray was defeated before Ash even had time to command Pikachu to show his latest Lightning Surf combo. This time, Ash himself was a little confused, and he didn't know if Richie could learn anything valuable from this short battle. Since Pikachu didn't take it seriously, the battle performance was completely one-sided, so the audience directly classified Pikachu's combat power as the same level as Bulbasaur and other elite slaves. Oh my god, this rookie trainer has such a powerful Pokemon hidden, it's really unethical. TSK. I already found out that Pikachu is not simple. You said it as if no one could not find out. It has been following Ash without entering the Pokeball. Even a fool would know that it must be his Earl Dervish Pokemon partner. It can only be said that laymen watch the excitement, while experts see the doorway. At this time, on the high platform, the faces of the Kanto Elite Four who were invited by President Damalanki to watch the game changed drastically, and their expressions were solemn. Another elite. This Pikachu is definitely an elite-level Pokemon. As the Elite Four of the ancient Kanto region, they have bred many elite-level Pokemon and even a few champion-level trump card Pokemon. So it is absolutely impossible to make a mistake. This Pikachu is definitely elite-level. If the Pokemon that Ash sent out when fighting Bruno before could be explained by Ash's good luck and obtain the recognition of wild elite-level Pokemon, then this Pikachu is clearly recorded in his trainer information. It was him who set out from Pallet Town, Professor Earl Dervish, the Pokemon partner given to him by Oak. That is to say, he, who debuted as a rookie, cultivated an elite-level Pokemon in just a few months, and he bred it all by himself. Do you think it's possible that this kid was lucky and happened to pick up some kind of Thunder attribute secret treasure to use on Pikachu? What Grandma Agatha said makes sense. I think so too. If you want to explain it, it makes sense. After a simple analysis, Fighting Elite Bruno immediately criticized Ash bitterly. It's simply a waste of natural resources. Good things like attribute secret treasures. Wouldn't it be better to capture more powerful Electric-type Pokemon. Electric 1.6 attack monsters, Ampharos, and even Thunder Pokemon. Any of them are much stronger than cute pets like Pikachu. Even if Pikachu can evolve into Raichu, it is still a big gap with the above 3 Pokemon. Oh my, attribute secret treasures are good things, even they only have 1 or 2 at most. As expected, the trainer who can establish close ties with the ancient Pokemon whose strength is suspected to exceed that of the champion-level Pokemon is indeed special. And such a powerful attribute secret treasure, but he can still resist Captivate and use it for his Earl Dervish Pokemon, which is indeed a clear and transparent love for Pokemon. Ash, he is such a child. After some imagination, Lorelei's impression of Ash has become deeper and deeper, and her favorability is also rising rapidly. No wonder the always arrogant cousin Yudang Jiaozi has broadened her horizons a lot after getting in touch with him. Awesome. Ash's Pikachu is so awesome. Richie's eyes were full of shock on the podium. How could he not understand that Ash's Pikachu was just fighting with his Ryan as a coach? For the contest condition of Pikachu's battle, he didn't see any seriousness at all. However, even in such a playful battle, he was not the opponent at all when he commanded Ryan with all his strength. He didn't even pose an effective threat to Pikachu. If Richie knew that Ash originally planned to show him the combination moves that Pikachu had just learned, but his Ryan was too weak to last until then, I'm sure his expression would be several times more exciting than it is now. You done a good job, Ryan. It's up to you next, Shobin. He picked up Shobin, who didn't like living in a pokeball like Ash's Pikachu, and handed him to Nurse Joy on the sidelines, asking her to heal Shobin. He then sent out the last Pokemon, called Shobin's Charmander. Pokemon, Charmander level, IV.35, qualification, purple. As Ash expected, the level of the Charmander sent by Richie was not too low. In fact, it had already reached the level of evolving into Charmeleon and was not far from the Charizard form. Otherwise, it should not be able to use the Fire-type skill Flamethrower, which requires a higher level in the original plot. But for some reason, it has not evolved. Off the field, the audience and trainer who vaguely guessed that this round of 16 promotion match would become a one-sided teaching game between Ash and Richie. When they saw Charmander again, they immediately began to guess whether Ash was also going to send Charmander to fight. This time, they made the guess very serious, although it is rare for Pokemon with a sufficient level to not evolve. But Ash did this in the auditions. That Bulbasaur, which was terribly fast and whose skill power was even more amazing than his evolved form Venusaur, was also a starter Pokemon in the Earl Dervish form. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Ash reached for his waist. Get ready for battle, Charizard. In the original plot, Charizard was eliminated because he didn't listen to Ash's command and played badly in the battle with Richie, and thus stopped at the Indigo Plateau Conference. He made his first league top 16. Now, let Charizard rewrite this fate. Roar! Accompanied by a deafening dragon roar and a blazing flame rising into the sky, the majestic Charizard appeared. A muscular body that is much taller than a normal Charizard. Well-developed muscles and strong limbs. Sharp claws, broad and powerful wings, and a blazing orange-red tail flame at the tail. All of this proves that Ash's Charizard is extraordinary. Not simple. Absolutely not simple. Another powerful Pokemon at the level of a gym trainer. No, it looks like it is even stronger than the trump card Pokemon of the gym trainer. It may have reached the quasi-elite level. In the audience, ordinary trainers and spectators with limited vision and experience only felt that Charizard's aura was much stronger than the Pokemon Ash had sent out before, but they had no exact concept of its specific strength. At this time, they only dared to think about the elite level. Despite this, their faces were still extremely wonderful. Quasi-elite, or even elite level, this is enough to serve as the gym owner of most developed cities in the Kanto region. If you join the Pokemon Alliance, you can also apply to form your own exclusive action department as a top talent. Directly achieve class leap and become a real superior person. Less than a year after starting the journey, when participating in the Quartz competition, they directly sent Pokemon that reached the elite level to compete. Isn't this a bit too abnormal? Oh no, Ash's strength seems to be more terrible than they thought. The probability of winning the championship is getting higher and higher. After a year of travel, Rookie is the Mega Rookie who won the championship. The audience was puzzled. First it was the champion, and now it's Ash. Could it be that Pallet Town is indeed a feng shui treasure land that breeds mega geniuses? In the audience, some people who are too far away from Ash, and many of them are not even trainers, burst into cheers and shouts more intensely than any previous game. They seem to be witnessing the rise of a mega, celebrity-level Pokemon trainer, and they envision the scene of Ash dominating the Pokemon Alliance many years later. Being Ash's fan in the rookie season will make you more proud when you mention it in the future. On the high platform, unlike the trainers with limited abilities below, the Elite Four, who had just been shocked by Ash's elite-level Pikachu, couldn't hold it back this time. Champion level, high eruption. Is Ash really going to be amazing? Where did he get a champion-level Pokemon? How did he train Pokemon? Why do they need to carefully select and train a champion-level Pokemon with great difficulty? Maybe they have the support of the family or the Alliance. It's okay that Ash started from scratch, but why is his time shorter than theirs? Just now they guessed that Pikachu used the attribute Secret Treasure 260. So how can we explain the Charizard in front of us? Charizard is flying type, weak electricity, and was defeated by Ash's command of the elite-level Pikachu. Well, it's a bit forced no matter how you think about it. The gap between the elite level and the champion level is like a chasm, and it's not easy to defeat the strong. Well, never mind. It can only be explained by Ash getting another magical fire-type secret treasure. This kid is really a strong opponent. If the Elite Four only regarded Ash as a junior before, now they have no hesitation in regarding Ash as a future rival, a rival of the same level. Although there is still a gap between Ash and them now, who can predict the future? Who can guarantee that in a few years, Ash will not be on the same level as them? By then, one of the Elite Four of Indigo Alliance may be squeezed out by him. Thinking further, Ash will directly land on their heads and occupy the vacant seat. No, they can't accept the feeling of being overtaken by a young kid. The four looked at each other and planned to work harder after returning to strive to train the strength of all the Pokemon in the lineup to the champion level. Ding! Trigger the Quartz League limited plot. Use Pokemon other than Mutwo to fight a 3v3 battle with any one of the Elite Four and win. Mission reward. Increase the level of a main Pokemon by 5 and score 2 million points. In the field, Ash, who had just released Charizard, had this mission message flash through his mind and immediately took the mission decisively. Aren't they the Elite Four in the Kanto region? It's quite easy for him to integrate 3 Pokemon suitable for the battle in a 3-on-3 battle. With such a generous point reward, no matter which Elite has to beat him. The momentum of this Charizard is too terrible. I always feel that I can't stand it just by looking at it. The flame burning at the end of the tail is blazing. In contrast, his Charmander looks much shabby. No, my Charmander. Jiangben, cheer up, what happened? Richie came to his senses and found that his Charmander had been lying on the ground without knowing when. With the final evolution form, Charizard, a champion-level tyrannical aura, formed an absolute aura suppression on Charmander. Richie's Charmander Jiangben couldn't contain the fear in his heart the moment Charizard appeared, and he lay on the ground and bowed to Ash's Charizard. Richie's Charmander lost the will to fight, and the winner of this match is Ash's Charizard. So far, all 3 Pokemon of Richie have lost. The first player to advance to the quarterfinals of this Indigo Plateau Conference's Top 16 promotion tournament has been born. Let's congratulate Ash from Pallet Town. The commentator's tone was full of surprise and excitement. After hosting the game for so long, he has never encountered a participating Pokemon that was scared by the opponent's Pokemon and lost its will to fight. This gap is really too scary. Although the pressure between the same race is more obvious, it is still too incredible to achieve this level. In the audience, all the players and trainers opened their mouths wide. Although they did not see the wonderful battle, seeing Charmander being suppressed by Charizard's momentum. This strong visual impact gave them a stronger shock than watching the fierce Pokemon battle. Come back, you tried your best, put this. Richie took back his Charmander in great frustration. He was not afraid of failure, but he could not resist Charizard at all. This made him feel very uncomfortable, and he even felt betrayed by Charmander. What made him even more regretful was that he could not learn more from this Pokemon battle between the same race, with such a rare and powerful rival. It was really a pity. Before that, whether it was Butterfree or Pikachu, he had more or less learned some skills from Ash, the top trainer. All of these will help him go further in the trainer career. However, this battle with Charmander, it is completely meaningless. Oh, forget it. Sighing, the optimistic Richie began to convince himself. After all, he is not Charmander. He may not understand Charmander's mentality and feelings when facing the powerful Charizard, and perhaps he is not qualified to blame Charmander. As a trainer, all he can do is understand and respect, then accompany Charmander to overcome this psychological shadow. Thinking of this, Richie's expression eased a lot, and he gave Ash a blessing smile. Congratulations, Ash, for successfully advancing to the quarterfinals. I hope you can keep winning with my efforts until you win the final championship. Well, I hope we will have a chance to see each other again in the future. Ash nodded and replied with a smile. He was actually a little surprised by Charmander's reaction just now. I originally planned to show Richie a few tricks, but now it seems that there is no way. I can only say that Lao Peng is indeed a king, and his future achievements are limitless. Combined with the God Manual in the system store, Ash's eyes are full of expectations. In this case, let Charizard become the Charizard King worshipped by the entire Pokemon world. Ding! Story mission. Complete the teaching game against Richie. Use the same or evolved Pokemon as Richie to win the battle. The mission has been completed. Task reward. Pikachu's level is increased to level IV.53. Points, 50W. The level of the random Pokemon participating in the battle was not given to Charizard, but it is still good to be able to raise Pikachu 3 levels in a row. Leaving the battle site, amid the enthusiastic cheers and shouts of countless spectators and trainers, Ash left the player channel and went to the audience where Delia, Sabrina, and Misty were. When passing by the audience, it almost caused a riot, but fortunately the Alliance staff in charge on the scene did their duty. They specially strengthened the patrols around Ash and his friends to prevent Ash from being disturbed without reason. Ash, you are so amazing. Now many viewers have become your fans. Misty looked at Ash, who was sitting between her and Sabrina excitedly. These days, they were very happy to witness Ash's rise from a league rookie to a favorite to win the championship. Especially the lively and active Misty, who has become the backbone of Ash's cheerleading team. Whenever Ash's game starts, she cheers for him. Ren Lee's, too. That's just the beginning. The games to come will be even more exciting. Thank you for your encouragement. Ash smiled and said in a joking tone. Then the second match of the top 16 will be between the top-ranked girl from Pokemon Academy and the player from Tokiwa City. What kind of exciting match can they present to everyone? Let's wait and see. At this moment, the commentator's voice came into Ash's ears. Top-ranked girl. This is a match that he is more interested in. I didn't expect that her match would be right after his. Ash is somewhat curious about this beautiful girl who was defeated by him and embarked on a journey in anger to change the original plot. If conditions permit, he would like to compete with top-ranked girl in the Indigo Plateau Conference. In a round of 16, rival, whom the top student met, was unexpectedly weak. Compared with Richie, she was probably not much stronger. She also won the battle relatively easily. It is worth mentioning that compared with the formulaic battle command in Pokemon School, the top student's command in the round of 16 has made great progress. She often has a flash of inspiration, and her reaction is not as old-fashioned and stiff as in Pokemon School. As the eldest daughter of an ancient family in Kanto, the Pokemon she trained must be good. The main song Pokemon that appeared are all at the level of the main gym trainer. Putting aside the impact Ash had on this Indigo Plateau Conference, The Indigo Plateau Conference, where the quality of trainers is generally low, should be considered a very strong trainer. In addition to her, the one who surprised Ash the most was the rising Xiaoyong, a trainer he had noticed since the auditions. He is from Blackthorn City in the Johto region. The main Pokemon he holds are mainly Dragon-type teams. His command level is very good. He should be his strongest opponent in this Indigo Plateau Conference 823. Maybe he is the Quartz Conference champion who did not show his true face in the original plot and only gave a silhouette at the award ceremony and closing ceremony, of course. This is also Ash's own guess. After all, from his perspective, except for these two who are slightly worthy of his attention, the other trainers are a bit lackluster. The next day, the competition continued. The support group of Palatown was at the Mother's Delia led them to cheer for him. As Ash's performance in the competition became more and more outstanding, Delia also looked forward to her son's victory in the Indigo Plateau Conference. Ash's quarterfinal opponent rival was a man named Palaman. He looked to be about 20 years old. According to intelligence, he was a trainer who had traveled to multiple regions and achieved good results in leagues in other regions. He seemed to be one of the top 4 players in Sinnoh region last year. Palaman's 3 main Pokemon were all at the gym level. If it weren't for Ash, he would still have a chance to compete for the championship. Ash easily sent Charizard to defeat him. He even hesitated during the battle whether to let Charizard fight in the form of Mage Evolution to test the strength of Charizard's. But Rival's strength was too weak, and he was only at the gym level. Rival, who could be easily defeated without taking it too seriously under normal circumstances using the second lineup. Why would he use Mega Evolution? He was not very interested in such idiotic behavior as using a nuclear bomb to kill a mosquito. Charizard could be Mage Evolved, but it is not necessary. Rival must have at least a quasi-elite level of strength, right? Otherwise, Ash is afraid that Charizard will lose his strength and be directly beaten by the opponent's Pokemon. It will be difficult to end it at that time. After all, it is just a competition, not a life-and-death fight. The top 8 matches are all over, and the final 4 are Ash, Yuding Jiaozi, Xiaoyong, and Xiaowen from a small place in the Hoenn region. 2 men and 2 women. The gender of the top 4 players of this Indigo Plateau Conference is unusually harmonious. This time, Rival is still confirmed by fishing Magikarp, and the rival that Ash fished to advance to the finals is Yuding Jiaozi, who came to the Indigo Plateau Conference to chase him. At this time, Yuding Jiaozi, who got the elite-level Pokemon from his grandfather, is determined and confident with his main Pokemon. Ash, just wait for me. This time, the Excellent Pride, will definitely give you a big surprise. Although it is a bit unfair to use Grandpa's Pokemon, there is no way. I will definitely accept you as a male servant. Beg. The Excellent Pride stroked the hair beside her ears, full of confidence. In order to beat Ash in such an important occasion as the Indigo Plateau Conference, she has done everything. When the Indigo Plateau Conference is over, the news that she used Grandpa's main Pokemon to participate in the competition will definitely spread to other family members. Not to mention the family members, even the cousin who is watching the game at the moment will probably not let her off easily. But it's all worth it to beat Ash once. Excellent Pride. It's a pretty good semi-final rival. I've been looking forward to it for a long time. Ash was a little surprised to face the Excellent Pride. It can only be said that the task assigned to him by the system will definitely not go wrong. After all, he will face her at the Indigo Plateau Conference. In the first match of the semi-finals of the Indigo Plateau Conference, Ash from Palatown will face the top student from the Pokemon School. It is worth mentioning that both of them are rookie trainers who have just started this year. And from the interview, it seems that the top student came to the Indigo Plateau Conference just for Ash. She made a bold statement in front of the reporter, saying that she would definitely eliminate Ash and win the championship. And Ash didn't have that much impression of the top student. Isn't it a very storytelling duel? So who will laugh last in this battle and advance to the finals first? Let's wait and see. At 9 o'clock in the morning of the next day, the main venue of the Indigo Plateau Conference was bustling with people. As the schedule progressed to the final stage, the attention naturally increased. Not only did the people who watched the game from the beginning not leave, but more and more spectators and trainers from surrounding cities also poured in later. As far as Ash knows, more than half of the people in Pallet Town came to watch the game because of his brilliant performance at the Indigo Plateau Conference. At this time, all the residents of Pallet Town are Ash's solid backers. Come on, Ash. Delia, your Ash is really outstanding. No wonder he can find two such beautiful little girls as girlfriends. If he can win the championship this time, our Pallet Town may become the hometown of champions in the future. You're thinking too far ahead. Just focus on the present and don't put too much off-field pressure on Ash. Looking at the residents talking about it, Professor Inmu felt a little frustrated. If his grandson can shine in the Indigo Plateau Conference, he will surely win the favor of everyone in Pallet Town. Alas, it can only be said that people can never be generalized. A true genius will never be covered up. Ash, I've finally waited for this day. Today I will make you pay for your behavior in Pokemon School. The significance of this half-year trip will be revealed at this moment. Get ready for battle, Golem. On the red team's command platform, the top-ranked child threw a Pokeball. Her first Pokemon was a gym-level Golem. The huge Golem appeared in the battlefield. Pokemon, Golem, level, IV.45, qualification, red. Ash's eyes flashed with surprise. The top-ranked child Golem was trained quite well, and the key qualification was also high. After all, he was able to make it to the semifinals. Although Ash didn't know how much help her family gave her in training Pokemon. But compared to Gary, who was almost free-range, he must have obtained enough resources. In fact, it was reasonable for Gary, a rookie trainer who had the halo of Professor Oak's grandson, but didn't get too many extra resources, to be eliminated in the first quartz competition. The first Pokemon sent out by the top player is a Golem. Wow, this Golem is quite impressive. It seems that Ash has met a tough opponent this time. The commentary resounded throughout the quartz venue through the radio. Many trainers who recognized the gym-level Golem of the top player were shocked. Yesterday, when the top player was promoted, he had already used a gym-level duck. From this point of view, the top player, who also left the Pokemon School as a rookie trainer this year, has at least 2 or more gym-level Pokemon in his hands. I think he should not be as perverted as Ash. On the podium, the attention of the 4 Kanto elites is on the top student. Bruno looked at Lorelei and asked with a smile, I wonder if your cousin can show Ash's true strength? Lorelei looked at Bruno with a look of idiot. Champion-level Charizard. Do you think the student has the ability to defeat it? Du nodded and said with a smile, I have to say that if Ash sent that Charizard, this Indigo Plateau Conference would definitely be a sure thing. Hee, in my opinion, even everyone here should pay attention. If this boy wins the championship, the rival among us who is chosen by him may also lose. Granny Agatha said slowly. As soon as this was said, the expressions of everyone present changed a little. Although there was nothing wrong with what Granny Agatha said, in their opinion, Ash was just a rival who deserved special attention. Everyone here is expected to compete for the championship throne and dominate the entire Kanto region in a certain attribute field. Naturally, they would not take Ash, the rookie, too seriously. It is true that Ash is very talented, and they are far inferior to Ash in the rookie trainer stage. But want to defeat them in the challenge after winning the championship? Ash is still far away. Get ready for battle, Milotic. Accompanied by an ethereal and pleasant light growl, the elegant and noble Milotic appeared in front of Ash. Huge size, elegant, and beautiful body. The moment Milotic appeared, he became the focus of everyone's attention. Beautiful Milotic. It is actually a flash color, and the size is much more exaggerated than the ordinary Milotic. At this time, many people were shocked by Ash's Milotic, which is 10 times larger than the ordinary Milotic. In addition, Ash had several Pokemon individuals with sizes different from normal Pokemon before. The audience even wondered if Ash had a special hobby for giants. And how lucky was he? As a rookie trainer, he was able to capture Milotic, which is also extremely rare in the Hoenn region, in less than half a year of travel. The key is that his flash. The audience is getting more and more curious about the richness of Ash's Pokemon lineup. It seems that all kinds of rare and powerful Pokemon have been captured by him. After being amazed, a group of trainers and audiences also cast a slightly pitiful look at the top pick. Suddenly, I feel a little pitiful for being Ash's rival, especially since the top pick is a rookie trainer. Since Ash participated in this quartz competition, his existence has always been equivalent to a dimensionality reduction attack. What did I see? Ash sent out his Milotic to deal with the golem of the top player. The size of this Milotic is very exaggerated, and the key is that it is an extremely rare flash Pokemon. As we all know, in addition to the body color, the individual Pokemon of different colors will also show talents different from those of the same species in some aspects. Let's wait and see. Ash's Milotic will show it in the battle. The off-site control commentator can be said to be quite dedicated. Even at this moment, he was shocked by Ash's Milotic. He still reacted at the fastest speed, using his eloquence to give the most professional commentary, answering questions and solving doubts for the audience. Mobilize the atmosphere of the audience. However, judging from the eager expressions of the audience, it seems that there is no need for him to specially mobilize. Among the friends and family, Ash's cheers became more intense as Milotic appeared. On the other hand, the audience who were captivated by the beauty of the top-notch talent and the supporters from the Pokemon Academy who came to watch the game were completely wilted like eggplants hit by frost. On the high platform, Lorelei's beautiful eyes were fixed on the elegant and noble Flash Milotic. She almost wrote, "I'm interested in Milotic" on her face. As the best Ice-type trainer in Kanto, she is also very interested in Water-type Pokemon that are similar to Ice-type. Not to mention Milotic, the most beautiful Pokemon that all female trainers can hardly resist. But when she realized that this was Ash's Pokemon, her expression immediately became a little depressed. What a pity, such a beautiful and rare Pokemon. Why didn't she meet it first? She firmly believed that she would never be like the muscular guy next to her. It was obviously a rare Pokemon that she met first, but was still captured by Ash. Come back, Golem. It's your turn, Golduck. Seeing Ash send out Milotic, the top-notch Pokemon took back Golem without hesitation and replaced him with Golduck. Still the familiar gym-level strength, level IV.47. A civil war between water-type Pokemon. Golduck used the spirit. Golduck's eyes lit up with blue psychic light, and his spiritual power pressed toward Milotic on the opposite side. Used Twister after breaking free. The moment the blue psychic light appeared on his body, Milotic exerted force to break free from Golduck's confusion attack, and his electric tail rolled up a fierce Cyan Twister. Get out of the way, Golduck! As soon as the top-notch Pokemon finished speaking, the duck was hit by Milotic's Twister and rolled into the air. Golduck, use Aqua Jet after Fury swipes. The top-notch Pokemon remained calm in the face of danger and gave a calm command. Two white lights flashed in the blue tornado. Golduck tore Twister apart and rushed out, wrapped in a rapids, and dived straight down towards Milotic. Come on, face the enemy head-on. Use Dragon Tail. With a loud cry, Milotic, with a layer of blue light on his tail, faced him head-on. Bang! Amidst the loud noise, Golduck fell out with a wail. This is impossible. The top player's face changed drastically when she saw this. She thought she was already an excellent commander, but the gap between Golduck and Milotic in terms of strength and species strength seemed difficult to close. Wow! Ash's Milotic stood firm and easily defeated the fierce attack of the top player Brother Duck. The opening battle was so intense in just the first round of probing, and the commentator's tone became very excited. Golduck, use Amnesia. Milotic, get close to it and tie it up. Golduck used Amnesia and showed a wise expression, greatly improving his special defense attribute. While it was using Amnesia, Milotic leaned over and crawled quickly to Golduck, and was about to tie up Gundam Duck. Golduck, aim at the ground and use the water gun trick. Just when Milotic's snake-like body was about to trap Golduck, it aimed at the ground and used the recoil force to get out of Milotic's attack in the air. A. Milotic Water Gun. Before the commentator had time to praise the excellent command of the proud son, Milotic raised his head and spit out the water gun from his mouth, hitting Gundam Duck accurately. Helplessly, Golduck in the air had no place to get the force, and was hit by the water gun and fell straight to the field. However, after amnesia, its special defense skyrocketed, so it did not suffer too serious damage. Good job, Golduck! Next, use Wonder Room. The ruby on Golduck's forehead lights up, and a huge red energy barrier instantly covers the entire battlefield, and then quickly disappears. Wonder Room, by creating a bizarre space, swaps the defense and special defense of all Pokémon within a certain round. Oh, interesting tactics. As expected of a top student of Pokémon Academy, a strange light flashed across Ash's eyes. To put it bluntly, in a civil war between two water-type Pokémon, water skills become less important. In contrast, Milotic's physical skills, such as Dragon Tail and Body Slam, are more threatening to Golduck. The special defense increased by Golduck Amnesia can be added to the physical defense attribute. On the other hand, Milotic species strength, its special defense is 125, and its defense is only 79. This will significantly improve Golduck's psychic water skills. It can be said that the Wonder Room of the top-notch prodigy was very clever, narrowing the gap between Golduck and Milotic to the greatest extent. Golduck Psychic, Milotic Light Screen. After the dual defense attributes were exchanged, Ash did not dare to be arrogant. A golden light wall lit up in front of Milotic, blocking the powerful psychic storm used by Golduck. I have to say, compared to the time in Pokemon School, your progress is obvious. Ash raised his eyebrows and smiled. But unfortunately, my Milotic's offensive means are more than that. Use the freezing beam, Milotic. Milotic's mouth accumulated stockpile, an ice-blue zigzag beam shot directly at Golduck on the opposite side. How could the top-notch prodigy, who relied on the Wonder Room's lack of defense, have thought that Ash's Milotic did not hide Ice-type skills? It stands to reason that in a civil war between Water-type Pokémon, the most effective offensive skills must be used right from the start. As a result, Ash was so calm. Get out of the way, Golduck! Golduck reacted quickly, and before the words of the superior pride fell, it wanted to jump back to avoid Milotic's attack. In a split second, Ice Beam hit Golduck's leg, and the icy power quickly eroded its leg and knotted it. It's time to end. Use Dragon Pulse, Milotic. Ash sentenced Golduck to death lightly. Golduck, go for it. Use Hydro Pump to fight back with all your strength. The violent blue dragon energy gathered in Milotic's mouth. At the same time, Golduck, who fell to the ground and lost consciousness in his left leg, could only grit his teeth and endure the erosion of the icy power, and chose to attack with Hydro Pump. In the center of the field, the blue energy beam and Hydro Pump collided violently. After only a stalemate of 1 second, 1.0 Dragon Pulse swept Golduck's hastily used Hydro Pump and hit the opponent with a crushing force. Boom! In the explosion, the big duck fell straight out of the battlefield. Brother, Golduck lost his ability to fight. Milotic won. Next, please ask the top players to change Pokemon. In the audience, the Pallet Town family and friends burst into warm cheers and shouts. Ash, come on. Milotic is invincible. There were also countless new fans captured by Ash because of his strong performance in this Indigo Plateau Conference. In the first round of the semifinals, Milotic suppressed and easily defeated Golduck with absolute strength. The victory was clean and clear, without any suspense. Come back, Golduck! The battle has just begun. Prepare for battle, Altaria. The top pick took back Golduck and sent out the second Pokemon. With a sky-blue body and fluffy wings like cotton, Altaria, a dragon and flying type, appeared. Altaria, level IV.48, red qualification. Since they can't win head-on, they can rely on Altaria's air advantage to further magnify Milotic's lack of mobility on land, and then control the situation. Come back, Milotic! It's your turn, Charizard. Ash also decisively took Milotic back. It's not that he was afraid of not being able to beat Altaria, but it was really troublesome to deal with Altaria in a non-water field. Altaria, Breath of Leaves. Play with her, Charizard. Use Flamethrower. Altaria began to accumulate red dragon type in her mouth, and Charizard opened his mouth and launched a blazing flame attack. 17 Dragon Breath versus Flamethrower. In the stunned expression of the audience, Flamethrower easily pushed Dragon Breath and hit Altaria. Silence. The eliminated contestants in the audience gasped. This power is too terrible. Altaria, who seems to be well trained by the top pick, is not its opponent. Altaria, burned by the flames, wailed in pain and fell directly into the battlefield. Altaria. On the command platform, the top pick held the railing tightly with both hands. The face was extremely pale and ugly. In front of Ash's Charizard, her Altaria seemed to have no resistance. TSK, TSK, TSK. There is really no way. Bruno looked at the Charizard flying in the air and said with a somewhat helpless tone, "To be honest, for this Indigo Plateau Conference, Ash's strength is too supermodel. It's beyond my expectation that my little sister can make it to the semifinals. Now I just need to go all out and leave no regrets." Lorelei was very open-minded. The Elite Four chatted while the top pick below took back Altaria, who had lost her ability to fight. She handed the Pokeball containing Altaria to Nurse Joy on the sidelines to ask her to help treat it. Charizard's Flamethrower just now looked a bit scary. She was afraid that if she didn't treat it in time, Altaria would be injured. It's your turn, Golem." Taking a deep breath, the top pick sent out Golem again. Her idea was also very simple. The Golem with ground and rock attributes must be able to withstand Charizard's destruction. However, she was still too naive. Seeing that she sent out Golem, Ash decisively changed the tactics and strategy to command Charizard and Golem to fight in close combat. The flashing green Dragon Claw posed a great threat to Golem with the blessing of Flying's advantage. Although Charizard is not known for its speed among Ash's main Pokémon, it does not mean that it is not fast enough. It's just that other Pokémon are more abnormal in terms of speed. Wow, Charizard tore Golem's defense with a powerful Dragon Claw attack, and Golem lost its ability to fight. Since 3 Pokémon of the top player have lost their ability to fight, the game has entered the halftime break and wait for the venue to change. In a 6-on-6 full player battle, when 3 main Pokémon of any side lose their ability to fight, the event organizer will change the venue. "Come back, Golem." After taking back Golem, the top player looked at Ash, who was talking and laughing with Pikachu, and leaving the venue in a trance. Only after facing Ash head-on could she feel the despair and powerlessness of those trainers who had encountered Ash before. In front of his domineering Charizard, Altaria, who she carefully bred, couldn't even make a move. The powerful Dragon Claw could actually directly stop the Golem under the high-speed rollout contest condition. She couldn't imagine how high the level of Ash's Charizard was. Even her grandfather's main Pokémon didn't have such a terrifying momentum. Could it be that Ash's strength has surpassed her grandfather? Player Lounge. Xiaoyong and his rival Xiaowen, with dark green short hair, watched the first half of the battle between Ash and Yu Dang Jiaozi. Both of them looked a little solemn. As a rival, what do you think of Ash? Xiaoyong looked at Xiaowen and asked. Xiaowen frowned slightly, thought for a while, and replied, "If possible, I don't want to meet this guy in the finals. This Charizard is very strong. I'm afraid I can't solve it." "Ha ha, of course. You still have to get past me before that," Xiaoyong said with some amusement to Xiaowen's tone of acquiescing to eliminate himself. "Wait and see." Xiaowen didn't explain too much. She was just stating the facts. Compared with Ash and his terrifyingly strong Charizard, she wanted to meet an opponent like Yu Dang Jiaozi more. Of course, she also knew that this possibility was extremely small. Soon, the ground changed from the standard field to the field. In fact, there was not much change. It was a battlefield suitable for grass-type Pokémon, and it did not interfere with Pokémon of other attributes. Okay, the first game of the semifinals will continue. Please send out your Pokemon trainers. The battle officially begins. The commentary resounded throughout the venue through the radio. Get ready for battle, Marowak. Marowak, level IV.49, gold aptitude. Oh, a Marowak of top aptitude. Looking at the Marowak on the opposite side, Ash's eyes showed strange colors. This Marowak's aptitude was extremely high, and it was not the one he saw at the Pokemon school. It seems that after embarking on the journey, the top-notch prodigy also had her own adventures, where her family was also making efforts. No matter what aspect it was, a trainer who could obtain a Pokemon of top aptitude was also worthy of his serious attention. Ground type, right? Then the next battle is up to you, Bulbasaur. As the second player, Ash chose to send out Bulbasaur, who has a tribute to restrain Marowak. Although the level is a bit low, it is enough to deal with it. Marowak, Boomerang. Bulbasaur, Vine Whip. Snap! The Boomerang thrown by Marowak was accurately intercepted and pulled back by Bulbasaur's Vine Whip in midair. Bulbasaur, Sun Flame. Under the sunny day, the sunlight energy was instantly accumulated and a powerful sun flame was fired. Swoosh! Marowak, who didn't have time to dodge, was directly hit hard and fell to the ground, losing his ability to fight. Wow! Bulbasaur easily defeated Marowak, and Ash still maintained his absolute dominance. So far, no trainer has been able to pose enough threat to Ash's Pokemon. As the top Pokemon lost their combat capabilities one by one, the situation clearly went to Ash. The commentator's speaking style also became somewhat biased. It can only be said that he is worthy of being a commentator who can attend the Indigo Plateau Conference. A good commentator should maintain absolute fairness. There is nothing wrong with this statement, but unfortunately, it is more important to serve the audience. Given Ash's outstanding performance in this Indigo Plateau Conference, he has more and more fans and the highest voice for winning the championship. The commentators saw that the top kid was about to lose. It is definitely okay to flatter Ash appropriately. The situation of this battle seemed too one-sided. It was already in the second half, and the top kid couldn't even make any of Ash's Pokemon lose their combat ability. The next thing to face is a 6-2 situation, and the audience must have known it. Wow, wow, wow. Ash, Ash. The fans in the audience also responded to the commentator with cheers. This kid, what has he been through in the past 6 months? Asterisk, asterisk. Looking at Ash, who was in an absolute advantage in the field, Delia was happy, but also a little confused. Before watching the game, he thought it was rare for his son to make it to the top 16, but he didn't expect that he would compete for the championship in the blink of an eye. Damn it, come back, Garagura. The top player took back Marowak, his face pale. For Pokemon on her side had already lost their ability to fight, while Ash's main Pokemon all had spare strength, which was completely different from what she expected before the game. Originally, she was confident that she could defeat Ash with the elite Pokemon given by her grandfather as a trump card. As a result, Ash now has 6 Pokemon left, and even with the elite Pokemon in hand, she is a little unsure. Please send out the fighting Pokemon immediately, top player. Please send out the fighting Pokemon immediately, top player. With the commentator's continuous reminders, the top player came to his senses and threw the Pokeball in his hand. Her 5th Pokemon is Flareon. It is also the only Pokemon in her main Pokemon lineup that has not reached the gym level. After all, she didn't have Ash's cheating system. Even if the resources given by the family were inexhaustible, the level of Pokemon still had to be improved step by step. Rare candy is a good thing that only Ash has. Seeing this, Ash decisively took back Bulbasaur. Although it was not too difficult to deal with this fire Pokemon with Bulbasaur's level and strength. But he would not underestimate the enemy at all, which was the greatest respect for rival. Pikachu, it's up to you next. Pika. Nodding, Pikachu jumped off Ash's shoulder. He quickly ran into the battlefield in 3 or 2 steps. Oh, here it is, Ash's Pikachu. As Ash's main Pokemon, it didn't appear much at the Indigo Plateau Conference. I hope to see it perform more brilliantly this time. The commentator was optimistic about Ash. It's not just because the battle situation was tilted, but also because Ash's Pikachu had played against Richie's Pikachu before, relying on amazing speed to play with the opponent's Pikachu in the palm of his hand, which left a deep impression on the commentator. Flareon, Flamethrower. On the opposite side, Eevee opened his mouth and launched a blazing fire attack. Agility dodge and use Iron Tail. Pika. As soon as the voice fell, Pikachu immediately agility and easily avoided the fire attack, leaving a series of afterimages on the field. Then splashed high, the tail flashed a dazzling white light and turned over in the air, and Iron Tail fell heavily on Flareon's head. Bang! With a muffled sound, Flareon screamed and flew backwards. Deal with it. Use Surf. Pika. Pikachu, who had just landed, splashed again, creating a huge wave and rushing towards Flareon. Flareon loses his ability to fight. Pikachu wins. After the huge wave, Flareon was seen spinning his eyes, lying on the ground with his body wet, looking extremely embarrassed. Come back, Eevee. At this time, there was no expression on the face of the outstanding child. It can be said that he was completely stunned by Ash. Holding his grandfather's Pokeball in his hand, he gritted his teeth. These are the strongest Pokemon she has cultivated after traveling for half a year and using many family resources. In the end, he lost miserably in front of Ash. If the sixth Pokemon was not her grandfather's Pokemon, she would be completely crushed by Ash today. At this moment, the top-ranking Pokemon has put on a mask of pain, and the whole person is a little depressed, know what? The gap is so big that she even feels a little embarrassed. In this case, she has no face to continue to send Grandpa's elite-level Pokemon to appear. She originally thought that when she was in a stalemate with Ash's other Pokemon, she would rely on Grandpa's main-level Pokemon to deal with Ash's most difficult Charizard nephew. Although she wanted to win, she was not stupid. Ash, you won. Congratulations on advancing to the finals. This battle was like a wake-up call, directly awakening the top-ranking Pokemon's dream of surpassing Ash and retaliating to him at the Indigo Plateau Conference. Maybe she has some talent as a trainer, but compared with Ash, it can only be said that she is not a little bit behind. They are both working hard, and Ash's progress every time must be much higher than hers. I'm afraid she may not have a chance to catch up with him in the future. Sure enough, I never wanted to admit it. Ash is really handsome. After taking back the Pokemon, he had no intention of continuing the battle. The top student looked at Ash and admitted defeat decisively. Ash! In the audience, the Pallet Town family and friends were overjoyed. Then came the thunderous cheers. Since the top player admitted defeat, Ash won the semi-final and successfully advanced to the final. The final match will be decided in the afternoon. Let's wait and see. Ding! Couple mission. Defeat the cheating top player at the Indigo Plateau Conference, and then take her as your maid. Task completion rate 80%. Task reward. Potential Enhancement Potion. Unconditionally improves Pokemon's qualifications to gold after use. 100 W points, and the intimacy of the top player is increased by 50%. Looking at the lost top player, Ash was dumbfounded. What happened? It seems that because of the one-sided battle, the top player was discouraged and chose to admit defeat. This also made his mission impossible to complete 100%. The rewards he received were also greatly discounted. His points were directly reduced to 330, and he was deducted 500,000. Fortunately, the effect of the potential enhancement potion was not changed. This also made Ash feel relieved. However, the abnormality of this mission also made Ash alert. It seems that he has to pay more attention to the content of the mission in the future. This time, it was obvious that the Superior Pride was autistic, so the mission could not be completed successfully in the end. By the way, the Superior Pride mentioned by the system cheated again. With full of depression, Ash accompanied his mother Delia, Misty, and Sabrina to watch another group of duels in the semifinals. The result was not far from what Ash expected. Xiaoyang's Pokemon are mostly excellent and rare dragon Pokemon, which are well cultivated and generally higher in level than Xiaowen's Pokemon. Xiaowen is obviously a traveler with no background. The main Pokemon lineup has a comprehensive attribute, and there are not many rare and precious Pokemon. The overall strength is similar to that of the Superior Pride, but the difference is that she started traveling a few years earlier than the Superior Pride. After losing to Xiaoyong, her fans were also very disappointed. It was because Xiaoyong was also a rookie trainer, and he had just come to Kanto from Johto region Blackthorn City this year, Beck, to start his trip. As for why he didn't choose his hometown Johto region as the first stop of his trip, Ash was also a little curious. After all, rookie trainers would mostly choose to travel in their hometown region in their first year. Of course, those trainers who came from wealthy families and had seen most of the Pokemon in their hometown region since childhood were excluded. Looking at Xiaoyong greeting the audience on the field from a distance, Ash's eyes flashed with a faint blue light. For some reason, he sensed an unknown power from Xiaoyong, which was very different from his own psychic. Could it be that this Xiaoyong is also a person with special abilities? Just when Ash was confused, on the high platform, a trainer who mainly trains Dragon-type Pokemon, and he looks a bit like you do, this child. Grandma has a keen eye. His name is Yulong Yong, my younger brother, and he's also a young genius that the family is fully cultivating. Looking at Grandma Agatha, Dew's face was full of smiles, and his tone did not hide the meaning of pride. Xiaoyong is his younger brother, and he is also a mega genius, but I'm afraid he can't pass Ash's level. On the side, Lorelei sighed softly. Thinking of Ash's champion-level Charizard, Dew, who wanted to refute Lorelei, fell silent. Ask yourself, if it's just a one-on-one fight, even they may be defeated in the battle with Ash Charizard. Little brother Xiaoyong is indeed outstanding, but compared with Ash, a rare monster-level rookie, the gap is still a bit big. In the morning of the next day, Indigo Plateau, on the final day of the conference, there were a lot of spectators inside and outside the venue. The open-air venue that was originally built for the Indigo Plateau Conference was now crowded with people everywhere. The dozens of broadcast screens originally set were not enough. The Indigo Alliance officials also hurriedly dispatched nearly 100 large broadcast screens for the people who could not squeeze near the venue and could only stare blankly on the streets of the town. This barely ensured that the audience nearby could see the situation of the final in the venue at the first time. This kind of event, with amazing participation by the whole people, is probably only possible if the national football team in his previous life reached the final of the World Cup and had a certain chance of winning the championship. I can only say that just thinking about it is already very outrageous. At the player entrance channel, Xiaoyong felt his heart pounding. The Indigo Plateau Conference Finals are only one step away. As long as they defeat the favorite to win the championship recently, the one from Palatown Ash, he will be able to reach the top of the courts competition and challenge his brother Yolongdu under the attention of the public. From childhood to adulthood, he has always admired his brother the most in the family. The elders have always said that they should follow their brother as an example. Brother, wait. It's almost there. I chose the Quartz region to start my journey just for this day. I'll look forward to meeting you at the top. At this time, Xiaoyong was full of confidence, as if he was sure that he could easily eliminate Ash. Little did he know that at this moment, his brother, sitting on the high platform, was staring at him with a frown. He estimated for him the pitiful chance of defeating Ash in the final. Dear audiences who have come from afar, the final of this Indigo Plateau Conference has officially begun. Veilstone. The two sides are Ash from Palatown and Yolongjiang from Blackthorn City. What kind of ember will they collide in this exciting battle? Let's wait and see. Now, please invite the players from both sides to come on stage. Listening to the broadcast, Ash gently moved the brim of his hat. Wearing a familiar sportswear with a spirited Pikachu standing on his shoulder, he slowly walked out of the contestant channel. When he came out, the applause and cheers were thunderous, and countless female fans on the stage waved their cheering sticks and hand flowers crazily, like fanatical fans chasing stars. He is handsome, powerful, and the key is that he is still so young. Ash's future achievements are simply limitless. There are many girls in the field who fantasize about being picked by Ash and becoming his girlfriend and reaching the peak of their lives. Ash. In the venue, the voices supporting Ash's victory were very loud. Listening to the extremely crazy female fans around her saying, "I want to have a baby for Ash," Delia's expression was a little strange. She must be happy that her son is so popular. But thinking of the two excellent daughters-in-law around her, she immediately tightened her face and suppressed her joy. Listening to the crazy confessions of the female fans, Sabrina was fine, but Misty's expression obviously changed a little. I immediately felt an unprecedented sense of crisis in my heart. Ash was so popular before he won the championship. After defeating rival in the finals, there must be countless Stephanies chasing him. In the middle of the field, accompanied by the voice of the commentator, Xiao Yong then came on stage. The field was thunderous cheering again, and he also had a confident and calm smile on his face. "Wait, brother. When I win the championship, I will challenge you." On the battle stage at both ends of the court's main venue, Ash and Xiaoyong stood on both sides, looking at each other from a distance. The Indigo Plateau Conference Finals will be a 6v6 full-player battle, where Pokémon can be replaced midway. If all Pokémon on either side lose their ability to fight, the battle will be considered lost. The battle officially begins now. The passionate voice of the commentator resounded throughout the venue through Matt Wind. Xiaoyong, the strongest Dragon Master. Master Yulong Yong just won a championship. Ash will win. The hope of Pallet Town. The cheers from both sides also rang out. Gary, who had been missing since he was eliminated in the qualifiers and was busy improving the strength of his Pokémon, also appeared in the finals. At this time, he had a pair of big panda eyes. Since he was eliminated from the Indigo Plateau Conference, he started extremely intensive special training, and his whole mental state looked a little haggard. He was eliminated in the qualifiers, while Ash, who set out on the same day, was now competing for the championship. The reality brought him a big blow. He was born better than Ash, and had a grandfather who was regarded as an authority in the Pokémon world. He had been living a life of luxury since he was a child. He always felt superior to Ash since he was a child. But this sense of superiority was ruthlessly shattered bit by bit as they embarked on their journey and heard more and more words of praise from his grandfather about Ash. The Indigo Plateau Conference completely crushed his superiority. Sitting next to Professor Oak, Xiao Bu said nothing. At this moment, he was in a very conflicted mood. Being from Pallet Town as well, he naturally hoped that Ash could win the championship. But if he won the championship, he would definitely be used as a negative example by everyone in the town to compare with Ash. After all, when he set out on the journey, he was a high-profile person with a luxury car and beautiful women. Go Altaria! In the field, Xiaoyong sent out his first Pokémon. Altaria, level 4.52. He sent out the elite-level Altaria at the beginning. Looking at the Altaria flying in the air, Wuji slightly shuddered. He has been following Xiaoyong's matches. He sent out gym-level Altaria at this Indigo Plateau Conference. Maybe it was a little stronger than the one of the top-notch prodigy, but only to a limited extent. Now that he sent out an elite-level Altaria right at the start, it seems that Xiaoyong has also hidden his true strength. No wonder I felt threatened by him yesterday. After thinking about it, Ash decisively took out the top-quality Super Heavy Ball. In an Ash's team, the most suitable Pokeball for the time-making is definitely the Giant Steelix. Boom boom, accompanied by a loud bang. Even though it is squatting, the Giant Steelix that still occupies nearly half of the ground area of the battlefield appears. It appears in front of everyone with a shocking posture that absolutely crushes the level of size. The ferocious face, the body that flashes with dazzling metallic luster, is nearly 10 stories high. The visual impact of the Giant Steelix on the audience is far greater than that of the Flash Milotic that appeared before. In fact, in the perception of most trainers, size represents strength. Strongness is the real beauty. Ash's huge Steelix undoubtedly satisfies all the fantasies of most trainers who pursue becoming stronger, and makes countless trainers of the scene crazy. Moreover, under the sunlight, The crystal-like material on the surface of a huge steelix reflects dazzling light, which adds a few points to it. The shock and impact of the huge steelix on the audience is not much worse than that of the legendary Pokemon. Steelix autotomize. At the beginning, Ash decisively commanded the huge steelix to use autotomize to reduce part of its weight and greatly increase its movement speed. Ask for flowers. To deal with Alteria's advantage in flying. Bang, bang, bang. About 25 meters long, the huge steelix, like an orbird dragon, coiled in the quartz venue. People who are close can even see the conversion on the crystal layer covering its body. This kind of direct confrontation with the giant gives people a tingling feeling. Steelix use Iron Tail. The giant steelix swung its incredibly long tail violently, greatly expanding its attack range. Even Altaria, who was flying high in the air, was still within its attack range. Get out of the way, Altaria. Use Moonblast. Bang! Altaria quickly moved sideways and narrowly avoided the giant steelix's Iron Tail attack, then spread its wings and made a light cry. A cold moon rose from behind Altaria, and a pink energy beam blasted directly at the giant steelix below. Use Iron Defense. Block it. A silver Lucas flashed across the crystal layer on the surface of the body, and the giant steelix proudly stood in the flesh and took Altaria's attack. Bang! The crystal layer easily dissolved the attack of Moonblast, and the giant steelix that was hit looked like nothing happened. Wow, the giant steelix looks unharmed. What an exaggerated and amazing defense ability. The commentator opened his mouth wide, his face full of disbelief. On the high platform, the expressions of several elites were also a little solemn. Isn't the defense of this giant steelix a bit too exaggerated? Lorelei asked the question first. As both are elite Pokemon, if the level difference is not big, it shouldn't be impossible to break the defense. This kid is really weird. He let Onix evolve not long after he captured it. Dude, your brother is probably in danger. Looking at the giant steelix standing still in the proud field, Neba's face was full of regret. He shouldn't have listened to Ash's advice and decided the right to capture the giant Onix through a battle. Now it seems that the talent of the giant Onix must be far beyond his expectations, and it is likely to have the potential of a champion. Bruno also regretted more and more, and felt more and more uncomfortable. The defense of the giant steelix is amazingly strong. Altaria also used the fairy-type skills that were restrained to attack. It can only be said that Xiaoyong was too confident in its offensive ability. Stone Edge Steelix. Several sharp stone blades surrounded the giant steelix and were aimed at Altaria in the air and shot at high speed. Bang, bang, bang. Altaria was unable to react in time and was hit by the sharp stones and fell to the ground. Giant steelix, deal with it. In the first actual combat, Ash was quite satisfied with the performance of the giant steelix. Blocking the skills of the reverse attribute without injury does not prove how strong the defense of the giant steelix is. Moreover, the giant steelix covered with a crystal layer has a more obvious weakness, which is the fire type. 977. In the future, the giant steelix must be continuously strengthened in terms of special defense and speed. While Altaria was falling, the giant steelix quickly approached and bound it tightly with its tail. Altaria, seeing this, a cyan light flashed in Xiaoyong's eyes. Use Dragon Dance to break free. The next moment, Altaria, who had been entangled by the giant steelix, was illuminated with dazzling blue light and burst out with amazing power rapid spin. She broke free of the entanglement with the posture of Dragon Dance and soared into the sky. What? Is it actually freed from it? Not only the commentator, but most of the audience at the scene were also confused. What happened to Altaria just now? The power that burst out in an instant was enough to break free from the restraint of such a huge steelix? Is it the power of the dragon? In addition to you, the dragon family has another genius who can control the power of the dragon. On the high platform, watching Altaria, who suddenly burst out with amazing power to break free from the blockade of the giant steelix, and the familiar power that was constantly overflowing from Xiaoyong. The expressions of the three elites were very surprised. The power of the dragon is a special power of the dragon family. The owner can greatly increase the combat power of dragon Pokemon in battle. As colleagues, they have been competing with each other for the championship throne over the years, so they deeply feel the power of the dragon. I didn't expect that the Yulong family now has a second genius trainer who can control the power of the dragon. Not bad. You are quite capable. Looking at Xiaoyong, Ash's mouth curled up. The moment when Xiaoyong used the power of the dragon to increase Alteria's combat power was captured by his psychic perception. Facts have proved that his previous intuition was correct. It is no accident that Xiaoyong can enter the finals. It can even be said that if it were not for him in the finals, he would probably have won the championship. Thank you for the compliment. Your Steelix is also very strong. But I must win in the end. After speaking, Xiaoyong gave Altaria a look. Altaria exuded a strong golden aura, and Sky Attack launched and hit the head of the huge Steelix directly. The power of the dragon can not only increase the power of dragon Pokemon, but also deepen the tacit understanding between Pokemon and trainer. At this time, he only needs a look to easily command Altaria to launch an attack. Just in time, double edge. Giant Steelix never fears direct confrontation. It rushes forward aggressively. Altaria versus Giant Steelix. The two figures collided fiercely in the center of the field. Bang! After a loud bang, Tianchi Bluebird was blown away. This is impossible. Xiaoyong's blue eyes were full of surprise and disbelief. Both are elite-level Pokemon, and Altaria also has the blessing of his dragon power. So why Sky Attack is so vulnerable in front of Giant Steelix's double edge? Because of its hard head, Giant Steelix is not affected by the recoil damage. Giant Steelix, Iron Tail, take advantage of your illness to kill you. Ash doesn't intend to give the other party any breathing space. After all, the power of the dragon is still too great for Pokemon. Boom! With a loud bang, the iron tail of the Giant Steelix fell and hit Altaria, who had no time to react. Instantly, the venue shook violently, and smoke filled the venue. It seems that even with the power of the dragon, the gap between the Pokemon of both sides is still too big. On the high platform, Fighting Elite Bruno began to sigh again. How could such a talented Giant Steelix be let go right under his nose? Ash is a very good trainer, and I am particularly surprised at his training of Pokemon. Lorelei highly praised Ash's level of training Pokemon. After all, since the opening of the Indigo Plateau Conference, the Pokemon sent by Ash, regardless of their talents, have been well trained by Ash, and their combat power far exceeds that of Pokemon of the same level and family. Xiaoyong, it's good for him to suffer some setbacks. He also has a lot of responsibility for Alteria's defeat. Yulong Du frowned and said in a deep voice. He commanded Altaria to use Moonblast to attack the Giant Steelix at the beginning, which is also his brother's usual style. The consideration of rival Pokemon and the control of skill casting were not rigorous enough, causing Altaria to fall into a disadvantage at the beginning. On the other hand, Ash commanded the Giant Steelix to quickly seize your mistakes and launch a relentless attack on Altaria, which really achieved the goal of being as still as a mountain and as powerful as thunder. He brought the combat ability of the Giant Steelix to the extreme. Based on this opening set of battles alone, Duke could roughly guess the subsequent direction of this final. Without a doubt, Ash will be the winner in the end. The power of the dragon is very helpful to the team composed of Xiaoyong Dragon Pokemon. But even with the power increase, Altaria is still not a match for Giant Steelix. Altaria loses its fighting ability. Giant Steelix wins. Amid the enthusiastic cheers of the audience, Ash commanded Giant Steelix to defeat Altaria. Xiaoyong on the opposite side calmly took Altaria back to the Pokeball. He didn't hesitate. Immediately took out another new Pokeball from his waist. Get ready for battle, Charizard. Roar. Accompanied by a thunderous roar, the sturdy Charizard appeared in front of Xiaoyong and confronted the Giant Steelix. Charizard, IV.55, red qualification. Xiaoyong sent out another elite-level Pokemon. Wow, Xiaoyong sent out Charizard. I can't wait to see his Charizard and Ash's Charizard encounter. The commentator spoke at the right time to adjust the atmosphere. Come back, Steelix. Amid the audience's expectant gaze, Ash took back the giant Steelix and said to Pikachu on his shoulder, Pikachu, it's time for you to perform. Pika. Pikachu nodded excitedly and jumped to the battlefield. Charizard, fly up, use Flamethrower. Flying into the air, Charizard aimed at Pikachu below and launched 17 blazing flame attacks. Agility, Pikachu. Pikachu easily dodged the attack of Flamethrower with amazing speed, then raised its head and aimed at Charizard in the air and fired a Thunderbolt. Pika. Although Charizard reacted very quickly, he still failed to dodge Pikachu's Thunderbolt attack and showed a painful expression. Electric type's attack has a significant effect on it. In terms of level alone, Charizard is much higher than Pikachu, but there are many things to consider in actual combat. For example, Pikachu's unexpectedly amazing speed. Charizard's fire-type moves are very powerful, and if you can't hit Pikachu, it's naturally meaningless. After about a minute of fierce attack, Charizard accidentally fell under Pikachu's Thunder Bombardment and lost his combat ability. It is worth mentioning that Xiaoyong could not give Charizard a bonus through the power of the dragon throughout the battle. After all, only Charizard in Mega Evolution X form can provide Dragon-type with the power of Dragon Control. As Charizard lost, the audience's voice for Ash to win the championship became louder and louder. Ash, Ash! The family and friends of Palatown were also cheering hard. After taking back Charizard, Xiaoyong's expression became visibly solemn. Since leaving his hometown Blackthorn City to travel, this is the first time he has encountered such a strong trainer of the same age. Get ready for battle, Dragonair. Xiaoyong sent out Dragonair as the third Pokemon. As the second stage form of the quasi-god Dragonite, Dragonair is extremely popular in the Kanto region. This is also inseparable from the regional dragon Elite Fairy. His trump card Pokemon is also a Dragonite. The noble and elegant Dragonair caused heated discussions among the audience as soon as it appeared. It's actually a mega rare Dragonair. From Blackthorn City in the Johto region, from the Yulong family, I wonder what the relationship is between him and our Elite. It's a pity that he couldn't evolve into Dragonite. Elite-level Quasi-God Dragonite is much stronger than ordinary Elite-level Pokemon. In the field, the battle continues. The level IV.49 Dragonair should have been easier to deal with than Xiaoyong's first two Pokemon. But perhaps because Xiaoyong and this Dragonair have a higher degree of compatibility with the blessing of the power of the dragon, its level easily surpasses the main level combat power and wins the first two song Pokemon. Ash didn't expect that the difference between the power of the dragon and Altaria and Dragonair would be so big. Could it be that Altaria's dragon type is not pure enough? He didn't have time to think about these. Dragonair, Dragon Rush. Pikachu, Lightning Surf. After a fierce battle, the golden light flashed all over the body, and the Pikachu that was walking on the waves hit the swooping Dragonair hard. Bang! Dragonair fell directly out of the battlefield. Pika, falling back to the field. Pikachu was also panting heavily. This Dragonair is more difficult to deal with than the previous Charizard. Dragonair lost its combat ability. Pikachu won. Since Xiaoyong has lost the combat ability of 3 Pokemon, the field will be changed next. Please move to the audience seats on the sidelines and wait. As the voice of the commentator sounded, Ash and Xiaoyong left the battle site one after another. Oh my god, is this true? Can Pikachu beat Dragonair? Ash's Pikachu is ridiculously strong. I was wrong. I thought it was Ash's mascot, and that's why it stood on his shoulder all day. The seemingly harmless Pikachu defeated the powerful Charizard and Dragonair one after another, sparking heated discussions among the audience. In the past, they all felt that the talent of Pokemon was much higher than the training level of trainer. For a Pokemon like Pikachu, which is not very outstanding among the Electro Pokemon races, the chance of defeating Dragonair at the same level is too low. In 100 battles, I'm afraid there will be only one such 353 situation at most. And that's when Dragonair Trainer made a mistake in command. On the other hand, Ash and Xiaoyong's battle. Although Xiaoyong's command was not as calm and decisive as Ash's, he did not make any mistakes. But Pikachu was always able to control the initiative of the battle and basically did not give rival any chance to counterattack. It is hard to imagine that a Pikachu can be so strong if it is properly trained. On the high platform, watching his younger brother sitting in the player's seat with a solemn expression waiting, Du was a little emotional. As a young trainer, Xiaoyong's excellence is beyond doubt. Almost all the main Pokemon elite-level combat power, plus the skillful use of the power of the dragon. If it weren't for Ash's sudden appearance, this year's Quartz Conference champion would definitely belong to him. This can't be blamed on him for not working hard enough. It can only be that Ash is too strong as a rookie trainer. Champion-level Charizard. Without more than 5 years of hard training, the Kanto elites would not even dare to think about it. After all, after being promoted to the elite level, the experience points required for each level increase are increasing exponentially. This is also why they subconsciously think that Ash's Charizard is a wild Pokemon that he is lucky to capture when they see it. The venue has been changed. Sorry to have kept you waiting. The second half of the Indigo Plateau Conference Finals has officially begun. Amid the thunderous cheers of the audience, Ash and Xiaoyong both stepped onto the battlefield. On the electronic screen, more than half of the Pokemon icons below Xiaoyong's avatar had dimmed. On the other hand, all the Pokemon icons on Ash's side were still lit. The venue was changed to a grass venue. There was also a large river in the center. Please send out your Pokemon. As the commentary sounded, the moment Ash and Xiaoyong's eyes met, they threw their Pokeballs almost in order. Ampharos, get ready for battle. It's up to you, Charizard. 2 white lights flashed, and Ampharos and Charizard appeared on the battlefield one after another, facing each other. Looking at Ampharos on the opposite side, Ash raised his eyebrows. First it was Charizard, and now it's Ampharos. This Xiaoyong reminds him of the flying elite Dodo. He is also known as the Dragon Elite, and most of his Pokemon lineups have nothing to do with Dragon Pokemon. Of course, Ash knows that in the original plot, Dodo mainly ate too few dragon Pokemon in the first generation of Pokemon. Maybe the main Pokemon of Dodo in this world is different from the original plot. The battle continues. After understanding Xiaoyong's true strength, Ash doesn't plan to waste time with him anymore. He directly sent out the champion-level Charizard, intending to crush the opponent with strength to end this final. At the beginning, Charizard used his excellent flying movement speed to dodge Ampharos's Thunder Shock move, Dragon Claw, and severely injured him. Among the elite Pokemon of the same family, Xiaoyong's Ampharos can only be regarded as a remarkable existence in combat power, and it is not the top one at all. Unlike Ash, every main Pokemon is carefully cultivated, and they're all truly excellent Pokemon selected from thousands of people. In front of Charizard's completely crushing strength, Ampharos can be said to have no resistance. Attribute Restraint can only help Ampharos delay the defeat for a moment, which is not very meaningful. Ampharos loses his ability to fight. Charizard wins! ! It's really wonderful. Ash's Charizard defeated Ampharos with absolute overwhelming strength and was unscathed. The situation is getting more and more unfavorable for Xiaoyong. As Xiaoyong's fourth main Pokemon lost its ability to fight, the commentator has already begun to set his position in his mind. Take Ash wins the championship as a fait accompli and continue to comment on this game. This Charizard will be a mountain he can't cross. Looking at Charizard standing proudly, Lorelei's expression is somewhat solemn. As an Ice-type elite, this Charizard is still quite oppressive in her opinion. Even she is a little afraid, not to mention Xiaoyong, who is still a rookie trainer in the field. It seems that this champion will come from Pallet Town. I didn't expect that Pallet Town can have such an excellent Pokemon trainer since Oak. Agatha looked at the field with some sighs. Ash said, "Alas, it's not unfair that Xiaoyong lost to him." After watching the battle till now, he could see clearly the difference in strength between his brother and Ash. At this moment, He also agreed with the words of several colleagues. It seems that I should congratulate Ash for winning the championship later. Too strong. Ash's Charizard is too strong. Kingdra's attack is completely ineffective. Kingdra has lost its combat ability. Please quickly replace the Pokemon that Xiaoyong will use. The commentary resounded throughout the venue through Matt Wind. So far, Xiaoyong has lost the combat ability of 5 main Pokemon. Charizard's strength also made all the fans who supported Xiaoyong fall into despair. Attribute Restraint basically has no effect in the face of the absolute strength gap. Ash, you are the strongest rival of the same age that I have ever met in my life. But even if I am in a desperate situation, I have a reason to win the game. In this Indigo Plateau Conference, if you can force me to send this Pokemon, it means that I have already lost. Sorry, I need the champion to Elite 4 challenge qualifications. Soar high in the sky, Dragonite. Accompanied by a clear and loud cry, a sturdy orange-red figure appeared in the sky, exuding an extremely powerful aura. Pokemon, Dragonite level. IV.66, red qualification. Champion level? Ash raised his head slightly, looking at the Dragonite that appeared in the sky above Xiaoyong's head with a little surprise. I didn't expect that Xiaoyong's trump card was actually a champion-level Dragonite. A quasi-god-level Pokemon. The key is that it also has champion-level strength. Wow, Xiaoyong's last Pokemon is Dragonite. It seems that the game is getting more and more exciting. The same Pokemon as Duelite, and the aura of this Dragonite is so strong, it looks no less than Ash's Charizard. Why do I feel that it is even stronger? The audience's eyes were attracted by Dragonite. Champion level, this isn't your brother's Pokemon. Bruno stood up from his seat in surprise, looking at the Dragonite confronting Charizard in the field. The battle between two rookie trainers turned into a battle between champion-level Pokemon. It's a bit crazy to think about it. He didn't believe that this Dragonite, good one, was trained by Xiaoyong. Not only Bruno, but the other two elites also looked at Du, waiting for him to give a reasonable explanation. Well, you guessed right. Du nodded solemnly and said in a deep voice, "The breath of this Dragonite is familiar. It may be from the family." Knowing that Xiaoyong's Dragonite came from the Yulong family, several elites present nodded. Although Xiaoyong's behavior of borrowing Pokemon from his family elders to use at the Indigo Plateau Conference is not recommended, his sending Dragonite at this moment can indeed make this Indigo Plateau Conference more interesting. From their perspective, it was not difficult to see that Ash's Charizard played very well in the first 2 games without any effort at all. Now facing this champion-level Dragonite, they could finally see how powerful Ash's Charizard was. At the court's main venue, Ash's eyes lit up with a rainbow light different from Psychic's. He whispered, "Charizard X form. Mage evolution start." Charizard suddenly burst into an extremely dazzling rainbow light, which shot up into the sky and burst out with incredible power. The audience stared in surprise at Charizard, who was wrapped in a rainbow light similar to the light of evolution, but slightly different and more dazzling. The next moment, in their extremely shocked eyes, Charizard, who is recognized as the final evolution form, began to change rapidly. What happened? Charizard's form was actually. Pairs of eyes were wide open, but because of extreme shock, the pupils shrank to the size of weed-ons, staring at Charizard shrouded in mysterious light. After a while, the dazzling light gradually dissipated, and Charizard, who was shrouded in the light, stopped changing. A handsome and domineering figure different from the original Charizard appeared in front of everyone on the scene. Gray-black skin, the part from the chin to the tip of the tail, also changed from cream to sky blue. Thick and strong shoulders, 920 have blue claw-like protrusions on both sides, and there are fin-like protrusions behind the neck. The dark blue wings are broad and powerful, and a slight vibration can stir up gusts of wind and fly sand and rocks. The claw-like protrusions on the upper end of the wings add a bit of fierceness to Charizard X. The tip of the horn on the top of the head turns blue and very sharp, and grows 2 small black horns. The flames on the body also appear blue due to the rising temperature. The dark blue eyes look particularly deep, as if looking at the abyss of hell can make you feel like falling into an ice cave. Pokemon Mega Charizard X. Level IV.65. Ability Hard Claw. Skills Flamethrower, Flare Blitz, Dragon Claw, Heat Wave, Fire Fong, Dragon Pulse, Dragon Rush, Dragon Tail, Seismic Toss, Inferno, etc. Carrying items. Charizard Emblem allows Charizard to freely evolve into X and Y forms. Ultimate Charcoal increases the power of Fire-type skills by 50%. After entering Mega Charizard X form, Charizard's original fire ability is also replaced with Hard Claw. When using contact moves, the skill power is increased by 30%. Combined with Mega Charizard X's species strength of up to 130, it has a good performance in both physical attack and special attack. Although it is not as good as Charizard, which has the ultimate output ability and special attack species strength, a 159, it depends on the situation of the rival. When facing Dragonite, with Ash's personality, he will naturally choose the X form to get the Dragon-type Charizard. Dragon-type restrains each other, which can add a little more tension to this exciting battle. Appearance is justice, and the black and gray appearance of the key X form Charizard is really handsome. In addition, the Charizard emblem allows Charizard to switch the form of Mage Evolution freely like Mutwo. Using the X form does not mean that Ash needs to give up another Mega Evolution form. It is necessary to choose a different Mega Evolution form according to different rivals and actual situations. Even Ash is still fantasizing about being able to perfectly combine the advantages of Charizard Mega Evolution's two forms through the system. Although it sounds very sci-fi, he has a system, so he has to be bolder, right? Is there a magical prop in reality that can improve the potential level of Pokemon? So Ash is still confident about the system and thinks it is worth looking forward to. Suppressing his thoughts, Ash's attention was drawn back to the game by the enthusiastic cheers of the audience. In the field, Xiaoyong, who was standing on the other side's battle command platform, was completely shocked and numb. Who can tell her what is going on? Isn't Charizard, Beb, already in its final form? What is going on with this gray-black Charizard in front of him, which still retains the shadow of Charizard, but is obviously more powerful and domineering than before? Not only the form, but also the color of the flame has changed. Charizard actually has a hidden new evolution form? Oh no. According to his estimation, this Charizard already has the strength of the elite level. Now it evolves again. Is it going to the champion level? It's over. Even Dragonite may not be able to take much advantage against it. Realizing that Ash Charizard's strength is likely to reach the champion level, Xiaoyong's whole body is cold, like an ice cave. You know, Ash is just a rookie trainer, and this Charizard is trained by him. If he still can't surpass the other party with the power of his family, then how amazing Ash's talent must be. Let's not talk about the future. Even with Ash's current comprehensive elite-level strength, as long as he wants, he can completely establish a force in Kanto with him as the head of the family and pass it down from generation to generation. With Ash's demonic talent, it is only a matter of time before his future achievements surpass the Yulong family, which he is proud of, silently supports him, and provides him with massive resources. After realizing this, Xiaoyong's previous sense of superiority and self-confidence were completely shattered at this moment. Putting aside family background, he and Ash's achievements in the first year of rookie travel are simply worlds apart. At this moment, he felt like a rich second generation meeting a self-made business tycoon when facing Ash, and he would unconsciously bow his head. Not only Xiaoyong, but the audience, including the four elites, were also shocked by Ashmid's evolved Charizard. It's not that they haven't seen the world, but mainly at this Indigo Plateau conference, Ash has repeatedly refreshed their cognition. You know, Charizard was previously recognized as the final form of Pokemon worldwide, but now it seems to have a new evolution. And Ash, as a rookie trainer, already has the strength of an elite trainer. Apart from shock, they have no better words to describe their feelings at the moment. No, Charizard is so powerful. I will train a Charizard, even if I have to spend all my money. At this moment, The audience who fantasize about being able to command the mega-handsome Charizards to fight like Ash one day only have this thought in their minds. The three starters? Garlic Turtle, Squirtle? Sorry, I'm really unfamiliar with them. Charmander is the eternal god. Charizard, use the most powerful Dragon Claw. Dragonite, let's use Dragon Claw too. Charizard and Dragonite started a fierce battle in midair. After Mega Evolution, Charizard easily controlled the rhythm at the beginning and pressed Dragonite to attack fiercely, not giving it a chance to breathe. This Dragonite did have the strength of a champion, and its level was similar to Charizard, but its reaction ability and skill casting in the battle were like a Pokemon that had not been in a fierce actual battle for a long time. It is hard to imagine that this sense of disharmony would appear on a Dragonite with a strength of champion level. However, Ash reacted quickly. Since this Dragonite was not a Pokemon cultivated by Xiaoyong himself, the intimacy and tacit understanding between the two sides were not high enough, and it was difficult to command the battle as if he was at the command of his arm. In addition, this Dragonite looked like it had not been in actual combat for a long time. It was speculated that it might be a Pokemon borrowed by Xiaoyong from the elders of the family. In this way, this sense of disharmony is not surprising. Charizard, who was in full control of the battlefield, looked relaxed. The sturdy forelimbs stretched out, and the sharp claws at the end condensed the rich dragon-type power, shining. The powerful Dragon Claw hit Dragonite's abdomen heavily. With a miserable wail, Dragonite lost the ability to fight. And this match was won by Ash from Pallet Town. Congratulations to Ash for winning the final and becoming the champion of Indigo Plateau Conference. The high-pitched and passionate voice of the commentator resounded throughout the venue through Matt. At the same time, countless spotlights were shining on the calm Ash, Pikachu, and Mega Charizard X on the battle stage. At this moment, the picture seemed to be frozen forever. On the other side, Xiaoyong took back the Dragonite who had lost the ability to fight, and his eyes were confused. He turned around and left the battlefield in disappointment. At this moment, the enthusiastic cheers and shouts given to Ash by the audience fell on his ears, but they were particularly harsh. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the main quest in the Kanto region. Defeat all rivals at the Indigo Plateau Conference and win the championship. Get rewards. Additional Pokemon carrying number +6, 1,000 W points, and a top-quality Master Ball. At this moment, a familiar voice sounded in Ash's mind. It was the huge reward given by the system after Ash participated in the Indigo Plateau Conference and finally won the championship. No matter the points, the group, or the number of Pokemon carried, the rewards were surprisingly generous to him. 1,000 W points. Add 6 Pokemon carrying slots. It can only be said that it is worthy of the final summary reward of the Indigo Plateau Conference. After getting the Pokemon carrying slot, his upper limit of carrying Pokemon has also reached 16. In the future, he will no longer have to worry about the increasing number of Pokemon that are not suitable for Professor Oak to raise. 1,000 W points are enough for him to buy many good things from the points store. When the Indigo Plateau Conference is completely settled, he can carefully choose according to his purchasing needs. As he was thinking, a message flashed in his mind again. Ding! A new challenge task detected. Challenge any one of the Kanto Elite Four and win. The reward depends on the elite challenge by the host and the performance in the battle. Here it comes, a familiar challenge task. Ash, who originally thought that he had completed all the tasks in the Quartz region, immediately triggered a new challenge task. Challenging the Kanto Elite Four and winning. The reward given from the task content alone cannot be small. However, considering that the strength of the Kanto Elite Four is likely to be comparable to the champion-level trainers in other regions, the difficulty of completing this task is not as great as that of normal. Forget it. It's time to be happy when you win the championship. Why think so much about it? Stop it. Suppressing the thoughts in his heart, Ash stepped onto his own champion position in the spotlight. On both sides of him were the runner-up Xiaoyong and the third-place winner Yudang Jiaozi. Another female player in the semifinals gave up early, so Yuding Jiaozi naturally became the third place. Other trainers who also achieved certain results in the Indigo Plateau Conference but ranked lower than the three. They stood on the stage to accept the official award from the Indigo Plateau Conference. Holding the First Alliance Championship trophy in his hand and the gold medal on his chest, Ash felt very proud. This can be regarded as making up for the regret of watching Pokemon anime in his previous life. Asterisk, 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 asterisk. Of course, winning the first league championship is only his first small goal in the Pokemon world. He still has a long way to go. However, he also looks forward to meeting more excellent Stephanie girls like Misty and Sabrina. Speaking of which, the butterfly effect caused by his arrival is still quite obvious. In the original plot, Yuding Jiaozi, who did not participate in the Indigo Plateau Conference, not only participated in the competition, but also won the third place. There was also the talented Blackthorn City boy Xiaoyong, who showed up halfway. The only regret was that his good brother Gary still failed to break the shameful history of the top 32, although this result was acceptable for a newly debuted rookie trainer. But Ash, who grew up in the same town, won the Indigo Plateau Conference Championship with his rookie status. It is no exaggeration to say that Gary's public opinion environment at this time was probably even more uncomfortable than in the original plot. In the audience, Misty, Sabrina, and Delia each waved various devices in their hands and kept shooting at Ash on the championship podium. This was the first league championship in Ash's life, and they also accompanied Ash to win. It would be a pity if such a memorable moment could not be recorded. After the awards ceremony, many spectators, tourists, and even trainers gathered here were ready to leave. The lively Indigo Plateau finally calmed down, waiting for the Indigo Plateau Conference next year. It is true that the Indigo Plateau Conference is held once a year, and the champion is always there. But what is certain is that Ash, who advanced all the way to the final and won the championship without losing any Pokemon's fighting ability and used a trainer with Mage Evolution for the first time on the final stage, will be remembered forever. Along with the audience, the top-ranked girl who won the third place but was not happy at all was also leaving. There was no way. Who made Ash the final champion? Ash looked at the tall attract of the top-ranked girl, and his eyes narrowed slightly. Although I defeated her, it caused me to fail to complete the task for the first time. Since the intimacy has been added, it is definitely not possible to pat your butt and leave. That's under a lady style, is also quite good. The Indigo Plateau Conference is over, and the trip will enter the next stage. Before heading to the Johto region, Ash plans to go to the Orange Islands first. It's a good opportunity to see if he can trigger the 3 God Birds and Lugia's mission. Ash is also quite interested in the Crazy Collector. Of course, he has no interest in the Orange Alliance Winners' Cup, which has little presence. In the original plot, Ash also successfully won the championship. It can only be said that according to the performance of the original plot, Drake's strength is really lagging. In the 6-on-6 full-member battle, he was defeated by Ash. Considering the heroic performance of Old Spray and Pikachu, let's evaluate his strength as a quasi-master level for the time being. If I fight him directly to get a trophy, it doesn't matter. The key is that before challenging him, I have to challenge the 4 gyms in the Southern Cross first, which is a waste of time. The Orange Alliance Islands are suitable for travel. Ash plans to relax with a trip to the United States. At the same time, he will naturally not let go of Pokemon such as Lapras, Snorlax, and Crystallonix. Ash, congratulations, Quartz Conference champion. And I won it as a debut rookie. At this time, Misty ran over from the audience like a fly, jumped on Ash, and hung on him like a koala to share his joy. It interrupted Ash's thoughts directly. In the audience, Delia looked at looked at Sabrina, who was still sitting there. Sabrina, aren't you going to congratulate Ash? No, this is their moment. Sabrina was very calm and smiled softly. She was also recalling her first meeting with Ash and their journey together, and then she looked at Ash and Misty, who were hugging each other in the field, and smiled knowingly. Ash, what about Charizard's evolution just now? After a while, Professor O came over, He stared at Ash excitedly and asked about Charizard's evolution. As a Pokemon professor, Charizard's evolution just now was undoubtedly his most interesting thing. This is a mega evolution form that goes beyond ordinary evolution. I call it Mage Evolution, which requires several prerequisites to achieve. The Pokemon itself must have a Mage Evolution form. Second, the Keystone and Evolution Stone that have Mage Evolution at the same time are carried by the trainer and Pokemon respectively. Third, it requires the trainer and the bond between Pokemon is deep enough and the intimacy is high enough. Of course, some Pokemons that can be Mage evolved may require some special conditions. And Mage Evolution is also a great burden on the trainer itself, and it requires a high level of mental strength from the trainer. It is worth mentioning that the difference between Mage Evolution and ordinary evolution is that it is only a temporary evolution form during battle. I believe the professor has also seen it just now. Ash is referring to the appearance of Charizard exiting the Mega form and becoming an ordinary Charizard after the battle. Professor Oak nodded. I didn't expect that your research on Mage Evolution has been so thorough. It is no exaggeration to say that you have already figured out a system related to Dage. Why don't you write down all your thoughts one day, and I will help you publish them under your name. I believe it will definitely cause a sensation in the academic world. Professor Oak looked at Ash with expectation. Ash nodded, and also felt that this matter was very reliable. At present, the Kalos region has not been able to study the use of those Mage Keystones and Evolution Stones. His Charizard is the world's first Mage Evolution. Through an article, he could get himself a title of an authoritative researcher of Mage Evolution. Maybe he could be honored as a professor by professionals in the Pokemon academic world in the future. Hearing this, Misty, who was standing next to Ash, was stunned. Mage Evolution is a discovery made from scratch in the academic world. Even if the proposer is Ash, who has never had any Pokemon research experience before, it is enough to make him a well-known figure in the academic world. In the future, even if Ash lies on the credit of discovering Mage Evolution, it will be enough for him to benefit endlessly. Time and time again, only Ash in this world can constantly bring him surprises. Misty found that she could no longer leave Ash. Ash, congratulations on winning the Indigo Plateau Conference Championship. Mom is proud of you. Coming over with Sabrina, Mom Delia conjured up a bouquet of flowers from nowhere and handed it to Ash. Just now, when Ash received the award, she planned to go on stage to give it to her proud son after taking pictures. It was just that there were too many people at the venue, and I had to accompany Sabrina, so I had to wait a little longer. I waited until everyone had dispersed before giving Ash flowers. In general, I felt a little regretful. But this little regret was insignificant compared to Ash's joy of winning the Alliance Court's Conference champion. When Ash set out on his journey, she never thought that he could achieve such a result today. And it's not just in terms of trainer. From Professor Oak's words just now, it's not difficult to hear that her son seems to have a strong talent in Pokemon research. Sure enough, her baby son is amazing. Smart. His mother takes care of him. Delia was extremely proud. She had been working hard to run the flower shop and pay huge alliance taxes for Ash, who was worried about Ash's mischief when he was young, just to get the excellent Earl Dervish Pokemon issued by the alliance official. At this moment, looking at her son holding the trophy and being admired by 0.3 million people, all the hard work seemed to have turned into sweet nectar. Thank you, Mom. I will win more regional championships in the future and even become a regional champion. I hope that my baby will celebrate for me like today. Ash smiled and let go of Misty, who was hanging on him like a koala, and reached out to take the bouquet handed by Delia. Well, Mom believes you. Delia smiled and nodded seriously. As long as Ash said it, she was willing to believe it. Nana! On the other side, Misty also ran to Sabrina with a little apology. Sabrina patted the back of her hand, indicating that she didn't need to care. After all, she came later than Misty. Besides, compared with Misty, her personality is more reserved. Ash won the court's conference champion, and everyone was happy. Professor Oak, who was eager to urge Ash to finish his Mage Evolution paper, spent a lot of money and chartered another passenger plane. The residents of Palatown, who came from afar to cheer for Ash in the finals, were also brought back to Palatown. After returning home, Ash was constantly urged by Professor Oak, and he didn't even have time to sort out the gains from the Indigo Plateau Conference and use the huge amount of points to buy new props. He immediately devoted his energy to the Mage Evolution paper. A few days later, a paper covering all the detailed information on Magel evolution came out. It not only introduced the importance of evolution stones, keystones, trainers, and Pokemon's bond, it also listed most of the Pokemon species that can undergo Mage evolution. Just one paper can represent a very complete Mage evolution system. Once published, it immediately caused an unparalleled sensation in the academic and Pokemon trainer circles. For a while, many trainers were amazed that my Pokemon could also undergo Mage evolution based on the final form. The Pokemon that Ash listed as being able to undergo Mag 17 evolution became very popular, and even the Kanto Elite Four began to mobilize their own energy to purchase Mage evolution stones in various regions. As a beneficiary, Ash also easily obtained the title of Alliance Certified Researcher. It turned out that he was not a professor. Ash felt a little sorry for the Alliance arrangement. It stands to reason that the contribution of Mage evolution is great enough. I think it may be too exaggerated to give him the title of professor directly considering that he has not participated in any research. But it doesn't matter. There will be many new things in the future. With the knowledge in Ash's mind, it will be easy for him to get the title of professor in the future. He was released by Professor Oak just after completing the Mage evolution thesis. Ash originally planned to seriously study how to convert all the huge points he just got into combat power. The Alliance also contacted him. As we all know, the champion of the Indigo Plateau Conference can get a chance to challenge the Region Elite Four. This challenge method is slightly different from directly challenging the Elite Four in the Champions League, as there is no need to go through dozens of tedious and complicated battles to get the chance to face the Elite Four directly. Ash can choose any elite to challenge. The battle adopts the rules of 3v3, and the winner can be recorded in the Alliance Hall of Fame. Of course, with this challenge, Ash cannot replace the opponent even after winning the battle with the Kanto Elite. In general, it is more like an exhibition match. Considering the related system tasks, Ash did not even bring Misty and Sabrina this time, and took the plane to Indigo Plateau alone. The next day, the court's main venue. At this time, the main venue has been closed, and this battle will not be broadcast live. Ash met the Kanto Elite Four, as well as Xiaoyong and Yu Deng Jiaozi, two acquaintances at the battleground. Du is my brother. I heard that you're going to challenge the Elite Four, so I came here to watch. Lorelei is my cousin, and I am here to join in the fun. Xiaoyong and Yu Deng Jiaozi answered Ash's questions one after another. Okay, Ash. As the champion of this Indigo Plateau Conference, you have the right to challenge any of us. Du smiled and looked at Ash and said. Bruno didn't wait for Ash to reply, and snorted, Boy, last time I lost to you, even the giant onyx that I've been following for a long time. This time you have to give me a chance to vent my anger. The implication is that he really hopes Ash will choose him. I don't really like to get involved in this kind of scene. It's more suitable for you young people to fight this kind of battle. Granny Orange was the opposite. If it weren't for the Alliance's request, she wouldn't have come today. Du and Lorelei smiled and looked at Ash without saying much. After all, it was a rare opportunity to challenge the Elite Four. Ash naturally had to think carefully. Although there were already candidates on the plane, they still hesitated when they saw the four elites. Xiaoyong, the top student, also cast his eyes on him. They both envied Ash for being able to challenge the Elite Four. After all, Lorelei, Du was the one they wanted to challenge. In that case, please give me more advice, Miss Lorelei. Lorelei, the Ice Elite, is praised by the world for her calm and composed fighting style. She is also the first Elite Four of Indigo Plateau. Seeing this, Bruno shook his head in disappointment, and Lorelei was somewhat surprised. Most of the previous court champions chose to challenge Du. After all, The main lineup is composed of powerful dragon Pokemon, and he is very popular in Kanto as the Dragon Master. She thought Ash would also choose to challenge Dew. Ash chooses to challenge Lorelei Elite. So please move to the sidelines to watch the game. The battle adopts the rules of 3v3. The game ends when all Pokemon of either side lose their combat ability. As the referee's voice sounded, the remaining 3 elites and the top pick, Xiaoyong, all left the battlefield and came to the audience. Looking forward to this battle between Lorelei and Ash. 990-inch Ash. According to the rules, I will send out the Pokemon first. Come out, Cloyster. After Lorelei finished speaking, she threw the Pokeball in her hand first. Protected by double shells, with a single horn protruding from the body, a very hard shell, and the thorns on the shell are also large and sharp, Cloyster appeared in front of Lorelei. Pokemon, Cloyster, level 4.67, store gold. As expected, Lorelei's Cloyster is very powerful, and her choice to let Cloyster take the lead seems to have a subtle intention against Ash Charizard. Lorelei thought that the main reason why Ash chose her might be that his current absolute main Pokemon Charizard happened to be a fire type. So Ash planned to seek a breakthrough through attribute restraint. And Cloyster, which is also a water type, will definitely have no problem dealing with Charizard. Looking at the amazingly high level, there are only a few Cloysters among his main Pokemon that can compete with it. Unlike the previous match against Dragonite, this time facing Cloyster, Charizard, and the 2 Mage evolution forms were slightly inferior. As for Ghastly, its level is really low. After thinking about it, Ash decisively took out a top-grade insulating ball with a lightning pattern from his waist. It's up to you, Zapdos. Dazzling lightning flashed. Zapdos, with a lot of yellow spike-like feathers on its wings and tail, well-developed thigh muscles, sharp claws, and a long orange beak, appeared in the air in front of Ash. The legendary bird that can manipulate lightning at will. Zapdos. The elites, the elite, Xiaoyong, and Lorelei on the field stared at Zapdos in great surprise. The oppressive feeling that emanated from it, which was unique to the legendary Pokemon, was absolutely true. Ash actually captured the legendary bird? Xiaoyong and the elite had wonderful expressions. Who would have thought that Ash didn't go all out at the Indigo Plateau Conference, and perhaps he was fighting with the mentality of training Pokemon? It's Zapdos. I didn't expect it, Ash. This is the first time I've met such a wicked young trainer like you. Facing Zapdos, who is at level IV.72 and a genuine third-level god, Lorelei also felt a huge pressure. According to the rules, you attack first. Then I won't be polite, Miss Lorelei. Ash didn't hold back and immediately ordered Zapdos to use the power of the electric skill. Cry. With a loud cry, electric arcs flashed around Zapdos. The sound of thunderstorms could be heard faintly. The faces of the elites watching the game on the sidelines became solemn. Cloyster, use Ice Shard. With a flash of blue light, Cloyster instantly created several ice shards and aimed at Zapdos in the air and shot them. Ice-type skills are quite effective against Zapdos with flying type. Use Thunderbolt after evading. In the air, Zapdos flapped its wings and agility tried to evade the ice shard attack. Because it was fast enough, it was very effective, although it was still hit by some ice shards. But the unique, strong physical strength of the legendary Pokemon made it blast Thunderbolt at Cloyster at the same time as being hit by the ice shard. Boom! The dazzling spark poured down on Cloyster, who was trying to hide himself in the shell. The Thunderbolt attack with charge was effective, and Cloyster was dizzy. Don't give up, Cloyster, use Ice Beam. Lorelei's beautiful face looked a little solemn. The attack strength from the third-level god Zapdos was too high, and Cloyster happened to have a restrained water type. In addition, this elite challenge was similar to a gym battle, and the only one who could freely change Pokemon was Ash, the challenger. Hearing this, Cloyster quickly opened its shell, and the protruding horn on its body shot out an ice blue light. Go straight for Zapdos, flying in the air. Zapdos wall. With a flash of light in his eyes, Zapdos held up a golden light wall and easily blocked Cloyster's ice beam. It's our turn, Hurricane. As Ash ordered, Zapdos flapped its wings violently, and a strong wind blew up the unprepared Cloyster into the sky. "Cloyster, be careful." Lorelei's beautiful eyes narrowed slightly, and she secretly said in her heart that it was not good. The air is Zapdos's home ground, which is particularly disadvantageous to Cloyster. Deal with it. Use Lightning Strike. With a strong golden spark flashing all over his body, Zapdos lock-on shot out the falling Cloyster like an arrow. Lightning Strike, an electric move. If it fails to hit rival, he will be counter-injured. Don't let it get close. Cloyster condensed ice shard in time and shot at the attacking Zapdos. Bang, bang, bang. Zapdos, who turned into golden lightning, resisted the ice shard attack and knocked Cloyster away. Cloyster lost his ability to fight, dodge. Zapdos wins. The referee stuttered as he looked at Cloyster, who fell heavily out of the field with ripples in his eyes. Rookie, the Pokemon who defeated the Ice Elite? Zapdos is his Pokemon. His brain capacity was obviously unable to process such amazing information at this moment. On the other side, Zapdos slowly fell back in front of Ash, gently flapped his wings to shake off the ice chips attached to it, and stood proudly with his head held high. It is worthy of being a legendary Pokemon. Even Lorelei's Cloyster is not rival. Du nodded slightly and gave a very high evaluation. Zapdos' appearance seems to have killed the game. This kid should be the most powerful champion in recent years. Grandma Orange chuckled. This Zapdos is of a high level. Lorelei will have to pay a heavy price to defeat it. And this is just an insignificant battle. Lorelei may not go all out to fight Ash's Zapdos. Seeing Cloyster being defeated, even Lorelei was defeated in front of Ash. Bruno's expression became more depressed. Lorelei, can you do it? If you can't, let me go. Really, why didn't this kid choose me? If I were to go on the field, what about the Divine Bird? I would still be defeated on the field. In the second round, Dugong lost his ability to fight, and Zapdos won. Lorelei Elite has one last Pokemon left. As expected, after Ash sent out Zapdos, Lorelei decisively chose to play badly, and even directly replaced the second lineup with Dugong, who also has Water type. Dazzling lightning flashed in the Quartz main venue. As Lorelei Elite's third Pokemon Slow Hippo fell under Zapdos' Thunderbolt attack, Ash defeated Kanto Ice Elite with Zapdos. Thank you for your advice, Miss Lorelei. You are very good. The future of Alliance, no? Maybe it should belong to you now. Looking at Ash, who took back Zapdos, Lorelei smiled and replied. Her eyes did not hide her admiration for Ash. After successfully defeating Ice Elite Lorelei, Ash also received a bonus of up to 1 million from Alliance. This battle made the Alliance executives fully realize Ash's, Liao Nua's, amazing potential, and they naturally had to win over this rising megastar. Ash, it turns out that you didn't give your all in the Indigo Plateau Conference Finals. I'll look forward to meeting you next time. I will definitely defeat you then. I'm more and more surprised about you. You can actually beat my cousin in a match. Ash, let's meet in the next league. Xiao Yong and Yuding Jiaozi also invited Ash to a permanent battle. Let's meet in the next league in the future. Ash naturally accepted everyone who came. Now I can beat you, but the gap will only get bigger in the future. As for Yuding Jiaozi, who he cares about more, Ash also politely asked about her next plan. Yuding Jiaozi asked about his next itinerary in return. She planned to go to the same region with him to challenge the league. In response, Ash could only say that she might have to wait for a while. He still had to go to the Orange Alliance for a while. Ding, congratulations on defeating Ice Elite Lorelei. Awarded titles. Ice Researcher. Increases affinity with ice Pokemon by 80%. Top quality never melt ice. Increases power of ice Pokemon. Moves by 50% after carrying it. Legendary Ice Pokemon Clue. Automatically detects the legendary Pokemon closest to you. After defeating Lorelei, Ash set out on his return journey with a generous bonus. After sailing for several hours, Ash rode Pidgeot back to Pallet Town at the fastest speed. When he opened the door, Delia, Misty, and Sabrina, who were notified by Ash in advance and knew that he would come back for dinner, were busy in the kitchen. From the dishes on the table, Today's dinner was unusually sumptuous. This should be a celebration banquet for Ash's winning of the Quartz Conference champion, which was postponed for several days. Looking at the three people busy in the kitchen, Ash felt a warm current passing through his heart at this time, and a feeling of happiness arose spontaneously. Ash, why are you still standing there? Help serve the dishes and prepare for dinner. Helping Delia, she also wore an apron and had long hair hanging down her back like a cook, which added a bit of gentleness and freshness to the noble and cold Sabrina, making her extremely charming. Seeing Ash staring blankly at her new outfit, Sabrina blushed and her heartbeat began to accelerate. The corners of her mouth slightly raised, her little hand passed along her cheek, and she tucked a strand of hair behind her ear. With a calm expression on her face, her ruby-like eyes glared at Ash without any deterrence. You have nothing to do. Come and help. The psychic light flashed in her eyes, pushing Ash to help Delia and Misty. After a happy dinner, Ash found an excuse and left home. First, he went to Professor Oak, who wrote his thesis, and then went to Indigo Plateau to complete the task of challenging the Elite Four. Now that he has some free time, he is going to give his Pokemon a comprehensive upgrade. All the rewards are placed in the system space, which is really itchy. Those whose effects are difficult to show in a short time are fine, but there is no such thing as hoarding for props that can be transformed into strength. As the saying goes, the old does not go, the broken does not come. Coming to an open space in the forest near Pallet Town, psychic perception spreads. By the way, a warning signal, D, is released to temporarily drive away the nearby wild Pokemon. Ash signals the Pikachu on his shoulder to jump to the ground first. Pikachu, who has had many experiences, also understands what Ash means and immediately gets excited. In the past, such scenes were when they were given a strong boost in strength, and this time will surely be no exception. Ash took out the rare candy that had been stored for a long time from the system space. 5 rare candy, IV.50, LV.60. I originally planned to wait for Pikachu's level to go up to maximize the benefits of using the props, but now I plan to use it directly on it. Seeing the familiar rare candy in Ash's hand. The electric bags on both sides of Pikachu's cheeks also attached a little current due to emotional changes, and the lightning-shaped tail shook unconsciously, looking no different from a dog trying to please its owner. Okay, they're all yours. No one will snatch them from you. Ash looked at Pikachu's impatient cuteness. He couldn't help but smile and reached out to touch its little head. Pikachu called out affectionately twice, with expectations in his eyes. Ash laughed and then turned his hand to put all the rare candy in front of Pikachu. Pikachu also couldn't wait to stretch out his short hand and throw all the rare candy into his mouth like eating candy beans. The rich sweetness melted in his mouth. Pikachu's aura began to rise rapidly with the naked eye. The level increased from 4.53 to 4.58. Pikachu is his closest Pokemon partner, and it is always the first one to be given special treatment. After feeding Pikachu, Ash called up the system store and checked the items that could be purchased with points. Product 1, a set of top-quality evolution stones, including all evolution stones that can make Pokemon evolve. Value, 500,000. Product 2, 5 pieces of rare candy, IV.50, IV.60. Value, 500,000. Product 3, item tracker, can locate and track the opponent through items such as hair drop from Pokemon. Value, 5 million. Product 4, the strongest Charizard training manual. Purchase can trigger Charizard chain tasks, which can improve Charizard's qualifications to the level of a legendary beast. Value, 3 million. Product 5, top quality Master Ball, 100% probability of capturing any Pokemon. Once captured, the Pokemon will not be able to force it out of the Pokeball by force. Value, 1.5 million. Top product, 1 Ultra Beast Pokemon Egg, a rare Pokemon from Ultra Space. Value, 3 million points. Looking at the dazzling array of products, Ash checked his remaining points again. Points balance, 1284W. The largest amount since he had the system. Without a second thought, he bought all the items except the item tracker, which was worth 500W and was of little use to him at this stage, including the top item. A total of 850W points were spent, and the balance was 434W. According to the system prompt, all the items have been put into the system space. He can take them out with just a thought. Pikachu, take it. And these are for you too. Ash gave Pikachu 3 more rare candy that he had just received to help it raise its level to 4.61 at once. Pikachu's aura directly broke through the elite level and entered the champion level. For the remaining 2, Ash released the giant Steelix that joined his team last and gave it to it. The level of the giant Steelix was raised from IV.53 to 4.55. It was very excited to experience this for the first time, and the taste of rare candy is really good for it. It's just too small, so it was digested before I could savor it carefully. The giant Steelix is too big, so Ash immediately put the rare candy back into the Pokeball after feeding it. At this point, the rare candy just bought from the system store was digested. Ash thought about it and took out the qualification enhancement potion from the system space. The potion obtained at the Indigo Plateau Conference can directly enhance the qualification of any Pokemon to the best. This kind of consumable should be used when they are needed, and there will be no value added if they are left in the space system. Come out, Charizard. Charizard, who had been trained several times, knew what would happen if Ash released him from the Pokeball at night. He did not roar to intimidate the opponent's Pokemon like he did every time he appeared in a battle, but was particularly quiet. He knew that Ash was always very low-key in this matter. But that's right, you have to be cautious with such a magical thing. Looking at Charizard with expectant eyes in front of him, Ash smiled slightly and turned over to take out the strongest Charizard training manual. A booklet with the domineering and weird black flame conversion printed on it in orange-red. It has to be said that this thing is definitely one of the items that Ash is most looking forward to in this system store refresh. You know, even if it is a quasi-god, it seems to be only a hair's breadth away from becoming a legendary Pokemon. But for Pokemon, it is like a chasm. This transformation is like a carp leaping over a dragon's gate. If Charizard can succeed, it can also lay a solid foundation for it to become the mightiest eruption dragon in the entire Pokemon world in the future. Legendary Pokemon, not to mention their various mysterious special abilities, just the abnormal physical strength of being a divine beast is enough for ordinary Pokemon to catch up. Staring at the strongest Charizard training manual in Ash's hand, Charizard's eyes are full of covet. It seems that it can also feel the importance of this manual to it. In the past, it has also seen Ash use potential enhancement potions on other Pokemon, and knows the terrifying effect that thing brings to Pokemon, like a rebirth. Charizard intuition tells it that the booklet in Ash's hand is probably several times better than those potential enhancement potions. How could it not be excited? Sure enough, Ash still likes it. At this moment, Charizard only felt that Ash was not only partial to Pikachu, but also to Pikachu. If Ash could hear Charizard's voice, he would definitely say that he was wronged. He is a master of balancing, and he always treats the main Pokemon equally. Besides, which Pokemon can be promoted is mainly determined by the props awarded by the system store and the task release. Ash looked at Charizard, who was domineering and fierce in front of outsiders, but was extremely docile at this time, with some amusement. He silently thought in his heart that Charizard would be selected as the object of the strongest Charizard training manual. Following that, the potential enhancement ribbon in his hand turned directly into silver-white dots of light. It enveloped Charizard's sturdy body, and then quickly merged into Charizard's forehead to form a diamond mark. Charizard, how do you feel? Charizard looked at Ash a little confused, because he didn't feel anything before and after, as if nothing had happened. Seeing Charizard's confused expression, he shook his head repeatedly. Ash was about to ask the system what was going on. Ding! The strongest Charizard training manual has been used. Triggered serial training tasks, 3 red dishes. Command Charizard to defeat a legendary Pokemon, and reward Charizard with a perfect fusion of the Mega Evolution emblem. In the future, he can freely switch between the 2 evolution forms X and Y in battle. freely switch between two mega evolution forms. Really? Ash immediately grasped the key to the problem. It turns out that this strongest Charizard training manual means that after use, the system will issue a series of extremely difficult serial tasks. Only after completing the tasks can Charizard usher in the transformation. Is this the case? Although it is extremely difficult to command Charizard to defeat a legendary Pokémon, it is not impossible. And in the battle with Lorelei Elite, he happened to get the reward of the legendary ice Pokémon Clue, and it happened to be a legendary Pokémon whose attribute was restrained by Charizard. There is no greater coincidence than this. Think about it. Charizard can also fight with Lorelei Elite in the future. Mute-Wo can switch Mega Evolution forms completely freely in battle, so its offensive skills are too rich. With a slight twitch of the corner of his mouth, Ash, who came to his senses, restrained his excited smile and put Charizard back into the Pokeball. Touching his chin, he suppressed the excitement in his heart. Ash released Dragonair, Sun, who he hadn't seen for a long time. Woo! Shuh! Little guy, keep your voice down. Remember that what is coming next is a secret between you and me and our Pokemon partners. Asterisk, 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 asterisk. Dragonair was experiencing this situation for the first time after all, and after a brief confusion, he nodded as if he understood. Looking at the still confused Dragonair, Ash smiled slightly and took out the potential enhancement potion from the system space. That's right. It is a precious potion that can directly improve the qualifications of Pokémon to the champion level after use. When he brought this child out of the wild wilderness area, he promised its mother to train it into a talent. Indigo Plateau, it was too busy during the conference, and it didn't have a chance to perform. Next, Ash also planned to spend more effort on it. Use potions to directly raise Dragonair's qualifications to gold. 0. Golden qualifications plus quasi-god level talents. It will be a natural thing to be promoted to the champion level in the future. Drink it, a magical potion that can make you reborn. Woo! With a soft hum, Dragonair drank the potion. Immediately afterwards, a dazzling golden light shone on its body and quickly flowed into its body. Dragonair only felt warm all over, and it was particularly comfortable. The key is that it can feel that it has gained a great benefit, and even its thoughts have become much brighter. After a moment, the golden light dissipated, and Dragonair's talent was also upgraded from the original red to gold. From now on, its future will definitely be brighter. With the potential of the ultimate quasi-god level, after the level is upgraded, it will be enough to become one of the main Pokémon in Ash's hands besides the legendary beasts. At the same time as the qualifications are improved, Dragonair's level is also upgraded from the original IV.35 to 4.38, and there is still a long way to go. After doing all this, Ash took back Dragonair and returned home. He tiptoed through the living room. Just when he was about to return to his room, a layer of psychic blue light suddenly appeared on his body. Before he had time to think about it, his eyes blurred, and he was teleported to Sabrina's room after he reacted. She was wearing a pink cartoon pajamas, looking at him with a smile. 10,000 words omitted here. Hey, Sister Lorelei, I want to ask you something. Tell me, what new idea have you come up with? You have a wide network of contacts in the Alliance. Ask someone to help me find out which region Ash's next travel destination is. In the manner of the Yuding family, one of the nobles in the Kanto region, Yuding Jiaozi looked at the icy-faced queen in front of him and pleaded. It has been several days since the end of the Indigo Plateau Conference, and he had agreed with Ash to inform her in advance which region to go to. As a result, Ash has not heard from him at all until now. Could it be that he wants to get rid of him? Yuding Jiaozi is getting more and more anxious at home. So the reason you have been sighing and not wanting to eat at home these days is that you are thinking about Ash. Sister, how can I remember him? If it wasn't 4560 and it was him, I might have won the Indigo Plateau Conference this year. I hate him so much. After being asked by Lorelei, Yuding Jiaozi was obviously a little panicked. Although his voice was loud, he didn't sound confident. Lorelei is such a smart person that she immediately realized that her cousin might be interested in Ash. This is not bad. Her cousin comes from a famous family and is worthy of Ash now. The new champion, plus the fact that she's a trainer of Zapdos, is enough to shock the top management of Indigo Alliance. However, there are many excellent people around Ash. As a cousin, she will inevitably suffer in this regard. Jiaozi, why do you care so much about which region Ash will travel to? Do you like him? No, sister, I'm just asking. I just lost to him at the Indigo Plateau Conference, so I want revenge. If that's the case, it's best. I heard that Ash is a girlfriend, and two. Misty, the little sister of Cerulean Gym, and Sabrina, the owner of Saffron Gym. At such a young age, he already has 2 girlfriends. If you really like him, it will be miserable. Sister, what are you talking about? Seeing that Lorelei, who has always been noble and cold, was getting weirder and weirder, Jiaozi quickly covered her mouth and interrupted the spell. Palatown, Professor Oak, what do you want to talk to me about? He pushed open the door of Professor Oak's laboratory skillfully and went to the backyard to visit the Pokemon he had stored there, especially Dragonair. Let the child out and reunite with it. Feeling the increasingly powerful aura of her child, Dragonair, Mother, also trusted Ash more and more. Originally, he was going to see what Gary was doing, but he learned from the researcher that he had embarked on a new journey. Ash then found Professor Oak, who was recording experimental data. Waving to Ash, Professor Oak walked to the computer and operated it. He showed a picture of Pokemon that was different from any on the market in front of Ash. This is a mysterious GS ball that Professor Nei Mu got from the Orange Alliance. Professor Nei Mu spent a lot of effort but failed to crack the secret of the GS ball, so he wanted me to help study it. But there is no way to directly transmit GS, so I can only ask someone to go to the Orange Alliance in person to bring the GS ball over. I want to entrust this task to you. As for the reward, you can ask for how much money you want, or ask for it from other places where I can be of use. Ding, trigger the task. Go to the Orange Alliance to get the GS ball from Professor Nei Mu. Bring it back to Palatown and give it to Professor Oak. Task completion reward: 500 W points, rare candy point 10 pieces, IV point 40, LV point 50. No, you have helped me a lot during the journey, and this matter is not a big deal. I just plan to go to the Orange Alliance, so just leave it to me. Ash took the task and patted his chest, looking like he didn't ask for anything in return. Okay. Thank you for your hard work. Professor Oak, who was ready to bleed a lot, smiled happily when he heard this. He also liked Ash better. If it was during a trip, it would be strange if Ash didn't ask for a large sum of hard work fee from him. Then Professor Oak, if there's nothing else, I will go back first. Okay, see you later. Professor Oak, in a good mood, sent Ash all the way out of the laboratory. He didn't stop smiling and sighed until Ash's back completely disappeared from his sight. Alas, if only Gary could be half as sensible as Ash. He originally planned to ask him for help with this matter. After all, he is his grandson, and he wants to train him well. Who would have thought that this kid rejected him without even thinking about it? And the reason he gave was that the Orange Alliance was too weak and had no training value for him. And then he headed for the farther Johto region. At this time, compared with Ash who was going to the Orange Alliance, it can only be said that Gary was dull and unworthy of high expectations. But Ash, on the contrary, had the potential to be the leader of Pokemon. Misty, Sabrina, pack up, we're ready to go. Back home, Ash said to the 2 girls curled up on the sofa. Ah, are we going to the Orange Islands? Misty immediately became excited when she heard it. After the Indigo Plateau Conference, Ash repeatedly mentioned to her that he was going to take them to the Orange Islands for a vacation. She had always kept it in mind and had made a lot of related travel guides these days. Seeing that Ash had no intention of leaving these days, although she was a little anxious, she didn't have the nerve to urge him. But she had been looking forward to the Orange Islands trip for a long time. Sabrina's eyes also flickered with anticipation. Going out for a trip, you can see more different scenery. Relax and soothe your mood, and make up for the precious time she wasted in Kanto and the Golden Gym these years. Seeing the 2 of them start to pack their luggage, Ash was not idle either. He temporarily left home and flew to the forest not far from Palatown on Pidgeot. Before leaving, he had another very important thing to do. Pika. Revisiting the old place, familiar memories came to mind. Pikachu, standing on Ash's shoulder, was also reminded of his memories. This is the forest where it and Ash just started their journey and encountered the Spearow group. Why did Ash bring it here? Pika. Pikachu looked puzzled, as he remembered that it was the first battle with Ash when they started their journey. A Spearow attacked him and Ash for no apparent reason while foraging. As a result, he was easily defeated by Ash and him, and later he provoked a group of Spearows, and he had to rely on the power of thunder and lightning to drive them away. This Spearow is really powerful now, and after evolving into Fearow, it has directly become the totem of this forest. The Pidgey and Pidgeotto tribes that originally lived here have suffered a great deal. Ash explained to Pikachu while exerting his psychic to the fullest. He quickly located the position of Fearow, the leader of the Spearow tribe, and rushed over with Pikachu. At this time, Fearow was leading a group of Spearows to bully 3 weak, pitiful, and helpless Pidgeys. Not far away, the Pidgey and Pidgeotto groups could only watch anxiously from a distance. They tried to rescue several times, but were severely injured by Fearow and fell to the ground. 17. Accompanied by a loud cry, Fearow turned around and suddenly found Ash and Pikachu, 2 uninvited guests. Memories flashed in his mind quickly. Enemies are bound to meet on a narrow road. Isn't this the Pikachu and its human trainer who bullied it a long time ago? After a few months, the original Spearow has evolved into Fearow, and his strength is much better than before. He vowed to avenge the electrocution. Looking at Fearow, whose temper was as hot as ever, Ash smiled and took out the Pokeball of Pidgeot from his waist. An exceptionally loud and clear bird song resounded through the sky. Then the Pidgeot, which was several times larger than the normal Pidgeot, was like a goshawk to a sparrow when it appeared on the scene. It firmly suppressed Fearow in terms of momentum. In front of the fully powered level IV.45 Pidgeot, Fearow, who was just full of energy and was planning to teach Ash and his Pikachu a lesson, suddenly became like a cat seeing a mouse. He left Spearow and his brothers behind and planned to escape from the forest. With its strength, it would not prevent it from dominating the forest, even if it changed to another forest. After all, its experience was here. You can't escape. Pidgeot, catch up. Use Steel Wing. Pidgeot let out a loud cry, turned into a silver stream of light, and rushed out, easily catching up with Fearow, who had gone ahead. Steel Wing hit Fearow's head hard, knocking him unconscious. Hi! Then Pidgeot stretched out its powerful claws and grabbed Fearow and brought him back to Ash. Well done, Pidgeot! Please send it to another city forest. Remember to drop it near a group of Pidgeys with several Pidgeots. I want to see if it can still bully the other party. A dangerous arc appeared on Ash's lips. Pikachu and Pidgeot shuddered. From their expressions, they seemed to have foreseen the tragic fate of Fearow being beaten up by several Pidgeots in the future. It must be said that his master is thoughtful. You can't offend anyone but Ash. Mutwo, I have to ask you for a favor next. Delete all the memories of this guy about this forest. At this time, Ash thought about what if Fearow sneaked back again? Once it returns to this forest, these Pidgeys and Pidgeotto will definitely not be able to resist. So, he reached out and grabbed the Master Ball, which was used as a pendant on his chest, and communicated with Mutwo inside through Psychic. I like your approach. I can help you this time. After a short silence, Mutwo replied to Ash through telepathy. A light blue light came out of the Master Ball and quickly sank into Fearow's forehead. Through Psychic, Mutwo directly deleted all of Fearow's memories of this forest since he was a child. This is really foolproof. Flying at full speed with Fearow in hand, Pidgey returned to Ash after more than 10 minutes. In this forest where Fearow was expelled, the Pidgey group and the Spearow group once again restored their proper balance. Of course, the Pidgey tribe, which had been bullied by Fearow during this period, also erupted with extraordinary fighting power. Lang Lang repaired a wave of Spearow who had bullied their tribe. The Spearow tribe is warlike and also very united. The two tribes are also fighting fiercely. Ash definitely does not intend to care about such a fight where the power difference is not serious, and decisively takes Pidgey Pikachu away. Ding! The host has completed the hidden task. Refuse to give up Pidgey and send Fiero away. Get rewards. Pokemon Home System. Pokemon Home System. Pokemon Space Rewards. Pokeballs that have captured Pokemon will be directly connected to the Pokemon Home, which contains various rich Pokemon resources and refreshes regularly, and light source and sunlight are not a problem. The current size is 5 square kilometers, suitable for all types of Pokemon to live. Note, the home that belongs exclusively to Pokemon, humans cannot enter, and evolution and upgrading require accepting exclusive tasks or special props. When you see the task reward, give it directly. Ash was so happy. This reward went straight to his heart. As the number of Pokemon in his hands increased, more and more Pokemon were not convenient to be fostered at Professor Oak's place. Now he was directly rewarded with a pet training space. In the future, he no longer had to worry about the problem of insufficient carrying space. The key is that the environment inside is more comfortable and spacious than the Pokeball, and more suitable for Pokemon to live in. Even food does not need to be supplemented by him as a trainer, and the wild environment is restored to the greatest extent. What he needs most now is the home system. It can only be said that the only pity is that only Pokemon are allowed to enter. Including Ash, the host cannot enter, otherwise he can directly operate it as a small portable world. However, considering that even Pokemon have special potions that break through the qualification restrictions, it seems that there is a possibility of upgrading the home system in the future to obtain more other functions. Ash is still optimistic about this. Come back, Pidgeot, and go see your new home. Ash put Pidgeot back into the Pokeball and released it after a long while. Pidgeot, who came out of the Pokeball again, looked a little dazed. When it just returned to the Pokeball, it opened its eyes and saw not the familiar interior of the Pokeball. It came directly to another world, with sunshine, water, grass, and trees that were no worse than the real world. The only regret may be that the area is a little small, which is not enough to support its high-speed flying, but it can be said to be many times wider than the Pokeball space. At least it is enough to support it to fly slowly for a few laps. This feeling is like moving directly from a small room in the basement into a luxurious manor. Ash learned about the situation in the Pokemon home from Pidgeot, and other Pokemon in the team also expressed their surprise and were obviously very satisfied with the new home Ash prepared for them. Even Mewtwo was a little surprised by the new home. Of course, it was not shocked by Ash's methods. This ability to directly open up another dimension seemed incredible to it. After following Ash for so long, it really didn't realize that he had such a powerful ability. Ash was very happy to receive unanimous praise from the Pokemon. At the same time, he began to imagine that in the future, a normal trainer would hold 6 main Pokemon, while he would directly fight with a nest of Pokemon. The scene of the team battle must be very spectacular. However, I think there will be few scenes in the future that are qualified for Ash to fight a team battle. Just sending a few main Pokemon will be enough to deal with various scenes. Pikachu, do you want to go in and take a look? Looking at Pikachu, who was full of expectation and had a pair of bright eyes, he seemed to be very interested in the Pokemon home. Ash immediately took out Pikachu's Pokeball from his waist and showed it in front of it. Pikachu immediately put away his curious eyes. Since experiencing the new island incident, it can be said that it is extremely resistant to Pokeball. No matter what, he didn't want to go in for a visit. Okay, Pikachu, it's not too late to tell me when you want to go in and take a look later. Seeing Pikachu shaking his head, Ash didn't force it and naturally had to respect its wishes. After all, he was a little unkind about the last time on the new island. For Pikachu's safety, he chose to take it back to the Pokeball. Mainly, he couldn't tell Pikachu in advance about that kind of thing. Mewtwo's perception ability is very sharp. At the same time, the Forest King east of Siley City. After waking up, Fiero found himself in a dense forest, and everything around him gave him a strong sense of strangeness. However, When he wanted to recall his hometown and the place where he lived, he couldn't remember it at all. Shaking his head, Firo decided not to think about it anymore. Flying high into the sky with wings, his sharp eyes patrolled the surroundings. He planned to find a few weak Pidgeys to bully when he had nothing to do. Even if his memory was deleted by Mutuo, his nature was still hard to change. Bang, bang, bang. A few minutes later, Firo's miserable cry rang out in the forest. Firo was beaten up by several Pidgeys and Pidgeotos. No, why would I choose to settle down in a forest with so many Pidgeys nearby? Firo was beaten and fled in a panic, covered with wounds. When Ash returned to Pallet Town, Misty and Sabrina had already packed their luggage and were just waiting for Ash to come back so that they could set off together. Considering that the main purpose of going to the Orange Islands is to travel, complete the mission by the way, and capture the Pokemon that has been captured in the previous life or was not captured in time. Ash did not take the two girls riding on the Pidgey to rush. Instead, the three of them went directly to the harbor near Pallet Town and bought 3 S tickets for the luxury cruise ship, with the destination being the Orange Islands. On the deck, there were Pokemon battles, magic shows, and various performances. The overwhelming performance attracted Misty's attention. As for Ash, Sabrina found a place to lie on a bench and sunbathe. Valencia Island, Professor Uchiki Laboratory. I have contacted Professor Oak. He said he would send a trainer to bring the GS ball to us. I hope Professor Oak can crack the secret of the GS ball. My intuition tells me that this is likely to be a great discovery that will shock the Pokemon world. Professor Uchiki looked at the 3 assistants who had used various means, such as fire, scald soaking, and electric drills, but still couldn't get the GS ball, and said, "What kind of trainer will it be?" Professor Oak is the most prestigious professor in the Kanto region. The trainer he invited must be no ordinary one. Trainers, no matter how famous they are, don't matter much to us. In the field of researchers, what's important is research results and paper ratings. The assistant in a white coat adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses and signaled the other 2 assistants around him to stop destroying the GS ball. Wiping the sweat off his forehead, they chattered about who Professor Oak would send to get the GS ball. At the same time, they were a little proud. As assistants to Professor Uchiki, they helped Professor Uchiki overcome many problems. Although the main credit went to the professor, and they could only do insignificant auxiliary work, Professor Uchiki still added their names to the journal article. It is no exaggeration to say that they are now considered to be well-known researchers. Zhao Qinhao. On the other hand, Professor Oak's reputation is no exaggeration to say that he's the top professor in the Pokemon world, but unfortunately his level of cultivating talents is still too poor. There's not even a decent assistant around him, so he can only choose to let trainer to support the scene. Although they know that comparison is not good, as assistants to Pokemon Professor, they admire Uchiki the most, and they can't help but compare their idol with other professors in their hearts. Okay, you guys behave yourself. Remember to wait for Professor Oak to invite you trainers. Please be polite to me. I don't want to hear the kind of discussion just now. Otherwise, I will be severely punished. Professor Uchiki decisively stopped the discussion of the 3. As a Pokemon professor, she usually respects Professor Oak very much. Even if Professor Oak does not have a suitable researcher around him, his own ability is enough to surpass countless excellent researchers. The 3 assistants immediately quieted down, as if they thought of something bad at the same time. Although Professor Uchiki looks like a queen goddess on the surface, her personal life is actually very bad behind the scenes, especially her house. The last time they were sent by punishment to clean up the house for Professor, it left them with an indelible memory. Seeing that his threat was effective, Professor Uchiki nodded with satisfaction. Under the heavy punishment, Inglai's 3 assistants dared not speak nonsense. Of course, if the 3 of them were so well-behaved and honest, who would clean up her extremely dirty house? I think I can only spend a lot of money to hire a housekeeping service in town. On the other side of the luxury cruise ship, Misty and Sabrina looked at the luxuriously decorated cabin in front of them and were a little unprepared. What's the point of such a luxurious decoration? This cabin is not like the suite type. It only has one room. Of course, there's only one bathroom. There's a big bed in the room that can accommodate 3 people. And the key is that there are some strange things. Ropes, yoga balls, small sandbags, and the like. 830 looks like a normal exercise tool, but both women think that these things have other uses. This is not the point. The point is that the room on the cruise ship is tight, and they can only live in this cabin with Ash these days. At this time, Misty and Sabrina's expressions are a little ruddy, as if some unknown knowledge was suddenly unlocked. Ash, it seems that there are no other rooms. Misty asked hesitantly. Obviously, she still has some fluke mentality. Although she and Sabrina have recognized each other, it will take a long time to adapt to the 3 of them living together. It seems that this is the only way, otherwise we can only sleep on the deck, Ash said as a matter of course. Sabrina was speechless, and a touch of unnatural color flashed in her eyes. Although the place is a little small, she can't accept it. With Psychic, she is confident that she can do some interesting things with Ash while blocking Misty. Misty seemed a little disappointed. Ash has been focusing most of his energy on Pokemon lately. After finally traveling, they have to sleep together with 3 people. It's hard to use the skills she just learned. At night, Ash sleeps in the middle, with Misty and Sabrina on both sides facing away from him, their ears erect and their eyes narrowed. They are expecting Ash to attack them at night after the other falls asleep. However, there is no strange movement from Ash's side. Tonight is destined to be Christmas Eve. Both women are feeling lost, and they sleep until dawn. The next morning, they are woken up by Ash, who came back from morning exercise after playing several Pokemon battles with tourists on the deck. Staring at the dark circles under his eyes, after breakfast, both women realize that this is not a good thing. They will have to live on the cruise ship for several days. They still need to discuss Ash's whereabouts at night. After traveling for so long, the 2 women still had a tacit understanding. They quickly worked out a schedule. When it was someone's turn, the other party would consciously find an excuse to sleep on the floor together. In the next few days on the luxury cruise ship, Ash was surprised to find that the 2 women always found various excuses not to sleep together. This was a great advantage for him, who always slept in the bed. Before, the 3 of them couldn't sleep well together, and the 2 women had to make up for it the next morning. He didn't dare to do anything rash at night, for fear of making the other party feel resentful. Now, both those sleeping on the floor and those sleeping on the bed are very relaxed. The 2 women are obviously living a much better life. Ash, D, has been enjoying himself without restraint for several days, and even a young man like him has grown some stubble on his chin. It adds a bit of vicissitudes to him. On the way, he also received a call from Professor Oak, telling Ash that the top-quality psychic Pokemon egg that he had deposited with him seemed to have hatched. Just like the Prince of the Sea, who recognized Misty as his mother, Ash was looking forward to this Pokeball hatching a talented psychic-type Pokemon after a very long incubation period. He also replied to Professor Oak, asking him to teleport the Pokemon egg when they arrived at the destination. After staying on the luxury cruise ship for another 2 days, the group finally arrived at the destination. Valencia Island, where Professor Nei Mu Laboratory is located. The cruise ship docked at the pier, and the 3 of them must have gotten off the cruise ship. When they stepped on land again, Sabrina and Misty seemed a little excited. They took off their shoes and ran around on the beach with their white and smooth bare feet, smiling happily. Ash's eyes inadvertently swept over the 2 girls' feet, and he couldn't help but sigh that the sand on Valencia Island was really white and tender. Ash, what do you say next? Should we go directly to the Ichiki Laboratory, or go to the Pokemon Center? After playing on the beach for half an hour, they relaxed. When they were on a cruise ship, they lived in the cabin most of the time, and could only relax on the deck occasionally. Misty didn't forget the main reason why the 3 of them came here, and immediately looked at Ash and asked, "Let's go directly to the laboratory. Professor Ichiki must be getting impatient." The battles during this period can only be regarded as entertainment. Pokemon has not been injured, so there is no need to go to the Pokemon Center. Compared to Pokeballs, the physical strength and injury recovery speed in the Pokemon home are much faster. There are countless raw materials and fruits for various potions. It seems that unless he is seriously injured in the future, he will not have to run to the Pokemon Center frequently. After determining the destination, Ash led the two girls straight to the Ichiki laboratory. When will the trainer that Professor Oak mentioned come? It has been several days. By airship or plane, it should have arrived long ago. At the same time, in Professor Ichiki's laboratory. After Professor Ichiki's three assistants helped Professor finish the record of an experiment, they squatted aside, bored. They couldn't help but talk about the upcoming visitors to the laboratory. Even if the other party is not in the same field, it is difficult to have common topics with them in the field of academic research. But after all, it is Ichiki, a rare outsider in the laboratory. The key is that he comes from the distant Kanto region. It would be great if I could hear some anecdotes about the Kanto region from him. Is this Professor Ichiki's laboratory? It looks so big. After walking for a while, Ash and his group arrived at the location of Ichiki laboratory indicated by the road sign. Misty couldn't help but sigh. The architectural style of Ichiki laboratory is different from Professor Oak's laboratory, but the area it occupies is larger than Professor Oak's laboratory. In addition to the main building of a laboratory, it also includes the beach and forest behind it. Ash and his group approached and found the doorbell at the gate, so they walked up and pressed it. Misty and Sabrina said to the two girls, "Someone should come out to pick us up soon. Let's wait for now." "Yeah." The two girls nodded. Not long after, three short, round-faced girls wearing glasses ran out of the laboratory. After seeing Ash and his group, their eyes lit up immediately, and they opened the door and asked, chattering, "You're the trainers from Pallet Town in Kanto region, right? You look like the people from Orange Islands. By the way, who is Professor Oak's assistant?" Misty and Sabrina frowned slightly and took a step back. The people from Ichiki Laboratory are too enthusiastic. They are obviously a little overwhelmed. "Do we know each other? You just keep coming up. You really have no sense of boundaries." Facing the eager eyes of the three people, Ash nodded. "The trainer mentioned by Professor Oak should be me. Is Professor Ichiki here? Please take us to see her." "Should be? Of course or not?" The three girls frowned slightly and looked at each other, and they all saw obvious doubts in their eyes. It can only be said that it fits their stereotypes of trainers. Originally, they still had expectations. After all, he was a trainer recommended by Professor Oak, and he would treat problems with a researcher-like rigor. As a result, the first impression Ash gave them was that he was a pure, ordinary trainer who only knew Pokemon battles. Although they were a little disappointed, because Ichiki, the three of them tacitly chose to keep silent about the professor's previous warning. "Professor Ichiki is in the backyard. Come with us." After saying that, he turned around and led the way to the backyard of the laboratory. After they realized that Ash was just an ordinary trainer, the three of them moved much faster. It was obvious that they did not intend to have too much communication with him. "Professor Ichiki, the trainer appointed by Professor Oak, is here. It's this boy." When they arrived at the beach in the backyard of the laboratory, Ash and his party met Professor Ichiki. She was wearing a one-piece swimsuit and a small jacket on her upper body. She was surging and powerful. She had a delicate and beautiful face, but her eyelids were half drooping, and she kept blinking. She looked seriously sleep-deprived and not very energetic. At this time, she was soothing a Gyarados. The Gyarados, who usually had a bad temper, seemed particularly well-behaved and docile in her hands at this moment. Not only that, Weepinbell, Vileplume, and the like were the same. There seemed to be something in Professor Ichiki that could make Pokemon's special temperament of being close and addicted. After hearing the calls from the three assistants, she patted the scales on Gyarados' body to signal it to go to the sea to play first. Then she stood up and tried to open her eyes to make herself look more energetic. Her eyes swept over Misty and Sabrina, thinking that they were two lovely Stephanie girls, and then fell on Ash. Is he the trainer assigned by Professor Oak? He is so energetic, and it is said that he is the champion of this Indigo Plateau Conference. He is a mega genius. Ash stepped forward and took the initiative to extend his hand. "Hello, Professor Ichiki. My name is Ash, and I am a Pokemon trainer traveling from Pallet Town. This time, I am also commissioned by Professor Oak to come to you to get the GS ball. Ash took out his Pokemon Pokédex while speaking. Professor Uchiki nodded, took the Pokédex, and scanned it in front of the computer behind him. Ash, Pallet Town trainer, just won the championship at the Indigo Plateau Conference held this year. It's okay that Professor Uchiki already knew it, but the three assistants around her were confused. They are researchers and don't know much about Pokemon trainers. But it doesn't mean they don't know the value of the regional competition. I originally thought that Ash was just an ordinary trainer, but I didn't expect that he was the champion of the Quartz region this year. It's not an exaggeration to say that he is the best Pokemon trainer of the younger generation in the Quartz competition. The paper on the research of Mage evolution just published has aroused heated discussions around the world. The following news was broadcasted by the computer. Not only the three assistants, but even Professor Uchiki was surprised. She stared at Ash with a smile on her face. So, you are the one who published the paper on Mage evolution? 0. I wanted to do related research before, but since your paper was published, trainers with some background have been looking for the corresponding evolution stone you mentioned all over the world. I can't get it even if I ask for help. Professor Uchiki held Ash's hand with some surprise. He didn't mind the so-called men and women not being intimate at all. He was so excited that he even ignored Sabrina and Misty behind him. The three assistants on the side were also completely confused. It turned out that Ash was a senior who published the paper on Mage evolution. It's not an exaggeration to say that he is a Pokemon professor. Is there really such a genius in the world? Not only is he the champion of the Indigo Plateau Conference, but he's also a researcher who can publish amazing papers in the Pokemon academic community. At this time, they looked at Ash with admiration. Just now, it was all their fault for not recognizing the great man. Haha. Mage evolution stones are indeed very rare. There are not many in the world. Ash laughed. If there's a place with a large number of Mage evolution stones, it has to be the Kalos region. For now, it is too far away for him. After learning that Ash is the one who published the Mage evolution paper, Professor Uchiki's attitude immediately became intimate. He kept asking Ash about Mage evolution. As for the matter of the GS ball, it is okay to postpone it a little. Professor, we really have to go. As for the research on Mage evolution, let's continue to discuss it next time. Hey, you haven't explained the intimacy of Mage clearly yet. Ash, whose scalp was tingling after being asked by Professor Uchiki, took Misty and Sabrina and fled from Uchiki Laboratory. It must be said that the famous professors in the Pokemon world are indeed fanatical about Pokemon research. After getting the GS ball, Ash and his team left Valencia Island without stopping and headed directly to the next destination. Ding! Triggered the plot mission. Rescue and subdue Lapras, and teach the bad boys who bullied it a profound lesson. Mission reward. Ice Energy Crystal. Ice-type Pokemon will have a benign ability mutation after using it. Random Pokemon with level below IV.60 in the Pokemon family system, etc. 0 level +5. On the way to Tangelo Island by boat, the system prompt sounded in Ash's mind. After checking the mission content, Ash was slightly happy. If you want to talk about the Pokemon that impressed Ash the most when he traveled to the Orange Islands in the original plot, naturally, it has to be Lapras, which serves as a means of travel. Usually, it takes Ash and his party to travel around the islands without complaint, including the gym battle in the Southern Cross. It has also repeatedly played a highlight when challenging the Orange Alliance Winter Cup. It's a pity that it didn't accompany Ash to the end in the original plot. After meeting its own tribe partners, it still chose to follow its tribe partners and leave. This made Ash feel a little regretful. Shaking his head slightly, he suppressed his thoughts and didn't think about what to do if Lapras met his tribe in the future. For now, complete the tasks issued by the system and conquer it. Lapras is the first priority. Of course, he has to teach those bad boys who bullied Lapras a lesson. Thinking that the later he arrives, the more likely they will bully little Lapras. Ash is not in the mood to take a leisurely cruise to Tangelo Island while enjoying the scenery. It's okay to sit and play while traveling to cultivate your sentiments. But if you really need to travel, you have to watch Pidgeot. Going at the speed of the cruise ship, he must be anxious to death. Misty, Sabrina, we have to speed up the next journey. No more boats. Let's take Pidgeot. Ash smiled at the two confused girls. Walking to the deck with the two beautiful girls, Ash received respectful looks from many passengers along the way. Ash, who is sensitive, can feel all kinds of emotions. Envy, jealousy, and those who are secretly resentful are all watching. Why can Ash have two beautiful girls by himself? And they can't even handle one at home. Pidgeot, come out. Pidgeot. Accompanied by a high-pitched sound growl, handsome Pidgeot appeared on the deck. The airwaves raised by the flapping wings easily offset the strong wind blowing from the sea when the cruise ship was moving at full speed. Pidgeot responded to the doubts of the tourists in front. At this time, there were many more admiring eyes in the crowd. Basically, all of them were young ladies who were impressed by Ash's talent and temperament. In the Pokemon world, powerful trainers have always been respected. If other men can subdue such a majestic and fierce raptor, they will also cast admiring eyes. It's a bit unfortunate that Ash already has two beautiful girls with outstanding looks around him, and they may not have a chance. Pidgeot held his head high, not caring about the surprise, love, or admiration of the tourists on the deck. When he sensed hostile or malicious eyes, a pair of vertical pupils stared at the other party coldly, which could also scare him into a cold sweat. It was like the king of beasts patrolling the territory, but he only lowered his head in front of Ash, a trainer. Hi! As if to make it easier for Ash to get on and off his back, Pidgeot thoughtfully placed the end of his wings on the deck, let Ash's master stomp. Ash's eyes flickered slightly, and his heart was warm, but he did not refuse Pidgeot's kindness. He pulled the two women onto Pidgeot's back by stepping on its strong wings. Okay, you can take off, Pidgeot. After standing firm, Ash patted Pidgeot's neck, indicating that it could take off. Hearing this, Pidgeot folded his wings, and his strong claws supported the deck to provide enough upward momentum. Then he spread his wings and soared into the sky like pulling onions from dry land. Even when flying with people, Pidgeot can still maintain the highest speed. It turned into a stream of light and quickly disappeared from the sight of tourists. It was not until Pidgeot disappeared that the tourists who were oppressed by its fierce bird aura just now breathed a sigh of relief. I envied and hated Ash even more in my heart. No, why on earth? It's fine to have such a powerful, handsome, and loyal Pokemon. There are also two girlfriends with different styles and super high looks. Could it be that the young master of that big family ran out to experience and enjoy life? Alas, it can only be said that some people were born in Rome, and some people were born as cattle and horses. Unfortunately, they are all the latter. Damn, the more they thought about it, the angrier the tourists wanted to start over. On the back of Pidgeot, Ash naturally let go of the hands holding the two women and covered the three people with the barrier formed by Psychic. Pidgeot's speed is too fast, and the weak trainer can't withstand long-term flying. Pidgeot flying is very fast, and it didn't take long in the clouds. Ash could already see through the clouds and overlook the general geographical outline of Tangelo Island below. Pidgeot, land near the island in front. Pidgeot, after receiving the order, Pidgeot slowed down, adjusted the angle, and began to dive down, and finally landed accurately on a beach on Pengxiang Island. Thank you for your hard work, Pidgeot. Misty, Sabrina, let's go. After taking Pidgeot back, Ash called the two to walk towards the island. Finally arrived. He couldn't wait to teach those bad boys a lesson and subdue the gentle and sensible Lapras. As soon as he arrived at Tangelo Island, Ash took the two girls straight to the beach where Lapras was bullied in the original plot. It seemed to be a problem of bad timing. There were no bad boys and Lapras here today. After thinking about it, Ash simply took the two girls to find a hotel near the beach to stay. It is worth mentioning that this time, the three of them finally don't have to live together, and even Ash and Misty live separately. As for the reason, everyone knows it. Every night, Ash is very busy and has to divide his time evenly between the two girls. It is inevitable that it will be a little inconvenient for Ash and Misty to live together. Misty is also relieved about this. After all, it is really too much for her to face Ash alone. The next day, Ash kept Psychic in full contest condition to detect everything in the direction of the beach. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Lapras was finally found. Ash, who was playing video games with Misty and Sabrina in the room, suddenly sensed a wave similar to Lapras on the beach. Along with the wave of Lapras, there were also several waves from humans. Ash immediately put down the video game and rushed to the direction sensed by the wave power. Pikachu followed Ash with all 4 limbs. Sabrina and Misty also ran out after him. Although I don't know what happened, it must be something serious to see Ash's appearance. When he arrived at the beach, the scene of 3 bad boys beating Lapras came into view. Growl's miserable Lapras made people's blood pressure soar. Humph! Ash was about to step forward and suddenly saw a strong psychic wave overflowing from the Master Ball belonging to Mutwo, hanging on his chest. Mutwo's cold snort sounded in his heart immediately. "Stop it!" Ash shouted immediately, his voice loud and strong, exploding in the ears of the 3 bad boys. 17 made their ears buzz, and the 3 of them subconsciously looked towards Ash. "You guys are so hateful. This is abusing wild Pokemon. It's illegal." Seeing her favorite water Pokemon being bullied, Misty naturally couldn't just sit back and watch. She immediately pointed at the noses of the 3 bad boys and cursed. "Wow, big brother, what a beautiful girl. Just right. Looks like there's a new target now." The 3 bad boys who were originally planning to settle accounts with Ash immediately became obscene when they saw Misty and Sabrina beside him. "Mutwo, let me handle this." "Dell." After comforting Mutwo, who might explode through telepathy, Ash's cold eyes swept over the 3 bad boys. "Pikachu, Thunderbolt." "Pikachu." Ash didn't bother to waste time with these 3 guys. Pikachu, who received Ash's order, immediately used Thunderbolt to knock the 3 people who were about to escape to the ground. Then Ash used Psychic to stack the 3 people up into a human Luon. After doing all this, he nodded with satisfaction, ignoring the 3 people who were arranged in a human Luon. Under Lapras's fearful and uneasy eyes, he slowly approached. Finally stopped at a distance that Lapras could maintain a sense of security. "Lapras, don't be afraid. One of them has been severely beaten by me and Pikachu. You are seriously injured now, and I need to help you treat the wound and then take you to the Pokemon Center for treatment. Please believe me, okay?" Ash's tone was as gentle as possible, and at the same time, the title of improving affinity with water Pokemon that he had obtained in Lampolky City played a role, trying to gain Lapras' trust as much as possible. "Woo!" After hesitating for a moment, Lapras nodded slightly, and then let go of his guard against Ash. Just now, he helped it beat the bad guys away, and there was still an aura on him that made it unable to help but get close to him, so he couldn't be a bad guy. Ash was delighted to receive Lapras' approval, and immediately took the super potion from Misty. He sprayed it on the wounds of Lapras. These guys are so abominable. How could they be so heavy-handed? Misty couldn't help but frown as she watched Lapras humming softly while Ash was potioning. These bad boys didn't care about the severity of their attacks. If Lapras' injuries were not treated in time, they would be very likely to threaten their lives. Don't worry, they will get the retribution they deserve. The cool feeling brought by the potion spraying on the wounds made Lapras feel much better. When she looked at Ash, who was busy and serious with his head down, her expression became much softer. It originally had relatives in the tribe, but an unexpected encounter made it lose contact with the Lapras tribe. A Pokemon wandered here alone and suffered a lot of hardships during the period, and the injuries were countless. The 3 bad boys just now were just one of the groups that bullied it. Ash was the only kindness it had felt since leaving the tribe. "Okay, Lapras, you should feel better now. But you still have too many injuries. Some of them have become hidden dangers for a long time. Super Potion alone can no longer heal them. I still have to take you to the Pokemon Center for treatment. Are you willing to come into my Pokeball?" Ash said, taking out an empty pokeball from his waist. Seeing this, Lapra's eyes showed a trace of hesitation and intention, and after a moment, he finally shook his head. After leaving the tribe, it has felt too much malice, which makes its mind particularly sensitive and fragile. Even if Ash treats it with kindness and has an innate sense of intimacy, he still dares not trust him. It knows very well that entering the Pokeball means being captured. If it is entrusted to the wrong person, its end will be miserable. Besides, it wanted to leave home to find its tribe and family. After making the decision, Lapras lowered his head in shame, staring at the ground, not daring to look Ash in the eye, for fear of seeing disappointment in Ash's eyes. The four wide fins kept paddling on the beach, trying to crawl to the sea and leave Tangelo Island. But because of the injury, it was exhausted and panting after crawling for 2 steps. Okay, Lapras, since you don't want to come in, forget it. But your injuries are too serious. It's too dangerous to go back to the sea in such a contest condition. I will find other ways to send you to the Pokemon Center for treatment. When your injuries recover, if you still want to leave, I won't stop you. Ash said to Lapras sincerely. From the age point of view, Lapras is still a child, and it must be difficult to live away from the protection of the tribe. Having just been bullied by humans, it is normal for him to be alert to everything around him. No matter what, he should heal his wounds first. Judging from the injuries on Lapras, even if he is sent to the Pokemon Center for treatment, it will take at least 1 or 2 days to recover. With the blessing of various buffs, Ash doesn't believe that he can't win Lapras' heart. To deal with the kind-hearted Lapras, sincerity is the ultimate skill. Feeling the sincerity in Ash's words, and knowing the severity of his own injuries, he probably won't be able to hold out for long, even if he goes to the sea. Lapras nodded silently and felt a little guilty towards Ash. Ash wanted to help it wholeheartedly, but he was still hesitating and even doubting his intentions. It was really wrong. Great, Lapras, wait here for a while. I'll deal with those scumbags first, and then send you to the Pokemon Center. Seeing Lapras agree, Ash said with a smile. Then he walked over to the 3 bad boys who were guarded by Pikachu and did not dare to run away after waking up. Brother, please forgive us. We know we are wrong and will not do it again. If not, I can apologize to Lapras. Ash glanced at the 3 people coldly. Pikachu's cheeks flashed with arcs, and the 3 people immediately hugged each other in fear and kept silent. After all, this is a city, and it would be too troublesome to deal with them personally, so Ash directly called the police station. He briefly described the situation here to the other end of the phone. After waiting for a while, Officer Jenny, who rode a neon motorcycle, rushed to the beach. With her came the mother and daughter of the 3 bad boys. The fathers among them came up and beat the 3 bad boys violently. They were beaten black and blue, crying and screaming. Officer Jenny and Ash watched with a smile on their faces. They were definitely not suitable to interfere in this kind of family affairs. When the parents of the 3 bad boys were tired of beating them, Miss Shaw came forward and gave them a pair of silver bracelets. Although the mothers of the 3 couldn't bear it, they didn't have the face to ask Officer Jenny for mercy. Lapras, because this species of Pokemon never participated in fighting, it was captured in large numbers, and the number dropped sharply, leading to extinction. Since then, it has been classified as a key protected Pokemon. Although the number of Lapras has increased in recent years, and the corresponding capture policy has been relaxed a lot, the relevant laws against human abuse and hunting are still very strict. This is why the fathers of the 3 beat them up as soon as they arrived here, mainly hoping that Ash and Officer Jenny would punish them a little lighter because they had already been severely punished. After understanding all the circumstances with Ash, in the end, the 3 were detained and sentenced to 1 year in prison for abusing Pokemon and provoking trouble. It can be said that they were dealt with completely to the maximum extent. This was based on the relevant laws of Lapras and Ash's opinion of heavy punishment. Ash was quite satisfied with this result. After all, he came in time, and the 3 guys had not caused Lapras incurable injuries. It was enough to be locked up for a year for labor reform. Similarly, Their parents were fined 20,000 Pokemon coins each for improper education, which was equivalent to several months' salary of an ordinary family, and they had a lot of gold coins. Ash did not raise any objections to this punishment. It was Officer Jenny who imposed the fines according to the Public Security Management regulations. The three pairs of parents gritted their teeth and paid the huge fines. They made up their minds that after their children were released after the detention period, they must give them a good beating to vent their anger. After the matter was done, only Ash, the two girls, Pikachu and Lapras were left on the beach. Because Lapras was unwilling to enter the Pokeball, Mega Rookie could only show his strength, using Psychic to assist his physical strength to lift Lapras up. Then he walked toward the Pokemon Center under the horrified eyes of passersby on the street. Due to the application of Psychic, Ash could not feel the weight at all and could walk briskly with it in one hand. Oh my god, what the hell is going on here? The size of an adult Lapras is at least 200 kilograms. Although this one is not yet an adult, it must be close to 180 kilograms. This kid actually lifted it up with one hand. It's okay to lift it up, but he ran so fast. It's really weird. Following Ash, looking at the weird expressions of passersby, Misty seemed to have thought of something. Her face flushed slightly, and her legs unconsciously tightened a little. Apart from his mother Delia, no one should know Ash's physique better than her. This guy has a beast-like physique, and few people can bear it. Nurse Joy, can you help treat this Lapras? Nurse Joy, who was busy with dispensing medicine and sorting out the medicine list, suddenly felt as if she was shrouded by a shadow. At the same time, a cold boy's voice sounded in her ears. Subconsciously raised her head. See, a Lapras was blinking and staring at her curiously. What's going on? When did Lapras become able to speak? He even ran to the Pokemon Center to see a doctor. Is he hallucinating because he was tired from work? Nurse Joy rubbed her eyes and found that the scene in front of her had not changed at all. Nurse Joy. Seeing that Nurse Joy didn't react, Ash spoke again. At this time, Nurse Joy also reacted. Lapras had never opened his mouth at all. Walking out of the reception desk, she noticed that there was a boy under the 4 large fins of Lapras. Nurse Joy was also shocked, just like the tourists on the street outside. It was really shocking that a human trainer could easily lift Lapras, who weighed nearly 200 kilograms and was almost an adult. For her, it was probably more surprising than Lapras talking and running to the Pokemon Center to see a doctor. Well, trainer, why don't you bring Lapras into the Pokeball? After Nurse Joy realized what was going on, she forced a smile and asked, This boy is pretty handsome, but he looks like a hot-blooded muscle idiot. What a pity for his facial features and appearance. Nurse Joy, you misunderstood. This is not my Pokemon. I met on the beach. It was seriously injured. I can only send it here in this form. Looking at Nurse Joy's expression, Ash realized that she had misunderstood him and explained quickly. Lapras on him felt even more guilty after hearing this. I couldn't help but feel a little regretful. If I had agreed to enter Ash's Pokeball, I wouldn't have to go through so much trouble. Nurse Joy nodded in understanding and smiled in her heart. I said, such a handsome boy. How could he be just a hot-blooded muscle idiot? Of course, Ash's strength is beyond doubt. In that case, please continue to move this child to the treatment room. Blissey, come out to help. There is a Pokemon injured. Ash and Nurse Joy sent Lapras to the treatment room of the Pokemon Center and then left. He also asked Nurse Joy to give Lapras a thorough full-body check. After all, Lapras has too many and too complicated injuries. If the hidden injuries cannot be completely cured, it is easy to leave hidden injuries. In that case, the hidden dangers are too great. Pokemon Center. Half an hour later, Nurse Joy wiped the fine beads of sweat from her forehead. The child's injuries have been effectively treated, and it may take some time to fully recover. It will probably take 2 or 3 days. Let it stay in the Pokemon Center during the recovery period and avoid too much activity. Thank you, Nurse Joy. You're welcome. This is our duty. As she said, Nurse Joy called Blissey to the recuperation room. In the huge recuperation room, only some Pokemon in recuperation, Ash and his group of 3 and Lapras were left. Lapras, do you feel better? Woo. Lapras nodded and called softly. After the treatment, it felt that the injuries on its body had been significantly treated. The wounds all over its body felt numb and itchy, which was a sign of healing. The gratitude to Ash in his heart was even deeper, looking at Ash, who still took care of it wholeheartedly after being rejected by him. His expression gradually changed from hesitant to firm, and he secretly made up his mind. 2 days later, 3:23, Ash brought Misty and Sabrina to pick up Lapras from the hospital. In the surprised eyes of the two girls, just as Ash expected before he came, Lapras took the initiative to throw himself into his arms. It became the first Pokemon Ash captured in the Orange Islands. Ding successfully rescued and captured Lapras, and gave the bad boys who bullied it a profound lesson. Mission completed. Rewards. Ice Energy Crystal. Benevolent ability mutation occurs after using Ice-type Pokemon. Level +5 of random Pokemon below level IV.60 in the Pokemon family system. The current random Pokemon selected is Dragonair, and the level is increased from IV.38 to 4.43. After capturing Lapras, this message rang in Ash's mind, reminding him that the mission has been completed and the reward has been paid. Ash smiled when he saw that the Pokemon he had randomly picked was Dragonair, which he had been trying to cultivate recently. Upgrading Dragonair was his ideal result. After using the items to improve its aptitude, its only weakness was that its level was a bit low. After upgrading to level 4.43, it was time to attack the elite level Pokemon. Nodding with satisfaction, Ash silently summoned the system to check the attribute panel of Lapras. Pokemon Lapras attribute, Water/Ice level, IV.35 ability, Water storage potential, Red skills, Water gun, Sing, Ice shard, Life dew, Water pulse brine, Ice beam, etc. Carrying items, none. Lapras' level was considered very low in his team, only IV.35, but was also within his expectations. Otherwise, it wouldn't be bullied and bruised all over just because it temporarily left the tribe, and even humans could attack it. Except for Ash, who has a physical abnormality that cannot be measured by common sense. From common sense, most ordinary humans can't beat Pokemon. However, what makes Ash happy is that Lapras is worthy of being the main Pokemon in the original plot. His talent is still very good. With red qualifications, it is not a problem to train properly to the elite level. I remember that in the original plot, Lapras tied with Drake's Jengar in the Orange Island Winter Cup under Ash's happy training. After returning to the tribe, he became the leader of the entire tribe when they met again, and his talent was naturally first class. Red qualifications are absolutely reasonable, but it's a pity that it's still difficult to be promoted to the champion level. No way. The best Pokemon with gold qualifications are always rare. The stronger Ash's protagonist Halo is, the more he can feel how exaggerated the Ash happy education training method in the original plot is. Leading such a large group of Pokemon with excellent potential, he was beaten badly every time in the league. Lapras' ability is to store water. When attacked by water-type skills, he will not be hurt and can restore his own physical strength. The range of this ability is not unlimited. It is similar to the actual combat theory of protecting special moves. When the opponent's level exceeds yours by a lot, even water-type skills will still cause considerable damage to Lapras. This also makes Ash always aware that this is a real Pokemon world, which is naturally different from the so-called common sense in the game. However, the water storage ability itself is still very useful in certain situations, especially when facing water-type Pokemon with similar levels. That is equivalent to being imprisoned by water skills in the Civil War. There is another point that makes Ash quite satisfied. That is, it is not easy to detect. Lapras' intimacy with Ash is basically close to the maximum value. It can only be said that Lapras is still just a child who is not good at expressing emotions. Congratulations, Ash. Nurse Joy smiled and congratulated Ash. Having seen the shocking injuries Lapras had suffered, she still hoped that it could find a responsible trainer and stop wandering in the wild. She had an inexplicable liking for Ash when she first met him, and found that Ash had gone to the Pokemon Center at least 10 times during the 2 days when Lapras was hospitalized. She also learned that Ash was a responsible and caring trainer who took Pokemon very seriously. It was undoubtedly the best outcome for him to capture Lapras at the moment. At least there was no need to worry about this gentle little guy being bullied in the wild again. The key is that it is not always possible to meet a kind person who would send it to the Pokemon Center for treatment. Thank you, Nurse Joy. It is my honor to gain Lapras' trust. I will take good care of it. Ash smiled modestly. Sabrina and Misty also came forward to congratulate him, and Misty's eyes were still a little envious. Although Lapras is a rare Pokemon that has no evolutionary form, its combat power is not weak at all. On the contrary, it is still very powerful, and even to some extent, it is not inferior to the final form of the 3 starter Pokemon. Her idol, the Ice Elite Lorelei, has a Lapras. Misty, who is determined to become the best water Pokemon trainer, dreams of owning a Lapras. It's a pity that the Lapras population is rare, and they usually live in places away from people, so it's hard to meet them.
Hello, everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500-plus novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.